Good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Thursday, July the 27th, 2023. It's 9:02 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 21st, 2023 at 2:50 p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have Commissioner Will Jones lead us in the pledge.
Please join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag.
I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. Thank you. Okay. All right, if there are any members of the public want to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. All right, seeing none. This time we'll go to items D under budget amendments under D1 regarding the FY '24 budget. Francis?
Yes, sir. So today we have contacts with the Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network with us today, and they're going to talk through their request for next year. And so at the bottom of that sheet we've been looking at, the outside entities, the very bottom list, there's 6 lines, and it says reintegration roundtable, jail diversion, pretrial intervention. It goes on. There's 6 different services or programs there, the amounts that were included in the budget last year, and then the amounts I have for this year. And so I will turn it over to them and let them speak on their
All right,
request.
come forward. How are y'all this morning?
Great. How are you?
Fine, good.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Thompson. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of
And if you could, Daniel, speak up and into that microphone. This is a recorded proceeding.
the CEO of the Burke, formerly MHMR. And I have 2 of my top staff with me today, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Ryan Adams, Deputy CEO.
All right.
And I'm Ralph Waite, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Rob.
All right, we are here to discuss or answer questions about our upcoming budget, and as well as provide you with some information about how we have expended the funds over the last 2 fiscal cycles. The current fiscal cycle for us, we're on the state of Texas fiscal year, so September 1st through August 31st. We received commitments of $828,000 from McLennan County, and at year to date, we have expended $795,000 of that by way of 157,978 services to 7,567 unduplicated McLennan County residents. And we're very proud of that service that we have provided. In comparison to the previous year, we received $3,828,000 from the county through 11 contracts or agreements, and expended $3,795,000. That delivered 198,385 services to 8,584 McLennan County residents, and got us well underway on the construction of the diversion center. So we're very proud of those numbers. We are asking for some increases this year across 3 of those contracts. That's our jail diversion roundtable, reintegration roundtable, and the pretrial diversion program. Those increases Judge, as you may recall, we had a meeting with the jail staff, and they appropriately called us out for the difficulties we were having in staffing the jail. And during that conversation, we indicated what the salary rate of our caseworkers were. And the one comment that I took back to my board was when we explained that we were paying $35,000 to our clinicians to work in the jail. The one comment I recall was that that's less than we pay our clerks at the county. And so with the assistance of one of your staff members, we were able to come up with a budget number. We decided to try bumping those salaries up. We bumped them to $50,000, and within 2 months, we were completely full. And that investment in our personnel, I think, has proven valuable in that not only did we do it in the jail program, we've done it in the reintegration program, the pretrial diversion program, and across all of our behavioral health services within the agency. We've stopped diverting revenues to some of the state-funded programs, and we're reinvesting back into our behavioral health staff, and we're almost completely full with staffing. My thought in leading the agency is the less turnover I have in my personnel, the better it is for our community. It's the better it is for those that we're serving, because we're keeping that consistent face. We're not having the same turnover we were this time last year, simply by reinvesting in those services. So certainly we have a variety of programs we're doing besides the jail diversion and roundtable and pretrial. There is the general comprehensive services that we provide simply as a mental health authority here in that y'all fund us in the amount of $178,000. That's for global services that we provide here in the county. I'm going to ask Mr. Waite if he could provide a little breakdown in the municipalities and how we serve throughout, not just here in Waco, but throughout the entire county.
Yes, thanks, Daniel. Broken down the services that we provide throughout McLennan County, and we can break that out by zip code. And the report I have, I know there's quite a few cities in McLennan County that share a zip code with Waco. So some of these cities look a little bit off as far as what you might expect. But in Waco proper, we've served 6,500 people last year, and right now, year to date, we're at 57 actually. And in Waco proper, we're at 119,000, almost 120,000 people so far for this fiscal year, and that's 3 months left to go in our fiscal year. But I'll just go through some of the cities we've got here. Axtell, case count of 53, service count 1,509. Bruceville, 45, service count 820. China Spring, case count is 66, service count is 2433. Crawford is is 28 served, 846 services provided. Eddy is 44 persons served, service count is 684. Elmont is a service count of 78. Persons served is 78, service count is 1,718. Hewitt is 274 persons served and 5,571 for the number of services provided. Lorena is 197 persons served with total services is 4,507. Mart is 97 persons served with 2,004 services provided. McGregor is 186 persons served with 2,797 services provided. Moody is 68 persons served with 1,463 services provided. Riesel is 50 persons served with 754 services provided. I've already touched on Waco. West is 131 persons served with 2,348 persons served. And then the Woodway, West Waco, 76712 zip code is 493 persons served with 10,675 services provided. So again, as Daniel mentioned, year to date, we've served 7,567 individuals with 157,000 services. So we're on track to provide pretty close to the same number of services we provided last fiscal year. I think these numbers are probably a little bit depressed because of some of the staffing challenges we've had. But as Daniel mentioned, the increases in pay we provided for a lot of our key positions at the center is, I think, is going to have a positive impact for the remainder of this fiscal year and going into this fiscal year. And I expect those numbers to go up pretty drastically over the coming months. Any questions?
Questions?
The first number is the actual number of persons.
Persons served, yes,
And
sir.
then the second number are the different services that same number were provided?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so one person may have been provided 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 services.
Correct.
And that's where that number comes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And the breakdown in terms of behavioral health and IDD services, which if you're not familiar with the term IDD, it's what the state used to refer to as mental retardation services. And then we have early childhood intervention services. We provided 912 individuals, which are children age 3 or younger, for example, out of McLennan County for 12,000 services. And that's services that we're going out to the home, physical therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy. We're working with the families to help their child develop and hopefully prevent those children from ever entering long-term care services. And then our IDD services, 1,118 individuals for 56,000 services. That's individuals that attend our workshop over here on 4th and Mary Street. It's skills training, it's jobs training. It's trying to help those individuals function at a higher level and hopefully in many cases go out and earn a living or supplement their income, their SSI, and help them have a better life in daily life skills. And then our children's mental health program is 1,152 individuals. And we provided 23,000 services for children. Our definition, depending on program of a child, is either 17 or up to 21, depending on the type of service. And that's dependent on definitions by the state. We also have a human trafficking program where we work with individuals who've been trafficked. That's out of the governor's office that we received that program. And we work with other providers in the area to provide safe haven and help to the behavioral health services for those individuals that have been rescued from human traffic situations. Interestingly, the population that we serve there, 57% receives Medicaid, so you're talking about a very poor subset of individuals in our community. And then for substance use and veteran services, we serve 5,000 adults for 82,000 services, and that's our most comprehensive program area. And the individuals in those programs are often the ones that we see going through mental health court or ending up in the county jail. They're often the very most intensive individuals in our community that need our assistance.
I know we're talking about McLennan County today, but what is the HOT service area?
We have 6 counties. We go from, obviously, here in McLennan County to Bosque County over to I-45. when you think about that Texas triangle of Dallas, Fort Worth to the north of us, and then Houston, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin to our south, we're the biggest provider in the middle of that triangle. And, we have really worked to educate the community about the size of that coverage area and the fact that we have two primary interstate highways that go through. We see a lot of transient individuals because of that come through our services. But the other thing we're trying to do is we're working on resources out in each of those counties. For example, Limestone County has our second largest clinic, and it's offers the next highest level of service array of programs. In the last 2 years, we purchased a 100-year-old building in Clifton so that we can redo that clinic over there, and we're in that process of making that a full-fledged clinic as much as possible. We will be focusing on Hill, Falls, and Freestone County as well. The idea behind that is, one, the individuals that we serve from those communities should be able to get as many services as possible in their home county. The second thing is, if we can build that infrastructure in those communities, it also stops people from coming into McLennan County for a lot of those services. And so we feel like it's a win-win for the city and county, as well as for the individuals whom we're serving in their home communities.
Pastor Robert Cummings Pastor Robert Cummings, I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He's the pastor of Rising Star Baptist Church, and he's doing a reintegration roundtable. And I noticed that one of your components bears that same name, and I think that's been ongoing. That's something that members of the court have worked on with you.
Yes.
How can we infuse the information and resources that you all have under that umbrella, perhaps with the effort that he's doing? Because he's actually working with people who have returned home.
Nice.
So we're talking about veterans, you're talking about people who may be dealing with prior to have been dealing with substance abuse. How can we get your program resources kind of infused into what he's trying to do?
You can have him give me or Ryan or Ralph his contact information. We can reach out to him, or vice versa. He can reach out to us, and we'll make sure that happens. One of the efforts that I've undertaken since being here is I've hired a full-time governmental relations individual and media person. It's hard for us to keep up with him, but his whole function is to ensure that the community knows what we are about and what we are providing. He's also an excellent individual to help us connect with the communities, and he will often say, my job is to be that outward-facing individual and to open doors for Daniel, Ryan, and Ralph. So we'll be happy to connect however we can.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
So the majority of the increase is for the integration roundtable?
The jail diversion contract is the majority of them, of the
Okay.
increase.
Well,
When these contracts were developed several years ago, Daniel mentioned what we were paying what we call our QMHPs, our entry-level qualified mental health professionals, and how much we had to raise those. When we developed these contracts, it was even based on much less than what we were paying a year ago or 6 months ago. So the contract amounts that we've had even over the last several years have not covered our cost in those programs. And so not only, did we have to make that up, we also, have had to increase the salaries to these people to get them in there because we just weren't hiring anybody at the rates we were paying.
What was your former salary? Because these are people that are degreed social workers.
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
So when the contracts were developed several years ago, it was 28,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And now we're at,
50.
okay,
50 on some and 45 on
30
others.
something, And
Yeah, yeah.
was
okay.
not getting applications and actually losing, and so the
One of
board
the,
said, let's try this, and it worked, money worked for some reason.
absolutely. And David Ives from the sheriff's office was able to calculate
Right.
if we divert 7 people away from the county jail, that pays for the cost of the salary increases by itself. And for our IDD program, which is one of the lowest funded of all state programs, and it's a state program, and the state should be doing more diligence on funding those individuals and those services. But we have supplemented that program for over a decade and lost money every year up to $450,000. In our last fiscal year, we lost the federal waiver. When I say we, the state of Texas, the waiver ended. This was a 12-year project with the feds, and it finally came to a close. When it did, we lost over, what was the sum outcome of that loss?
From the 1115?
Yeah.
That was about 3.2 million.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
of
lost a lot when
dollars
that
we
waiver
were
went away.
able to supplement. And so we continued to fund IDD services at the standard rate that we had always been funding it. And that cost the agency to lose over $1 million. And we will lose another $1 million this year. And we had hoped with a $32 billion surplus at the state of Texas that they would do better in funding those rates. For example, the reimbursement rate equated to no more than $8.11 an hour. I can't hire anybody to come in and work in a group home 24/7 for $8.11 an hour. And while they raised the Mejia State Supported Living Center direct care staff to $17 an hour, they raised our rates to $10.60 an hour. That means the state of Texas, which is my parent agency, is now our competitor for personnel to work in our group homes. And so we have provided the state of Texas notice that we cannot continue to supplement at the expense of jail diversion, crisis services, and other state programs that we provide on behalf of this region. We can no longer supplement the IDD programs. And so we will be closing at least 4 group homes. And believe me, since November, we have been scrambling to figure out how to save all of those programs, because just less than a month ago, we thought we would completely terminate all provider services in IDD programming, which would highly impact individuals in this community. And it wouldn't just be Behavioral Health Network's problem, it would become a community program, because who would pick up those IDD service programs? Because of how weekly meetings, sometimes very unpleasant weekly meetings, we've figured out how to save the bulk of those programs. Now, we will be scrambling over the next couple of months on figuring out who might take over those 4 group homes, but 2 of them are in Limestone County, where we are quite certain that we will lose staff to Mejia State Supported Living Center. But it's an extremely difficult decision to decide to cut out those types of services. But at the same time, when I can't keep staff in the jail, I can't keep nurses on staff to provide critical care so that I can get people out of the emergency departments or out of the jail, or off the street who are having behavioral health crisis, it became evident we had to redivert that $1 million back into the mental health programs. And it has proven successful in terms of getting individuals in the door. At the same time, we are taking a leap of faith that by bumping the salaries of our IDD service coordinators $10,000, we will see a full house of personnel come in to supplement or to support those programs. And with Ralph's very big, smart brain, he and his staff have developed a new productivity report that we previewed yesterday, where we can hopefully start holding those personnel to ensure that they're meeting productivity standards, which means the individuals who need those services, one, are getting those services, and two, that we're doing the appropriate billing so that it's not a cost on city, county, and other municipalities, that we're doing our part to help ensure we're doing all the effective billing we can do, because the state dollars by statute are the payer, the state is the payer of last resort. So that means insurance, Medicaid, local county contributions, any revenue. So we're doing our part now, and we appreciate the relationship we have with the county. You are helping to support our programs, but we're reinvesting in a painful but necessary way.
You said you closed 2 of your group homes in Limestone County. Where are the other closures?
They're here in Waco.
Waco, the other
There are
2 in
two
Waco?
here in Waco.
Okay.
We will keep 2 group homes here in Waco and close 2. And then we will close 2 in Limestone.
Okay.
Groesbeck.
Facilities like Ocean, what is your relationship with those types of facilities in our community?
So we have contractual relationships with them because we get state dollars for private purchase beds. So for example, if somebody comes into our crisis treatment center at a too high level of acuity for us to place them on our unit, and we need to place them in an inpatient facility, we will reach out to those types of hospitals and place them there with some state dollars that we get, which I believe we're getting an increase going into next year from what we've been told. So that'll help more with the diversion process.
Okay, my last question, because you kept saying this acronym. I had no clue what you were talking about. IDD, what does that stand for?
Intellectual developmental disability.
Okay,
And the previous term.
Thank you for asking that.
Yeah, I apologize. The previous term was mental retardation,
Yeah.
and the state has moved to strike that language from
Okay.
state contracts. The other thing I'd like to bring up is this year we embarked on a new effort that the center has not ever engaged in, and possibly the first time the community has done this as well. We got together, we being myself, with Dr. Griggs and Philip Patterson and Charles Williamson, and this was on a snowy day in February, and we were talking about the losses of all of our agencies from the low Medicaid rates. Having retired from the state, I knew where dollars were buried, and we decided to do a collaborative effort, and that resulted in us obtaining $8 million from the legislature. It's in House Bill 1. It was successfully obtained with Representative Anderson's leadership. Representative Orr was supportive. Senator Birdwell is supportive, and we're very proud of the fact that, you know, as a community, we brought $8 million back to Waco and this region. And those will be specific for crisis enhancement and expansion services. And one of the things that I just toured the 3 legislators through the Crisis Diversion Center that McLennan County has invested in heavily. And they are excited about that facility. They're excited about the work that we have planned and how we'll expand. What we will be able to do is expand our mobile crisis outreach program, which means clinicians going out on scene with emergency calls with law enforcement. Commissioner Miller, you may recall a gentleman that his brother ended up in services. Well, this is a effort to divert that from happening again, because we will be able to enhance that program. We are adding what we call a co-responder program. And Chief Victorian and I have twice been up to Colorado, and we dragged our staff members and a representative from the sheriff's office to Denver, and on a very snowy day. They weren't very happy about it, but you know, we again engaged our colleagues in Denver on these programs, and there's at least 2 of them that we've been able to get state funding for to implement here, and those will both implement sometime after September. But part of it is the $8 million. The co-responder program will allow us to partner clinicians with law enforcement. The current idea is that we will have them actually riding along with law enforcement. In other situations, it may be really that mobile crisis outreach team enhancement. But at least in the other 5 counties that we serve, it appears that we'll be doing actual ride-along. And so that's a mental health clinician partnered with a law enforcement officer responding on scene and being able to do those assessments right then and there, hopefully diverting away from arrest when appropriate, and hopefully diverting away from emergency departments when appropriate. But it's providing an individual right then and there who can do an assessment much earlier in the process. The other thing that we've been able to get funded was a 4-year pilot for $4.5 million, I believe, and that's going into the 911 dispatch center. Mm-hmm. And so we're very excited about that as well, because again, it's another opportunity to divert away from emergency departments and also from the county jail or you know, being arrested when possible and when appropriate. But the other parts of these dollars will hopefully also allow us, we'll be expanding our medical clearance program. As you know, in the diversion center, we expanded that space, 2,000 square feet. And that allowed us to make a 3,000 square foot medical clinic in the front of the new building, which we'll be excited for all of you to come see it as soon as the parking lot's done. But that space is dedicated for Waco Family Medicine, and they'll be partnering. This is our second co-location clinic with Waco Family Medicine, and will allow us to do that medical clearance 24/7. Right now, there are some limits on that, but we're going to be able to expand that. And also, you know, we'll be working on enhancing the staff that work in that facility. The operations will increase because of, if you're not aware, this will be one of the largest crisis diversion facilities in the state. So we're very proud of it, but we should see good return on your investment. We hope that it will help with both the emergency department in reducing individuals going there, which will reduce law enforcement's time in the hospitals, waiting for a medical clearance. And then hopefully will help have a positive impact along with the other programs at the county jail.
You mentioned trip to Denver, and I will say this, that that trip, the trip itself was successful. I've got feedback on that, but also the continued contact because of the relationships y'all built there, and also going back, the Lubbock trip and other trips, I think East Texas and all.
Well,
And,
that trip also gave Chief Victoria Nari had a good relationship
Yeah.
with the Bureau of Justice Affairs, but I've since developed that relationship, and we were recently selected as one of the first 10 behavioral health agencies in the country to be chosen by Bureau of Justice Assistance to feature our efforts in justice-involved programming for mentally ill.
Yeah, and that's, the goal of the behavioral health leadership team back when we first started was we knew we had a long way to go to get any kind of efficiency in delivery of services, all the way from what happens on the street or in the home, all the way to having some kind of resolution. And in the meantime, the inefficiencies, the burden of that was lying on, of course, the jail, McLennan County, but also the hospitals. You mentioned, if we can divert them out of not only the jail, but also out of the emergency rooms by having medical clearance done somewhere else and those kind of things. But I think everybody knows this, but the county's been real involved in this from the fact that Commissioner Jones, myself, Dustin, but also, in addition to that, jail representative, which now David Ives, who can give you more information. He's a data guy, and it really helps us to compile information on setting baselines of where we are to where we want to be. And, Judge Hodges runs our mental health court. It's key that he's on there. Judge Devin Igam has also been helpful in it. D.A. Teetons, who he's trying to drink water out of a fire hose right now, but he really wants to be more involved, but also with the support of Ascension, Providence, and Butler Scott and White has been critical in this as well. Of course, they've got a lot to gain, just like we do at the jail. If we can smooth out and improve our efficiencies in delivery of these services, is going to be important. Fortunately, ARPA did come along at a time that we were able to dedicate some of that funding to the new crisis center. And, some of these things we do when we're hopeful about what the outcome will be, but, first time we've done it. And so we took some risks, but it's easier to take risks with federal money than it is with local taxpayers. And so that's kind of the approach that we've taken. And I like the fact that the 911 is going to have professionals in there when that call's made. That right there, the air traffic controller is on the ground when the first plane calls for distress. And I think that's one efficiency that'll pay dividends more than we know right now. The ride-along, where it's criticized in, sometimes in many communities, I think the way we'll utilize it will be smart and efficient. And because I think our heads of all of our law enforcement in this county are very focused on safety, but also efficiencies for the taxpayers. And so, those things are very encouraging. The fact that the board recognized, or the group recognized that the salary challenges were keeping us from taking real smart ideas and implementing them because we didn't have the people to do it. And of course, the people that were on that committee also, back at their own budgets, were suffering with the same issues.
Right.
you know, where we had people doing pretty rough jobs that, you know, that we weren't competitive in, even though they were skilled trades in certain areas, that doesn't keep them going to Amazon and bringing a lot more money in for the family. And so, anyhow, those just, probably everything you knew, everything I just said, everyone knows that, but still, I thought it'd be good to explain that. Any questions or comments that anyone would have?
So my question is that I'm seeing a $224,000
I'm gonna pull, just the compilation of.
integration roundtable.
This year, next year.
That's what we're pulling.
While you're doing that, Daniel, I'd say, I think, you know, space is always an issue for us here at the county, and you said you turned 2,000 square feet into 3,000 square feet. Maybe we need to get you on board.
So originally,
It did cost us an additional $1.8 million. so-
Take money.
Commissioner Jones, originally you were asking, we had, just the way the contracts are, we had that lump sum that she has highlighted under jail diversion.
Okay.
And so we spread them out so you could see the breakdown.
Okay.
Let me know if y'all are agreeable to these numbers. And so you'll see there's increases in the reintegration roundtable, jail diversion, and then the pretrial. And so then you'll see the differences there. The bottom three, there is no change. The comprehensive array, emergency, and the medical clearance. And then that is a net change of $350,089.
That's the increase.
Yes, sir.
And those are the justice-involved programs where we've struggled to get personnel in to those specific programs. The other programs were, while I took a shot at my former colleagues at the state, I will say that we did receive some additional dollars. We don't know what that will actually result in a net gain for us in this coming contract cycle. But there are some additional staffing dollars coming our way. We'll use those to enhance the other program personnel. So the only increase that we're actually asking for the county are on those specific 3 programs, and the bulk of those costs are salary and benefits.
Want to give a little bit of credit to local foundations. It's kind of back early on, Rappaport really took the lead, helped us get things together and look at other foundations out there for the overall, not necessarily dollars in your pocket, but the overall effort. And Waco Foundation, and not sure about that. I think Clifton and Cooper have also participated and pledged to continue working on those kind of things.
The 3 foundations have been generous with us on a variety of programs. For example, Cooper has funded a vehicle. Capital dollars are difficult for us to obtain. What I like to tell people, we're your favorite non-taxing governmental entity. You know, every tax dollar we receive, our operating dollars are 40% of our budget would be state dollars, and so tax dollars. The other dollars are either grants or revenue that we're earning. And we actually hope to continue to reduce that dependence on those state dollars, although we will, as a community mental health center, we will always receive those. You know, I hope to gain the efficiencies and the additional revenues just through, if I'm paying well and I have good facilities for our personnel to work in, then we should be able to keep staff and continue to help help us earn better revenue and better services for our community, and that gains everybody more efficiencies. And I failed to mention Julie Ivy, who is our contract manager. We created Julie goes through the same contract training, and her personnel go through the same contract training that our state staff all go through. And that helps us ensure, her job is to hound me and Ryan and Ralph to ensure that we're contract compliant, and it does the same thing with your programs and grants and contracts. So we're trying to bring a more efficient organization and be more mindful of the dollars that, the taxpayer dollars that you give us.
Appreciate that.
Oh, when the committee started meeting, it was pretty dark. And it's a lot better now. And these programs pay for themselves. I mean, what David said, if we keep 7 people out of the jail,
Absolutely.
I mean, so, and then if you keep a police officer from, or the hospitals from having to have a security guard at a bed for days. You know, that's just, I mean, they really do pay for themselves. And it was brought to my attention that, you know, we'll only spend about $1 million on this, and there's lots of other things that are a lot less important that we spend $1 million on. So.
Well, and keeping people out of the jail, the most expensive cost to our taxpayers and all of us would be people incarcerated in a state facility or in an emergency department. You know, our whole job is if I can keep beds open at the new diversion center, then we're doing something right from the beginning. But, you know, we're trying to gain those efficiencies and save the county and the city dollars. I like Chief Victorian, but she carries a firearm, and I don't want to be on her bad side. You know, so if I can return her officers back to the street and protecting our community, then by golly, that's what I'm going to do. And if I can keep people out of the county jail, then that's what we're going to do. And if we can help people get services in their own community, as opposed to having to come to Waco, that's what we're going to do.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Just a comment. I know how well we're doing by the telephone calls I get, and I just wanted to commend you all. I think the facility was Ocean, and I think it's Mary Beth in the judge's office in Dustin on the last situation we had. Everything resolved well, and the parents were very pleased with the service they received.
Good.
For their family member here in McLennan County. So I always know we're doing a good job, or I know when we're doing a bad job.
And I am as transparent as I possibly can be. I may not be able to fix all problems, but we sure are going to try.
Thank y'all for what you do.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're in the budgeting process, so these meetings, we listen to everyone make their pitch, and then we go back before, as we get through with all outside entities, and we go back and get a consensus on where we want to go. There's nothing final till the tax rate's adopted, the budget's adopted, and tax rate's adopted. And, but we will keep you in touch. If we have other questions, we'll definitely reach out. All right. Really thank y'all for coming today.
Well, thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for having us here.
Have a good day. Gonna get Andy.
Yes, if we could segue real quick. Yesterday, I know this is changing the subject quickly. Yesterday, we went through special revenue funds, and in Fund 122, let me get it pulled up here before I start.
Welcome back.
Good to see everyone. Morning. Almost everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was,
122?
the name of the fund.
How you doing? Andy?
It's Fund 122. It's the County Records Management and Preservation Fund for the county clerk. And so they had an increase, a request in the line item that's labeled conservation restoration of records. And they were requesting 450,000. And again, this is a revenue fund that is specifically for this purpose. And so this was record restoration projects for next year. And so they would just like to hear a little bit more about that project and the cost involved in
And,
it.
thank y'all for coming.
You bet.
No one had any particular issue, just want to know a little bit more about it when the number pops up that big. It's
Sure.
need to look at it. Thank y'all for coming.
You bet. Well, we're sorry we're not in courtroom attire.
Well,
Short notice, but
okay.
I'll tell you a little bit about it. This is the fund that we collect $10 per filing on our deed record side. We generate around $450,000 in this fund a year. And in 1995, I began digitizing records in our office. And we went from 1995 forward. So about 6 years ago, we decided to go, we had a lot of requests from the public to go back and bring those records into our system so that everyone could access them easier. So we started a project, and over the last 6 years, we've gone from 1995 back to 1968. And if you come into our office, you'll see a lot of the red small binders on our shelves. That's what that project handled. Now, we're going into the next phase where we go into those big, large canvasback books that are photostats. And the project that we're looking at doing, it's going to be a multi-year project again. It's going to be from 1968 to 1944, and it's deed records only, because that's where a lot of the people go out and look at things that they need is in the deed records. And this amount that we've budgeted is not, we've had some proposals sent in, but we've not made any hard plans yet on exactly how much we were going to spend. We talked, I think Steve talked to Francis about how we should budget that for this next year. So that's what this is for.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, we thought it would be good news, and I think this is, if we continue to work to come into the current times on how we can be able to access information, so.
You bet. Did you have anything to add on that, Steve? One thing I wanted to bring up with court is Mr. Gimbel has approached me. We've had some talks about how I might be able to help his office. And with this records management fund, and I've got a call into Mike Dixon. I've also discussed this with Dustin on the records management fund of whether I can help him with doing some of his restoration of old records. And I've not got an answer on that yet.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You bet. Thank y'all.
Have a good day. Appreciate you coming over.
Yes, sir. Good to see y'all.
All right.
And thanks for y'all's work on the budget. I appreciate it.
I think y'all look great. Given what you got to work with.
Andy, there's a common theme here, and I'll tell you what, I'm changing sides today. I'm on your side now.
Thank y'all very much.
And so, I know we're limited on some pockets of time today, but I think Judge Lee is on Zoom, and I don't want to put him on the spot if he's not prepared. But we also, in special revenue funds yesterday, we had the request for the metal detector. So if he is ready, do y'all want to touch on that real quick?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to be in any trouble with it, but,
It is in Fund 130.
okay.
So 130 is the Justice Court Building Security Fund. He looks like he's ready to go. Thank you, Judge Lee. And so the request was for the walk-through metal detector. There was a total quoted cost of $5,293. So Judge, if you want to speak a little about the need for that with the court.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, and good morning, County Judge, Commissioners. I appreciate you all for allowing me to come before you today.
Sir, thanks for doing it.
I put this request in it's for security purposes as pretty much as it states. We justice courts, the way it's set up now, we have one deputy that is assigned to all cases, with the exception of those that may require two or possibly three, depending on the circumstances. We have 3 deputy constables here. So usually it's just one deputy constable that is assigned to the court for bench trials and or civil cases. And the process that we had in place for many, many years is that people will all get checked in. They would be seated outside in the lobby area, and then they would be wandered in inside the courtroom. So whenever you first come in, there's no protections in place. And they go sit in the lobby, and then the bailiff, which is the constable deputy, would wand them in prior to going inside the courtroom. And once they're inside the courtroom, everyone's fine. The judge, the clerk, participants, and those members of the public. Well, due to recent changes that I had to implement, and this is something that I had no control over, we have to keep our doors open at all times. They have to be open to the public. So with that being said, it puts our constable, as well as the litigants, jurors, whomever it is, at risk of anyone coming inside the courtroom at any time without being wanted. And that's a problem. It's a safety issue. And by having this system in place, before anyone walks inside the courtroom, they would have to walk through this metal detector, which would alert all, either the jurors, myself, litigants, court clerk, whoever's inside the courtroom, if someone had something on their possessions that they shouldn't have. And it's a safety concern. I just want to make sure that everyone's safe whenever they come inside the courtroom. There were 2 bills that they didn't pass that were in the House this past session, but I'm quite sure that those bills are going to come back up. If not in a special session, it'll be next time they meet, whereas they were going to actually require it for all courts. But again, those 2 bills didn't pass. But I'm just hoping that you all consider this and just consider the safety of everyone that comes inside the courtroom.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Any questions anyone have of Judge Lee?
Judge, you'll have somebody manning that walk-through metal detector when they come through then? There'll be somebody standing there?
No one has to man it. It actually, as soon as you walk through it, the deputy constable will be on the other side. He or she will be inside of the courtroom, and they will be alerted. Just as, y'all, whenever y'all walk through, well, not y'all, but whenever people come inside the main courthouse, of course, with them, they would have to put, stuff in there to the side, and then they walk through it. But if they had something on them, it would signal an alarm, and then that would, alarm the deputy constable, as well as the constable that is always here as to someone accessing the courtroom.
Judge, this could create some chaos in your courtroom as well. If just someone walks through it, no one's manning, and it could set off a panic. I'm much more, my concern is that there is no one monitoring or standing at it, giving directions and telling people what to do. And I'm just afraid that could set off you get so used to it that you don't respond to it appropriately. So that's my only questions and concerns that I would have.
Well, it would be, when I say it's not manned, no one will actually be standing there. So whenever you, for those who hadn't been to my courtroom, prior to going inside the courtroom, it's like a real small area where you have to walk through. So the deputy will be right there. So the deputy always stays at the front door. So seeing that we have to keep the doors open, it's just like walking inside the main courthouse. A deputy will be there. So it will be manned, but no one's going to be right there at the front of it. They will be there at the exit of it.
So instead of being at the front where they walk into the magnetometer, there's a guy on the other side like it is at juvenile.
Okay, I took it for him to say they might be sitting in their office and they would hear it and come out. That's not
Oh,
good.
no.
It's gotta be.
No.
someone that is there constantly.
And I think
All right, I misunderstood you. It sounded like you were explaining that they would be in there doing their daily duties, and if they heard something.
No, and I apologize, Commissioner Perry. There's always one deputy inside the courtroom for those bench trials. And then the way we have our system set up, we have closed circuit television where even though I have someone inside the courtroom with me, there's always someone in the constable's office that is monitoring traffic as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions or comments?
I know we don't have a security system over at Precinct 2, and I'm trying to visualize exactly what we're talking about, but I have been over to JP5. So you're talking about a system or apparatus similar to what the system is at JP5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I know that the way JP5 is, when you walk in, the constable's window is here, and I don't think the JPs can see him, but the constable's window is here, and it's a open glass window, so they see everyone. And I know he has an open glass window, and a deputy sits there all day. So whoever comes to that front door, that deputy, I don't need to call her a deputy. What is that position? Is this a clerk? Judge Lee?
I believe with JP5, I'm not familiar with theirs.
No, your window.
Well,
The person that
window,
sits in their front window.
So that's the court clerk, but the way ours is set up, it's not going to be at the front entrance. It's going to
Okay.
be the entrance going inside the courtroom. So we don't want to limit those. For those who are just coming in to file papers or to pick up papers for child support or whatever it is, it will not interfere in their day-to-day activities coming in and out. So whenever you first walk into the building, you're walking into the lobby area. And then, yes, the first defense, and I say first defense because we're talking about security, is the court clerk. That is right there. And we do have a bulletproof glass window right there. Whenever you go, you navigate to so that puts you in the lobby area. Once you turn left and you're navigating to the courtroom, the actual courtroom, this is where this device will be.
Okay, and that was my point. Anybody coming in that front door, that clerk is sitting right there behind a open glass. I don't know if she has a panic button or anything, but there's a person that sits there all day, right there in that glass.
We do have panic buttons.
It is a panic button at that
Yes,
counter?
we have, so if someone comes in with a visible gun or a visible weapon, then we have procedures in place to
Okay.
make
Support
sure
area
that
that's-
authorities
Okay.
are notified. If we can see them working with the AK-47 walking inside,
Like
then
walking in
yes,
your building.
Mhm.
yes.
So
And
there's
Judge, I don't-
personnel. Oh, go ahead, Dustin.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to say, if we go too much further into security, we can always jump into executive session
Okay,
if we'd like to.
Oh, thank you.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
It's getting a little.
Thank you.
As long as it's manned, I think that's where we were headed.
Yeah, and I trust that they're gonna put it in the right place and have the right people in place for it.
Yes, our chief deputy, the Sharif Pyburn, she and I, as well as Constable Johnson, we've discussed it, and we feel that there is a need for this, to make sure that everyone's protected.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll
all.
let you
God
know.
bless you. Yes, sir.
So you all help guide me too if there's something we want to go to. I know since Commissioner Perry is here, we could jump into some personnel discussion, get some things started, if that is okay with everyone.
Okay. And when's the city coming in?
At 1:30 today.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, once we hadn't made a decision on that. So there's some highlights, it just looks weird whenever it's up there. Did you see that email earlier about the unemployment claim?
I was listening to KFTX this morning, and Phoenix just had 28 straight days of something. What was it?
It's from.
28 straight days of something. Phoenix.
The beautiful views.
I just wanted to.
110 plus
I know
days.
y'all always do.
Oh, I was gonna say, I know it wasn't.
Dry heat.
Just put them aside. It's from
I've been there when it was over 100 and it's hot.
They always talk about that and say, well, it's not really that hot because it's so dry. Say,
250.
put your oven on 300 and stick your head in there. That's
Yeah.
dry heat. Tell me it's not hot.
We just had our third anniversary or fourth anniversary of our hottest day.
I didn't know if you were on your.
It was last week, 114.
Yeah.
You
I
remember
usually
two,
assume we
three
do
summers ago, maybe?
since we were here today.
Yep.
If we don't have enough information.
Okay.
110 for,
Uh-huh.
Hey.
or above for 28 straight days.
You know, these pastors are looking
know
at
it's
this
like all
weather,
the
because if
TCDRs
that don't make you
emails, it's
repent, nothing will.
They do not have any information yet, and when I first
So
started
those
getting
air
them, we had
conditioner
to start
guys,
out-
they
I
got,
was
they want
asking
to get
Jessica
every one
about it,
of
she was
those dollar
like,
signs in their eyes.
they don't have information about it yet either, like, we'll get it done, but I know it's like just a auto reminder that gets sent out.
And ignore those we shouldn't, because sometimes it
Uh-huh.
might be needed.
Okay, let's call.
Recording
court
in
back
progress.
session. All right, Alan.
Good morning.
So we'll move over to some personnel topics, and I'll turn it over to Anna. We'll share our sheet and let her get started, but I do just many things we need to kind of come back and get some answers from you all on. So we're back to our sheet that contains all the requested information, and so some new things have been added, and we'll have Anna cover those.
Yes, I think, like Francis says, there's kind of a list of items that are still pending. But I think starting here with the personnel summary might be good. There were some pending items that we were waiting on information from the requesting department. So the first one. Thank you, thank you, Tim. The first item that the court had questions on and we needed more information on was related to the sheriff's office. And that is their request for a deputy position. And that's that item there. So I did get more details from the department on the work volume that the Special Operations Division is managing. And a lot of it is supporting other agencies, and then they went into more detail on the piloting needs as well, which isn't just flight, it's also maintenance and flight testing. Following maintenance, they actually need a pilot to be there, and that takes about 60 hours of their time throughout a particular, I think it's every year that they need to account for that. So given that, HR can change their recommendation there to a yes, because they provided the full picture supplementing the information that HR had, which is just that DPS Crime in Texas report.
Any questions on that?
But it still fits within the classification that it has. You didn't have to reclassify it.
Right.
Okay.
That's the classification that we have a couple of the current pilots under, and then Captain Nixon himself, but he's a captain obviously for other reasons outside of piloting. So yes, that fits. And then the base pay for deputy within the step pay would be our recommendation for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions on that? Is there any issues that anyone has, or any more information or anything like that? If not, if we can, I guess the indication we don't have a problem so far with it. Everything gets finalized at the end, as we know. Okay.
Okay. So following that item, I know on the agenda, we also have a mid-year request or an FY23 request for an additional full-time deputy position for Constable 4. I did get, that request does include reducing the part-time fund or removing the part-time fund. I did get confirmation from Constable Guerrero he was not going to be available today, and so hopefully we can touch on that request tomorrow.
Well, and I can pretty much explain what he's trying to do, because we've had a meeting. The whole idea is he's got a clerk, that's a part-time clerk, who is also certified as a law enforcement officer.
Right.
And I think we discussed this briefly, and Anna, you might not have been in here, but when they're doing evictions, Constable Guerrera and his deputy have to be there. And Judge Richardson, you guys know him, if you walk in and you got a need, you're gonna go into court, and you're gonna do it. And so they're calling someone saying, hey, we have a truant hearing and we don't have a bailiff. And it's causing issues. So this person will be still doing the duties as a part-time clerk, but also when someone walks in and they have to have a hearing, she can just go into the courtroom and be the bailiff in that instance. So I thought it made a lot of sense just to combine the two spots, and they'll serve two purposes now. You have the part-time clerk and the bailiff sitting there ready to go into the courtroom at any time.
So you want to turn this part-time into a full-time?
Yes.
So that gives
Okay.
Judge Richardson then the person he needs when he's ready to go.
Right,
And he's always ready to go.
right.
He is.
You know him, yes. And you do evidently. So anyway, I don't want, if we can get a consensus on this, I hate to bring Constable Guerrero in for something that if, once explained, if we have a consensus for it,
That's true.
So you weren't aware of that information, correct?
I was, which is why I pulled eviction figures from EDOC. Well, I say I had IT help me pull those figures from EDOC to get a comparison to see what that volume looks like for these evictions, because I would understand why you would need two deputies for that, for safety purposes. So according to EDOC, so far this year, there's been 6 evictions. And I spoke with Constable Guerrero to just confirm, is this accurate information? He was gonna get that from JP 4, and I went ahead and just reached out to their chief. She provided that that was 16 evictions that they've done this year, but that's 16 issued by the judge. So that wouldn't account for evictions later withdrawn by the landlord who no longer wants, either the tenant paid or they left, or whatever the case may be. So it's 16 eviction or writ of possessions issued, but that is not executed, and I don't have that number.
right. And I think even more so is just the fact that they're out there doing their job separately as well. Judge Richardson still, somebody walks in, he's gonna take it. He's not gonna tell them, hey, you got it. He'll hear it right away. And so it's just a matter, and it's the fastest growing, part of the fastest growing area in the county. So I just think it made sense at this time to do it, and that's the most efficient way that I saw to do that.
I didn't get a chance to talk to Constable Guerrero. I talked to another constable who's been kind of going over there when they're called to do things. And what he mentioned is what you're saying. And he did talk about how now they're having to do evictions, how it takes sometimes 2 of them to be on site, how the evictions are longer, how they're a little bit more dangerous. So after I talked to him, I was good with it.
Does anyone want Constable Guerrero to come in, or we're
I don't
comfortable?
I'm all right with it. I see the need with Judge Richardson. I know how he's wired and how he disposes of things, gets things done, and I don't want to slow him down.
It's a good comment.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
The next,
So I would ask a question. It is on the agenda. We are in open session. You need a motion?
No, it is.
oh,
on the
because it
agenda.
is for the current fiscal year, that he's wanting it. Thank you
you.
for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you for catching it.
There goes Dustin. He was getting ready to tell us.
He was,
Okay.
All right, it is item E1, and that would be, like was said, for this fiscal year.
I'd make the motion then to approve E1.
Second.
all right, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
So the next item I'm waiting on, so just to give kind of an overview of what we still have pending. We still need to discuss the health plan. I'm waiting on confirmation. Randy was commuting today, and so he just needed some notice to get to a quiet place to log on with us. So that is something I'm hoping that we can discuss further today. I'm also wanting to discuss the elected official pay request that we have on the position summary, and just overall, the elected official budgeted salaries that are below 0.80. So that would include constable salaries and JP salaries. And then also, we'd like a confirmation of the court's wishes on classification for department heads and our county administrator. So which one of those would the court like to discuss first?
Bring them on.
The first you mentioned, any of those below the comp ratio that we've set out as standard, minimum standard, 8.
Okay.
Okay.
And so that, Andy, I actually have a sheet for.
You actually have what? I missed what you said.
I'm going to share my screen.
Oh, okay.
So everybody can see numbers, and then if the court's wanting to see different figures, we can plug them in, and you
Okay.
can see what that looks like.
Okay. You tell me I need to do it.
So here on my screen, for these rows here that you see highlighted in blue, these are the positions that I want to highlight as either needing adjustment because they're under the 0.8 ratio, or because the salary was set for the previous official in the position and now there's a new official. So here it's mostly our JP offices. It's JP 4, 2, and 5, and then our constable elected officials 3, 4, and 2. So all of the constables except Constable Precinct 1 are on this list. We have 2 requests submitted by 2 of these officials. So one is Justice of the Peace 2. Judge Lee did submit a request for a salary adjustment for his budgeted salary, and then we have Precinct 3 that also submitted a request for their salary. And so
The request takes them to the 0.80. Correct?
no, actually, it did not. And so what I've done, I just plugged in my recommended budget
Okay,
rather than theirs to get to the 0.8. And so they've all been placed at a 0.8. And so I wanted to show you what those salaries look like. They were all placed at a 0.8 with the exception of Constable Precinct 2. So Constable Precinct 2 supervises multiple deputies. And so there's a differentiation between their salary and the other 3 constables on the list. And so I've just maintained that percentage difference in salary, and so that's why that is at a 0.8. I think those salaries are pretty straightforward in the recommendations for them. So if the court,
Okay, what did Constable Precinct 3, what did he request?
do you have that, Haley? I think it was 65.
Oh, okay,
Pretty sure it was
it was
less.
under
But it
what
wouldn't
you're
have got
raising
him
him
to
to.
the 0.8.
Okay,
It would not have gotten him to the 0.8. It would have got him to a 0.75.
I think that's been
okay, thanks.
our aim is to try to get everybody at a 0.8.
Yes.
at minimum, yeah.
All right, so let's look at them again here. So your recommended is the blue, and the resulting comp is 8080808484880.
Yes, sir.
Did I do
You
that
said
fast enough?
What you said,
That's pretty
4.8? You
fast.
say 4.8?
I did
I
that
have them
very
all
fast.
You did it good, you did it good.
I'm sorry.
83, right?
Huh?
Ma'am?
65,784.
Okay.
65,784.
Okay, his request was 65,784. Thank you, Francis.
I'm just speaking for myself. I don't have a problem with getting people at the .8.
I don't either. I think that's,
And there's some justification there for Judge Richardson because he's taking on extra.
I'll discuss, there's an additional factor for the justice of the peace that I want to go into detail for, but I think the constables were pretty straightforward, so I wanted to address those first as a
Okay, so
group.
we're just talking about constables now then.
but I think, I guess, Commissioner, like you were saying, we've kind of been working towards, or have been working toward to have a .8 is a minimum on all of our positions, full-time positions.
I think that keeps us competitive and later on down the line, we don't have to make huge adjustments to try to keep people.
Well, we know where we were back a few years ago, even before you came, Commissioner, that we were all over the place. And, it was like we ignored the baseline that was set by the Waters study. And so we've been working for several years to try to get those right. And of course, the target keeps moving, so we have to, every year, we're gonna be looking at things like this to be fair, at least, have a minimum and a range.
Smaller numbers at least, if you stay
Yeah.
on top of it.
Yeah, stay on top of it, that's right. Okay?
I think that's spot on. It is a moving target, but we try to keep up that gap we have to make up for, I think is not so shocking every year.
Yeah. Okay?
So again, the JP item is going to have an additional element to it because they have, we have one performing an additional function in support of magistration duties, but we have a proposal outline for how to address that function that they're performing. Before I get into that, though, I did get confirmation that Randy is on, so would the court like to kind of switch gears and discuss the health plan?
Okay,
I know.
we're flexible.
Speak for yourself.
That's a good time. We've got all the commissioners in the court right now, so
That's,
it's a big issue. I mean, it's a big thing to consider, so.
So. And Randy, can you hear us? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, while he's trying to get logged on, I have a copy here of the most recent proposals, which is that. Commissioner, just in case you
So I am present.
All right.
Same thing?
It's the same thing, yes, in case you wanted to see the premium details. I do have.
Morning, Randy, how you doing?
Doing good. Just
Good.
traveling today.
It's hard to see on the screen.
It's not hot over there in El Paso, is it?
This is what I just.
Only about 108. Later today.
Stop share.
Okay, I know that we had, after the last discussion, we had come back with a couple more options, I guess, to look at, and so looks like you've got all those, so I don't know if you want to lead the discussion.
Yes, sir. So our last discussion, Randy had provided a revised target balance fund, and then subsequently provided an alternative proposal for how to address that, that new amount that we needed to account for. And so there was just one kind of plan design change that was the focus of that discussion, which included an increase to the county contribution by 10%, and then an increase to each of the employee plans and the employee contribution, with the high deductible plan increasing by 10% and the base plan increasing by 15% in an effort to try to increase participation in our high deductible plan. And then the plan also included a $2,000 contribution to the HSA versus our current contribution of $600 for the year. And so there were multiple options requested by the court, and so those 4 options are what I have before you there on paper. And Randy, I printed those options out for the court, so they do have those there. Do you want to review those options with them, Randy?
I can if you want.
Yes, I want.
Okay. Excuse me. Start off with the first page, and they kind of follow the same template as before. On the top part of the page, in the upper left corner, it shows the different variables that were changing. And so this illustration included a 10% increase to the county's contribution, raising payroll deductions on the consumer-driven health plan by 2.5%, and then the base plan by 5%, as well as increasing the health savings account contributions to $2,000, while at the same time lowering the consumer-driven health plan deductible from $3,500 to $3,200 per year. And at the bottom of the page, well, on the right-hand side, it shows you the change in the payroll deductions for each class of active employees as well as retirees. And the active employees are shown on their biweekly payroll deduction schedule. And the retirees pay monthly premiums, and so their fees are illustrated in monthly costs. So you can see the impact's not too bad on the employees. And this would put us within $121,000 of our target fund balance for next year. And then the same process is followed. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, I read you page 4. I'll go back to page 1. Page 1, they're all in the same format. No, I read page 1 correctly. That was page 1. So page 2 is 10% increase to the county, 5% to consumer-driven health plan deductions, 10% to the base plan for HSA contribution, and still lowering. All of these include the feature to lower the consumer-driven health plan deductible to $3,200, and this one puts us within $56,000.
That's 659.
And Randy, I'm about to pull up kind of a summary table that outlines all of those percentages, along with the
about 100
subsequent fund balance.
Right. So page 3 shows we actually exceed our fund balance target by $133,000, which would be fantastic. And then page 4 puts us $195,000, just slightly over the target fund balance.
Pardon? No.
I think, Anna, one of the things you asked us to do when you sent this out was to rank the 4, to try to get some kind of talking points to
Yes,
start.
thank you. Yes, if the court wants to just share kind of their ranking as of now for the 4 options, the 4 updated options. 1 to 4, with 1 being their favorite, just to see kind of as a baseline where to go from there.
Oh, I've got my rankings.
Yes, sir.
Pitch it out.
Pitch it out. My first choice would be page 3, which is 10, 2.5, 5, 1,200, and 0, which would put us at 133,715 over our target. 2 was page 1, which left us under, or deviation, be short 121,485. 3 was page 4, which put us almost 200,000 over target. And fourth choice was page 2, which put us under, short about 56,000.
Okay.
And the reason I chose one of the reasons that I like the idea of the HSA going to 1,200 instead of 2,000 is because we're already upping the county contribution considerably, going to that 10% increase. And so, I guess with it being 1,200 instead of 2,000, that just simply saves the county a little bit of money.
Okay.
I'm trying to see where that shows up, the difference.
They're all 10% increases to the county.
Yeah, everything to the county is a 10%, but the HSA and annual contribution is the difference between the 2 and the 2,000 and 1,200.
You're favoring the 1,200
I
HSA
favored the
contribution
1,200
versus 2,000.
Yes, under page 3.
Commissioner Miller, did you want to share your rankings?
I do, since you're making me. And I think we're getting closer and closer to an end of this discussion, so that should make you happy.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that you all shared the savings the county received from the vacant slots, and I know I can't anticipate the vacant slots and how much that savings will be next year, but based on that, I'm very close to Commissioner Smith. I just kind of inverted them. My first choice is page 1, because I do like the, I think the 2,000 incentive that Commissioner Perry talked about at our last meeting to kind of get people to be more incentivized to go to HSA, I think that does that. But I do understand what Commissioner Smith is saying, how do you pay for that? And I'm thinking in the savings that you said, we sometimes notice at the end of the year, because we base our contribution on all slots.
Yes, it doesn't matter if they're vacant, don't take
Right,
the
right.
insurance or
So the
anything.
vacant slots sometimes give us a realized additional money at the end. So that's why I kind of went with, that makes sense?
It does.
Okay. That's why I went with number 1 first. Then my second one is 3. And then my, I guess my third one would be 2. And then my last one would be 4. So I go 1, 3, 2, 4. That makes sense.
That does make sense. I have that down, Commissioner.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, you have a preference on these?
My preference is whichever one is going to sweeten the pot more for people to switch to the the consumer-driven health plan. So You know, I guess, and then my next criteria would be, you know, what gets us closest to the fund balance. But to make all the fund balance back in one budget year doesn't, to me, doesn't make, I mean, we make a lot of, doesn't seem fair to the employee or to the taxpayer, either one, so.
So what's your number one choice and your number two?
Probably the number one choice then would be the first page. And number two would be 2. Just in order then.
So I like the thought of encouraging people to move over. But I also don't mind the thought of getting 133,000 back in the deviation being 133. So 1 or 3, I'm good either way there, and I'm not even gonna rank the other two because
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, 2 and 4.
To me, it's 1 or 3.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm gonna put 1.5 for both of them.
1.5, that's a good way to do it.
Mr. Smith, what
And
was
I'd
your
like the ability to change
ranking
my mind
in the
later.
first two?
Just a second, 1.5. My first one was, page 3. And my second one was page 1. So not a lot of difference. My difference was just the, annual contribution. I supported the 1,200 more than the 2,000. But I know where y'all are saying, try to, incentivize people moving to the consumer-driven. The 2,000 would do that more than the
So,
1,200, everything else being equal, so I can live with either one.
okay,
What about,
1 and 3.
Judge, your thoughts, and then I'd like to see if Randy says, now that you got it narrowed to 2, maybe he's got some things he'd like to point out.
Well, go ahead, Randy, if you have anything you want to point out, and you kind of heard that it looks like number 1 is the most common one that was mentioned, and the majority in the 1 spot. And then number 3 was the other, and followed by number 2.
Must be really hot out there.
Melted his mic.
Oh, melted.
Randy, can you hear us?
See, Randy, can you hear us? We're not hearing you. That's the same thing that happened the other day.
I think it is the lunch hour out in El Paso, isn't
Other way,
Yeah.
still breakfast out there.
it? Or still, excuse me, yes. That's what,
Yeah, lunch.
hey, I don't know where I've
is
been the last 2 weeks.
Is he on?
He
2:30
is.
to 5.
He's on.
I have,
we
can I
can't hear
can I make a comment? I don't know if he
Yeah.
can hear, but just
Go
until
ahead.
he gets back. So on these sheets, if you look at the far left, what size of that is this? The far left at the bottom, it shows the entire plan, the county portion is 6.59 million, but we put in over 7.5 million. So those were the numbers we were looking at that
Okay.
last time. And so 10% on top of what we pay now would be closer to 750,000. So 757,000. I know he has the increase at 659,000 at the bottom of the recommended. But that recommended number of 7.2 million is less than what we budget now. So,
So what would that number
I
then
just
be?
need him to, so if we just did a 10% on what we're pushing over there right now, it'd be 757,000.
757.
So I'm And of course, I don't know if he's having technical difficulties and he can help respond to that on his side of things, but
Okay.
And that's simply because we budget every position.
yes.
So if we eliminate positions, we eliminate some of that budgeted money then. 'Cause
Yes,
we've
but I mean-
we've talked about eliminating,
But I mean, in the end, it's your fund, so you're supporting it.
money's there at
so-
the end.
Yeah. I just want to clarify his sheets to make sure we're not missing something there.
Okay, that 757 replaces the 659,076.
If we just did 10% on top of what we have at the moment, if we
Okay.
take 1,121 full-time employees,
Okay.
But
times that 10%.
isn't that creating a budget, kind of like where we were with the sheriff's office at one time with all those jail positions that we were
It's-
accounting for in the budget, but we weren't spending the money?
Well, it's our money and we're putting it in the health fund. And so for many years, we've done that, but that extra amount is what's
Carries over.
carrying over, but helping fund that
Stabilize
plan.
that account.
So really, to me, when you look at it like as a lump sum, like what are we pushing each year? We do divide it among employees, of course, to get a per employee cost.
Right.
But it's kind of all relative when you start thinking about,
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, it's like
Stabilize, more stabilizes that fund.
like the
Stabilize
economic
that fund
development.
more.
It's like the economic development
But
money.
you're gonna save more money if more people go to the
Yeah.
consumer-driven
Mm-hmm.
app.
I-
And so
Really?
that, to me, that's the number one.
Commissioner, I agree.
That's the, I think that
So
should
does
be the
one,
number one
does
issue.
one drive that?
Well, I mean, really the only, so you got your cost and you got your annual contribution, HSA contribution. So those are the big, that's the big, that's the only way we can
So which
sweeten the pot.
plan does that?
Well, number one, the first one.
Yeah.
And
The third?
the second.
Oh, the second one?
Second one. The third and the fourth keep the annual contribution the same. So,
One something,
Yeah, it's kind of like, all right, so do we want to
So your
focus
cost
on
to-
deviation, or do we want to focus on getting people over? Is the.
Yeah.
to me.
yeah.
I think
The perfect balance.
cost plan low, keeping the plan
Number
cost.
one,
I think it's the perfect balance.
and we said we didn't have to get back to where we wanted it all in one year.
Right.
But, I mean, that's getting us a lot closer, number one even, I mean, that puts us 121,000 away, but that's still a lot closer.
And then depending on how many people move over, changes the whole.
Yeah,
scenario.
next year we ought to see the result.
Right.
But I
You're
guess
gonna
my
have a
question,
better, if you have 5% of the people move over, you should have a better plan year.
I agree.
if we're shooting for a better plan,
Budget impacts.
remind me again, and Randy, man, the rationale between offering two different plans. Why not just offer that one plan to start with?
I think that's something that could be done, but I'd like to see if we can do it
Yeah, transition.
Voluntarily.
through,
Incrementally.
right, and
Yeah.
by incentivizing people to
Yeah.
go, we're not just saying
I
this
wasn't here
year.
when that was created, so I don't know
Yeah.
what the rationale was behind having two to begin with.
Oh, we used to have more
Well,
than that.
so, it was to more mimic the fully insured plan that we had with, and, we had two providers and all kinds of stuff.
4 plans, 5 at one.
Man, there were,
Beginning.
there were 4 plans and, there was,
Because I think Randy mentioned that there are some people that he works with that only offer the one plan. I think he said that before.
I think he has
Yeah.
mentioned that.
I think we're gonna get there. I think it's gonna take education. If we're looking at the deductible decreasing to 3,200, our contribution being 2,000, you're really looking at a liability of 1,200. But on the whole, and just estimating, people don't have a $3,200 every year health expense. Even if we're looking at single parents, I think 2,000 is pretty much gonna cover, like taking a child to get a physical or getting, because preventive exams are free. So I think the 2,000 kind of covers what would be out of pocket. I think that $1,200 liability, if they had to, I think it's something they could do, but I don't really see the majority of employees getting to that. And then if they get to 3,200, then the plan takes over all the way. So I think over time, people will see that maybe this is a better plan and they will come over to the health savings. But I think it's just going to take a paradigm shift in education.
It is education that it'll take, but I think word of mouth will also help our employees talk to each other. And I think if we get that at least first group of folks willing to come over and share their experience who have been on the base plan and the difference, I think hopefully that will help as well in the long run.
We never did hear from Randy.
They're saying he's on and he's responding, I think, through text messages, but not,
Righty then.
he's probably having technical difficulties.
Pardon me?
Well, I mean, it seems to be consensus where we are, so what?
Yeah,
I'm back if you can hear me.
welcome back.
Yes. And I learned that by being quiet, you guys are perfectly capable of having a very intelligent discussion.
You've got way too much faith in us. Yeah, it's a consensus, Randy, right now, and that we go with that number one plan. And then the other option was number three, but number one's kind of where everybody's hitting. So any comments you might have on that, or gonna talk
No,
about
I think either one or three are good choices to help us accomplish what our long-term goals are. One, obviously, will have a bigger impact in encouraging people to adopt the consumer-driven health plan. And the rationale behind offering two plans originally was just primarily to give employees choice and recognizing that not everybody is prepared to take that paradigm shift and go with a consumer-driven health plan with no co-pays. It seems a little bit scary, but and only about 3 to 4% of your population will reach their out-of-pocket maximum. And a lot of people think they will, but it's usually not that high of a prevalence.
Okay, any questions anyone would have for Randy while he's on? All right.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome. Yes. Congratulations. Looks like I'm going to be out of a job and you guys are going to take care.
Just to confirm the option, that was the 10% increase to county contribution, 2.5% increase to the high deductible plan, 5% increase for the base plan, and an increase from $600 to $2,000 in HSA contribution from the county.
Your thoughts?
I think that, like Randy said, I think either of the options would do well, but I think this measured approach with the employee premiums, I think will have a smoother landing and will be easier to market to employees, especially in conjunction with, whatever cost of living adjustment the court decides on. I think that's a good option. So if we're good with that, we can move on to the next item. And thank you for just switching gears with me. If the court wants, we can move back to our previous discussion, which is our elected officials' salary. I think we had come to kind of understanding on the constable pay. I'm going to share my screen so we can pull those salaries back up.
Have we talked about those before? I was just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What was that again? Let's see. So here again, I went through explaining the constable elected official change, and the court seemed to have agreement that, you know, getting these positions to a .80 was a good target and consistent with the rest of our compensation practices. For other non-elected positions, the following group I wanted to discuss was the JP, our Justice of the Peace positions. Again, we do have Justice of the Peace Precinct 2 that did submit a request. I believe it was for $75,098 is the request that we have on file. In looking at Precinct 4, Precinct 2, and Precinct 5, who have similar volume of cases, civil and criminal, I've grouped these together. And so if we apply the same practice at a .80, that does result in an increase to 2 of them and actually a decrease to 1 of them. So I'll explain kind of those circumstances and other factors at play here for the Justice of the Peace positions. So the first is Justice of the Peace Precinct 5. We have a new elected official in that role. Previously, the court had adjusted that budgeted salary to account for the previous official's qualifications and work activity, which included he was an attorney and was assisting the county with blood warrants. And so given that those additional functions, he also did magistrate functions as well. Given those, he was placed at $75,098. Our new elected official in that position that took office this year would not be able to do blood warrants and support the courts in that way because she's not a licensed attorney. I believe there's inclination to eventually do or support magistrate functions, but that's not occurring at this time. They're new to the role and they're still learning, and you know, we're certain that at some point that'll be a full-fledged function that they take on. So given that, changing that budgeted position to a base of .80, similar to what we've done in the constable, or what, you know, we seem to want to do with the constables, .80, that salary would change from $75,098 to $71,338. Now, with the other 2 precincts in this grouping, again, just based off case volume, we have those budgeted currently at $68,268. So another factor, or again, a factor here would be the additional functions taken on by the group. And so one of these officials is fully supporting magistrate functions. So given that function, similar to what was done for Precinct 5 with the previous official, there would also be justification to bring that position up to that $75,098 position. And part of the plan here that we hope to monitor is continued magistration function for the roles to maintain that budgeted salary of $75,098, but also giving the other judges the opportunity to also participate and support that magistrate function. And if they do so or show a commitment to do so for a year, they would also be considered for that higher salary amount. This information or this kind of structure proposal hasn't been presented just yet to the Justice of the Peaces as far as, you know, the option to take on magistrate function. We wanted to first share that with the Commissioners Court to see if they felt that applying that practice and continued monitoring of the magistrate function, if that was something the court deemed fair, appropriate, and before presenting
I would
that.
think we might want to talk with those that are currently doing it and see if they see the need to add additional people to do it. I mean, are they, I don't know. Or with our current,
The 3 judges that we hired.
we have those 3 part-time, and then we have 2 that are doing it. Is that sufficient in their mind to handle our needs now. It would be real easy to look at increasing a salary by saying, hey, I'll be willing to do it, and jumping in a rotation that never happens, maybe. I mean, that's my opinion, so.
In other words, not having an opportunity because there's no need in the rotation.
There's no need to add anybody to a rotation.
I guess the other thing to look at is, we had to bring in 3 part-time for weekends, and so that cost us additional money. And so if the JPs expand their duties into that position, those are dollars that we could possibly consider saving.
Saving back.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the difference would be between the increase in the salary versus the part-time. How much savings there would be. I don't know the answer to that. I know that system that we have in place right now seems to be working quite well, from what I have heard.
With the part-time judges?
With the part-time, they're very dedicated, they're there, they're doing the job. So, I don't know.
That would be interesting to find out. I know, I think the December after the November I got elected is when some of our JPs, it was just a lot to take on. And so they opted out. And I know Judge Richardson, along with Judge Villarreal, said they would continue to do it. And they got us helping Judge Bain. Okay. They got us to hear. I'm not sure how much Judge Richardson is called out, but I know whenever he's called out, he goes. My question would be, how do we not get to this place again? What if another JP comes into precinct 4 and goes, nah, I'm not gonna do administration, but we've got it embedded in that base salary.
That's the danger of having elected officials in important spots.
And that's why I mentioned monitoring as part of kind of this practice or proposal, is it would take ongoing monitoring every year to kind of look back and see what the magistrate volume was for each of the individuals who did take on the duty.
You haven't assigned a percentage of that salary to the fact they do magistrate duties, right? So that if somebody else came in and said, I don't want to do that, we know that that salary then would be 95% of what the current 100% is, or 90% of it. I mean, we don't have it broken out percentage-wise.
No, it's not percentage-wise. It really, again, it's based on, that was the current budget for the individual at precinct 5 who was performing those functions. And so bringing an individual who's
Like Commissioner
currently.
Miller said, somebody else comes in
Yep.
to one of these positions that is currently doing magistrate duties for us and says they're not going to do it,
We're back here.
where does that put you?
So similar to our conversation now, where we're looking at precinct 5 and proposing a reduction in budget.
So I just like to bring something up, is that precinct 5 previously, Judge Villarreal was a licensed attorney.
Correct.
Yeah.
And was able to do,
Blood
and
warrants.
did the blood warrants. So to me,
Among
that's
other- Among a lot of other things.
yeah, that's a,
There are
that's a
quite-
factor that needs to, I think needs to, in my opinion, needs to be.
So I want to just point out a kind of an additional information as far as monitoring, because I say that and that sounds kind of simple, but there are quite a bit of additional functions that some JPs do and some don't do as much. So the monitoring wouldn't just be for magistration. There'd be multiple layers of, okay, well, but this one did this function more so.
Yeah.
And one of those examples would be truancy or truant case conduct or truant conduct cases.
Taking on a larger amount of the death calls and
Right. a higher volume of the,
Right.
I think they're called inquests or.
Inquest,
step
yeah.
calls. Mhm.
I don't want to get too far into the weeds, because they have a list like commissioners.
It's
of-
easy to
of-
do.
Of job functions
Yes.
that they're supposed to do, just based on the position. But it does bring up an interesting point with Christy DeCluitz, her exiting out as JP. I don't know if she's 1, 2, but I remember the level or the number of blood warrants increased on Judge Villarreal when she left, because the person who came in her position was not an attorney, and they couldn't do the blood warrants. And that's when we had that conversation with Judge Villarreal. Can you take on, I guess, all of that responsibility? So I guess we're here at a point trying to solve an ongoing problem or ongoing concern. And so we have to see, how do we do it the cleanest? Because if we start breaking down who does truancy and who does evictions and
Yes.
who has death calls, and I don't think that's what the statute meant when it said to gallery. I don't think the statute meant to do that. I do know there was an amount assessed to blood warrants, but I also know that we said we would look at magistration going into the next fiscal year for those JPs who would continue to take on that function.
Right.
Well, I think, so the consequences of whether they do or they don't lands on this court here, because it's got to be done. And so, a positive reinforcement would be to have criteria that if they hit it, we're not forcing, they're elected officials, they can almost do what they want to do, short of impeachable offenses, but, and I know they all work hard, so setting up a criteria would protect this court on trying to have solutions of a consequence of someone coming into office and choosing not to do anything. That's got to be made up by the other people with, similar duties that have to pick those up, or on the court to hire someone to make up for that, like we're doing in magistration. And which is, I think, working well. I mean, if we choose not to do anything, then we can still, we've got it in the budget and all those things. We'll point out that this is to give them 1 year to go in and participate where they want to, and then we determine back on compensation what that meant. So, but we have to set a salary going into budget for elected officials. It can't be, so it'd have to be next year when we graded them on the past year. So,
So the administration would be the difference in the 71,384 and the 75,098. So say, for instance, because, people can play if they have rules. So if, for instance, Judge Miramontes does the magistration for a year, so then when we get to this point next year, then she gets that salary with the COLA?
Yes.
Just hypothetically?
Hypothetically,
Okay.
in theory, that's how we would move forward. That would, when HR presents recommendations, we'd go back and view magistration activity for the JPs, and then we'd present that. It looks like they've met that year threshold set, and so we'd recommend them to be placed at that higher salary.
Okay.
so maybe a thing to do is to go back. I think we've established that there's a consensus that the .80 piece of it is that we're going to get everybody to that spot.
Okay.
And so pitching this back to those that are affected, and, open it up for feedback. I mean, we may learn something or get, I don't know, Commissioner Smith, did you have a thought?
Well, I did, but it probably went down.
I'm sorry.
If we're gonna base a next year's salary on what somebody does currently, but because we're full up on people that we currently have doing magistration, then there really wouldn't be an opportunity for anyone else to jump on board to do it
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah.
does that make sense?
Yeah, because they want to do it, but there's it's not a need,
chance to do
not
it.
a need to
And
do it.
just doing it one time isn't gonna cut it, so. And it's good that we've got it covered. That's good.
Well, but we had to expand the budget to do it. Yeah.
Right. And it's working well and.
Seems to be,
and
yeah.
There's somebody there on the weekends like they're supposed to be but that doesn't leave a lot of opportunity for someone else who wants to do it.
Well, but there was an opportunity for everyone to do it.
And no one jumped on it.
Right, and that's why I think that the consideration for Judge Richardson's being given is because he never opted out.
That's
I
right.
agree.
Still chooses not to, so.
The only difference I would see if somebody new came on board and said, yes, I would like to.
Well,
They're elected new.
So-
And not have that opportunity.
in the past, they've, Dustin reminded me of this, that there's been a rotation. So everybody, they know they're not gonna be this weekend, they are not on duty. And, all that, so everybody would get in a rotation and choose to participate or not in the
That might
different
work,
duties.
Is
And,
that something this year you can maybe look at, just your thoughts on it, take the whole year? No rush, but tomorrow maybe? No, just kidding.
I mean, I don't think anybody would oppose, obviously not, for these elected officials that's under this consideration, plan that's under consideration, to weigh in on it. I'd love to have their, opinion on it.
I'd welcome that, especially welcome Judge Bain giving us the impact of the 3 part-time. When I came to the county, all the JPs, and I think at that time we had 8, were in the rotation to do magistration, and that's how they did it. So I would think that based on how historically we like to cover magistration, if we put a system in place and it encourages the JPs to participate, that we just don't need as many additional part-time people doing it, that we could keep those full-time people and put them in rotation. Because I don't think we're saying we don't need them, because we don't know. We have to have that conversation. But I do know Judge Miramontes wants to do magistration. One of the things she said when she took oath, because I was with her on January 1st, she said, I want to do it, I just have to learn it.
Right.
And so I think what she's doing right now is just learning the process so she can do it.
So she can do it. And I can get that feedback from Judge Bain as far as the volume and how many support positions are needed for that, and get the JP's input on how they feel about rotating, if that is.
And when you talk to them, ask them if they could have maybe one person represent them, but it doesn't matter if they all want to come, but just so we can get on with the decision.
Sure. Spokesperson.
Okay.
But I agree, I like what you have presented.
Okay. Thank you. I had some help. I think following that, get back to my list. So the remaining items that I have are related to confirming the pay grade, approving the pay grade classifications for department heads, and then discussing any subsequent budget changes the court wanted for the department heads and the county administrator.
So let's do the pay grade, and then I'd like, on the specific salary impact and all, I'd like to put that to a separate discussion where we got time to do it. If it's appropriate, go into executive session on an individual, but let's talk about the pay grades.
Okay. So I have my screen here displaying the new assessed pay grades for the 4 positions. So my own position, the HR director, our director, for these pay grades are appropriate for their functions.
Okay, everybody good with that? Seems appropriate. All right,
So you're recommending a 34 for the county administrator?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you have a pay grade lower than a position that you give supervisory oversight to?
So our assessment does account for degrees of supervisory oversight. So that's a good question. That is a factor. And so, of course, that position has input, influence in employment decisions for the group of director heads, but ultimately, final decisions are made by the commissioner's court. And so that's kind of the layered factors there when it comes to supervisory authority. And so that would be some of the difference. And reasoning behind some of the directors having a higher pay grade would also be related to supervisory authority and the layer of supervisory authority that they have over professional positions or exempt positions, where they would have direct employment action authority over an assistant county engineer or a systems or infrastructure manager position. Or, so again, the layer of supervisory authority and then the complexity of the position being supervised are factors in the assessment that would account for the difference in pay grade. That was a long answer.
No, I appreciate it.
we were
I'm
talking
just-
specifically about,
Yeah, trying to stay out of trouble though.
okay.
How
Good
how
luck.
do you weigh a
You
engineering
on your own.
license and then a law degree?
The what now? The,
Weigh an engineering license
I
and
got
a
you.
law degree?
I got you, yeah.
And no pun intended, he can stop us when we talking too much. And those just some, I'm just trying to reconcile some things in my head. That's why input from the court and you would just help me shape and get a clarification. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just trying to get it in sync.
Yes, ma'am. So even if those kind of education requirements were factored in, again, the really differentiating factor that accounts for the most difference in points would be that supervisory authority that does have a large weight according. So each of the factors in the assessment all the factors are weighted. And so some factors are weighted higher than others. But the law license actually is not a requirement, is not listed as a requirement of the county administrator position, whereas for our county engineer, the engineering license is a requirement for the position.
It's not a requirement, but we certainly take advantage of it.
Oh, yes, we do, yeah.
We do, because it's listed in one of his functions, that he's the first point of legal contact that county employees are to go to before they seek outside counsel.
And I believe that's been a discussion item in the past, and if the court wishes, we can make it a requirement of the position and reassess or reevaluate the pay grade.
I'm doing all the talking, let somebody else talk.
I'm okay with the way it is.
Oh, with his job description?
And the fact that we can go to him, he saves the county a lot of money.
Well, and maybe we put in the job description that,
Yeah.
She's talking, excuse me, I'm sorry. I think what she's talking about is a higher
Pay
grade than
Yeah,
what
at least
this
an
is to her.
835.
835.
At least an 835.
Oh.
Because of,
Because of that.
yeah,
Yeah.
because of
I see
that.
what you're saying, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
and then could we put in the job description just where maybe a law degree is preferred, but so going forward, if someone puts in, we could, but just say preferred. And if someone was a better candidate that wasn't,
Yeah.
So, go
Well, I don't know, you might want to say something better. I agree with that, and I'm trying to think. So, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is there a line in the job description that says that this person is who we're supposed to go to before we go to the county attorney law firm? We're supposed to, on legal matters, this is the first point of contact, and then we go to the county legal service.
I believe there is a line that touches on kind of that protocol. I don't know it off the top of
Okay.
my head.
And let's confirm that, because it speaks directly to what Commissioner Perry is saying. Because if it is saying that, then as opposed to a preference, it would have to be a requirement. Because I know I'm not going to go to somebody who just knows law. You know, if I have a situation, I'm going to go to Mike. But the reason I utilize that position is because of the law degree.
Okay.
And I'd
That makes
qualify my
sense.
statement to say, if that law degree justifies a higher pay grade, I have no problem with it, because I know how valuable that position is to us.
Okay. And just because I don't have the assessment in front of me and I can't calculate points here,
sorry.
we can make it a requirement. That still does not guarantee that it meets the threshold, because again, a difference between our 835 and this county administrator position is that supervisory factor, where there are not any supervisor or professional level positions being directly supervised by the position. And so when I say directly supervised, that means they have the authority to determine employment actions alone. And so I can make that assessment, but I still might not get you where you want to be.
No, I don't want you to do something just for that. I want to see the pure data.
This question, when you come to that point, just like with road and bridge, technically, the foreman is gonna make a decision on whether or not someone, ultimately, it's our responsibility, but the foreman still has a huge
Strong
say.
recommend.
And I see the county administrator in that same spot. He may not directly supervise department heads, but he has a huge say in,
We're gonna give
and so
way.
I want to give light to that and just not say, well, he doesn't have the ability to hire or fire anyone, but he's still supervising.
Yeah,
I
that's
agree.
where that
Just would be
supervisory
my
oversight
thoughts.
comes.
I agree.
Because he has a weighty recommendation.
Oh, he does. And so that is one of the, which is why I like the assessment, that is a layer accounted for in the assessment. And so there's about 7 levels of supervisory function that's a part of that supervisory factor or oversight factor. And so we have accounted for the large influence that the position has related to input and feedback for the court and the guidance that they provide with the director level positions. So in addition to, this is really explaining kind of behind the curtain kind of thing. So there's those 7 layers of the type of the supervisory function, and then there's a matrix of, okay, the employee group that they're overseeing, what is the complexity of that position that they're overseeing? And so both the fact that he's overseeing a director group is accounted for, and also the fact that he has influence over employment actions for that group.
So I think we established that he is the first point of contact on legal matters. So therefore, you probably wouldn't give that to someone that's doesn't have a legal knowledge or degree. Well, we still have, we can discuss this further, and we can, we still, when we set the salary to, whatever the comp ratio is, we have some room there too, if you want to consider that, but I think for right now, let's take the information we have and just mull it over, and we'll come back to it.
Yes, I can do that. And I'll take the legal emphasis
Okay.
into account there for an assessment. Go back. The other item I wanted to touch on, going back to my list. I also wanted to give just a bit of detail for the court related to the maintenance of building program that was approved this past Tuesday. And so in the position summary that we've been referencing that Haley pulls up, HR added line items to address the inmate work crew supervisor, those three positions that were no longer supervising inmates. And so with this program being approved, so, now there's a program that these positions are, have applicable functions with. And so I just wanted to let the court know that HR's follow-up with that. We're going to remove them off the list now that having oversight over probationers would be similar to the functions that they held as inmate work crew supervisors. But I'm just going to get with TJ and adult probation to see what that volume is going to look like, because it is 3 positions. And so I just want to confirm that, the probationer community service oversight would still be in line with the 3 positions that are currently budgeted for that function. And then also get with TJ on what title he wants, because now the title is not applicable anymore. And so we'll probably come back later with a request to update that title to something
Okay.
more applicable for the program.
For TJ? A title for TJ?
For
There's
the
3.
inmate work crew
Oh,
supervisor
yeah.
positions, because they're now not supervising inmates.
Okay.
Probationers, and I'll probably do something a little more general, not even say probationer, just to avoid kind of any changes like that. So, but that was on the list, identified as positions, recommending a change on the position summary, and we're just removing those, but there'll be a follow-up by HR later for the program.
Okay.
So I wanted to let the court know that, and I think the remaining items we have are the specialty court positions, and then the night shift differential estimate. I think the specialty court thing will probably be a lot faster. Can you pull up that position summary, Haley? So there were, I believe, 4 positions up with, yep. So 4 positions that specialty courts was requesting.
And that's mental health court, right?
It would include mental health court, but also
Veterans and,
veterans court. And there's another,
Drug and alcohol.
thank you. Yes.
which one?
Drug
The drug and alcohol.
The drug and alcohol court, sorry.
Right.
So they requested salary increases for 2 case managers for the director of specialty court, and, I'm sorry, it was 3 case managers position. And the intent was to have them grant funded, but I believe those are still pending. So outside of that, HR recommends to just treat them like general fund positions until that actually becomes, or the funding comes through for that. And so if we treated it like a general fund position, we would just be going off of the compensation ratio, which currently is 0.94 for all of the positions. So with that instance, we wouldn't recommend adjustment at this time.
If grant funds came in, can you adjust the salary up during, you just make a budget amendment?
You can't adjust elected officials, of
You
course, but
can't
any
adjust
other
elected,
positions.
yeah, or
You know,
you
you can
can't pay
add.
for work that's already been done either. You can't go back and do that.
No, you can't retroact.
You just talk about moving forward, then, okay. Okay.
And so, and that's, I think, what we've done in the past related, if a grant is approved, HR doesn't necessarily have a recommendation. We might still show the resulting compensation ratio so the court knows,
Right.
has that information should the funding ever have to move to general fund. But we typically just leave it at, this is the ratio, and
I hope the grant funds come through, but looking at a .94, I'm good with the current salary.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? Everybody all right?
I agree.
Okay.
Okay. I think we have the position summary sheet taken care of, and there are no pending items on this long 96-line
You have done so well.
position summary. Thank you. With Haley's help, keeping tabs on kind of all those remaining items has really helped. So, I wasn't sure if the court was ready to discuss a proposed pay plan for either the sheriff's or the jail with night shift differential. We can discuss that, or I can provide more details that I have for the district clerk's supplement pay.
Let's do the district clerk. I'd like to hold a discussion regarding to the night shift variance when we have everybody here. So maybe after the city comes at 1:30. Maybe after that, we can find do we have anybody else planned after the city?
CASA, the representative with CASA was gonna come at 2:30, but I don't think that would take very much time, so.
So you know where you're gonna be on your,
I haven't heard back from the doctor yet.
Okay.
Keep trying.
okay. So we'll try to, I mean, maybe I can see the city taking a full hour with questions and all that, I'm anticipating.
One to two.
Maybe, yeah,
And the supplement pay for the district clerk is also kind of still very much in,
okay, so let's talk about that right now then, if that's okay.
sure, and this
Even
is,
though if there's still other information that you're trying to get, fine.
there are some details that we're wanting to confirm related to the distribution, the proposed distribution of the,
But before we do that, I think we need to talk about the concept of doing that. And so what it would amount to is we set these, through the direction of HR, we set these salaries within ranges according to the grade, and then also within that, so if we get the grade right, then there's a range from .80 to 1.2 that we set in, and we try to get that as close as we can. If you add something else on top of that, it changes this. They may not realize it does, but it changes their comp ratio, because it's compensation, right? And so.
All compensation, no matter where.
No matter where it comes from, yeah. So, so anyhow,
so.
I guess we need to think about that.
I've seen it happen before. Were you here, the tax office? Prior to Randy, this would be prior to Randy, where they use the VIN account.
Yeah, and
And
he has the authority to do so.
No, that's not what I'm
Yeah.
arguing.
Oh, no.
I'm saying the fact that what happened is that he supplemented 2 positions, and then when his VIN account dried up, because it ate it up pretty quick, then he came back to the court and he said, hey, I need you all to put that money so that next year they can get the same salary plus the COLA. And the court went, but we told you don't supplement it. But because he could constitutionally, he did. I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm saying the last time it met with a not a really good end. Because the employee, that's their salary. And this went on for like 2 or 3 years. And so how do you can't tell an employee, no, now you've got to go back down because you never should have been, we can't sustain your supplement. And that's what happened to that account. I don't know how much money he has in there, but that's what happened to that
I guess my
account.
question, what are we talking about here?
Supplementing, that, Anna?
The amount, just verbally shared by the district clerk was $20,000.
20,000 from where? What?
It's
One of the special revenue funds, so that records preservation fund for his office, I think it's Fund 120. It would come, the request is for it to come from that fund.
To supplement the base salary.
So he can use it for anything in records preservation, but this court has to agree to it, correct?
It's your budget to set.
And understanding that you're changing and increasing the salary at the same time. So what happened when the tax office did it is that fund ran out of money. And so then he came to the court and said,
Wanted us to
hey,
pick up the difference.
and that's what the court did.
Probably shouldn't have,
And-
Is
I
this?
personally, philosophically, I support salaries coming out the way we're doing right now, not supplementing them third-party grants, because I've seen what happened when grants run out and you're left hanging, either getting rid of a position or having to pick up the funding for it. And that's not a good way to do business in my mind, so I don't know.
There are kind of a lot of factors that HR has just would want ironed out before anything could be recommended. One of those is, can it be done for the purpose outlined by the district clerk, which is what we're trying to get detail on, is the purpose and of assigning the pay. And let's say that there is the ability to do that, then yes, our next concern would be, okay, what does that do to our compensation ratio? And is it compensating functions that are already, that already exist in the job description as it's written currently? Would be one of our things that we want to review. And as far as I can tell, that doesn't sound like there are functions that wouldn't already be compensated for in the job description that are being outlined by the district clerk. And then another HR concern that we would have, and it's very similar to what I pointed out when certificate pay was being discussed, is we would really recommend having a clear, detailed plan for how that distribution is going to happen, just to ensure that it's related to a job function and that it's equitable, just to ensure that we don't fall into any kind of liability pits. And so I think we're kind of far away from a policy right now, and waiting on some more details from it sounds like he's wanting to funnel some of this or most of it to leadership positions within the office. And another flag that I have that I want an answer for is he already has HR recommendation for a salary adjustment to lead positions on this in the summary, and so that's listed as a yes. It's not the full amount requested, but it is an increase to the salary for those two lead positions. So he has a total of 4, not counting the official himself, 4 leadership positions, and so that would be the 2 leads, 1 over civil, 1 over criminal, and then the chief deputy positions, which there's no request for chief deputy right now as far as the budget requests for each position, just the leads.
I'm like Commissioner Smith. If the position warrants a salary adjustment based on, what HR recommends, then we do that out of the general fund. I get a little squeamish when we start finding, especially salary supplements, in different alternate funds. Because if the salary is warranted, then we fund the salary.
Okay.
So in Fund 120, this $20,000, he's proposing to funnel that to distribute that to several positions,
Primarily 4 positions,
4 positions.
which again, distribution is still, we're ironing it out, but if he does that equally, it's 5,000 per position.
And he will be zooming in today to talk about, jury pay. So if we have questions for him, we can,
Perfect.
okay?
So that leaves then, and we can loop back once we have more information. The confirmation on JP salaries just related to the rotation and kind of the need, just getting that communication from Judge Bain. So we'll be following up on that. And then following up related to the night shift differential, and then hearing more from our district clerk on supplement pay. And I
I
think
thought
that,
we decided on the JP salary. We haven't,
I think that
consensus.
the salaries are good. I think the court still wants to hear some information related to the volume, or that's just an ongoing thing and I can
that'd
have.
be a future.
Okay,
As far as you talking about the magistration part,
yes, and
yeah, I think
then,
that's something for the future, but I don't know that it has to be done.
okay. I
On the
misunderstood.
turn. Is that y'all's?
Yeah, it didn't change my consensus.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do that. So then that's not a kind of item to come back to. So that just leaves the night shift differential and the supplement pay for
Night differential, what is the night differential?
I'll give you all the kind of details that I have so far on it. That's also kind of similar to the supplement pay for district clerk in gestation.
Oh, is that the on-call request?
No,
I'm just trying to find out what the night
People
differential.
work nights get paid more than people work day? Is that all we're talking
right,
about?
pretty much, yes, and
Shift.
related to jailers. Mhm.
I don't know,
Oh, okay, I hadn't heard
and that was one that, we probably want Sheriff's Department in
Right.
discussion, and so I'd like to do that. You know, two objectives would be have everybody in court, the other one would be that Sheriff's Department, would be part of the discussion as well.
Okay. And then,
Schedule it, if we can find a time to schedule it, just for that discussion, so.
okay. And then the department head and county administrator conversation. So those are the remaining items that I have to bring
Okay.
back to the court.
Okay.
Okay, can you go back to COLA?
COLA and incentive pay.
Right.
The last, I believe, COLA was left at was 3.5. Is that correct?
Is that what you plugged in?
3.51.
3.51.
Did the court have any other questions about cost of living adjustment? Now that there's a consensus on the health plan, I know that the court wanted to discuss that kind of concurrently or in conjunction.
The 3.5 sounds like where we're supposed to be. You know, we want to be consistent on how we measure each year. Any other thoughts on that?
In the past, have we used the senior number or the CPI?
The middle one, didn't we?
So I think there's been an inclination to use the quarter figure, which is the figure that the Social Security Administration uses, which is the figure that's plugged in now. Last year, there was deviation because of the, and I think I'll try to continue this and always playing our overall average for compensation ratio as a factor. So last year was really low, which indicated our salaries were not competitive with markets. So we needed something in addition to the baseline cost of living adjustment. So rather than, I think it was an 8.3, the court did 9%. And so I'll always try to present those together. What our overall compensation ratio looks like countywide, are we competitive? And I'll be presenting that along with the estimate for the cost of living adjustment. So this year, our compensation ratio is above a 1, and so going just with the cost of living adjustment estimate of 3.51 would be HR's recommendation still.
Any thoughts or more discussion on it, or?
I just, yeah, 3.51, I think is a great, we gotta have a place to start.
Yeah.
So that's plug it in and then Till we get everything put in front of us, budget totals, and everything else, it's kind
I'd
of
rather
hard to
do
say.
3, but it's not much
Yeah.
difference.
One of our past meetings, I know you mentioned the effect that the increase of the health plan premiums would have on our employees along with the COLA, like how much of an impact. We could do it after lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, that figure.
Yes, kind of what chunk of the COLA increase would go towards
The-
premiums.
Right.
Can have that.
Okay.
And then incentive pay, did the court have any questions on that? What would a 2% budget look like for incentive pay?
And we had, I don't, Haley had looked at, what historically we have paid out of the full 2%. And then we went with, I think it was a 95% factor we were looking at. And so with benefits and everything, I'd come up with $659,192.
Okay, so on that, I think I know Commissioner Smith and I've talked a little bit about it, so we need to have a discussion on whether that's a program, we won't continue doing or not. And so, there again, it'd be good to have all court members on deck when we talk about that. So, did I say it right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Good. So now we know the cost if we do it.
Yeah.
At the 2.
That's putting in budget for next year?
Yes, sir.
That's just our
Next
best,
year, yeah.
best estimate.
Okay.
This year's already done.
Last year, did we do a dollar placeholder for it instead?
Yes.
659, 120, 2%? Okay.
Yeah, and then add a COLA on that. Haley, you were just reminding
That's
me.
pre-COLA.
That's
Oh,
right.
pre-COLA,
Pre-COLA.
okay.
I know that would be
Okay.
slightly higher.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's recess for lunch. Michael will be in here at 1:30.
Yes,
1
sir.
o'clock. I thought it was 1.
No, 1:30.
1:30.
Oh,
They'll be here at 1:30. I mean, we can,
that's fine.
back
I,
whenever
for
y'all
some reason, in
want.
my mind, I thought we were meeting at 1, thought that's what somebody told us. I guess I read it wrong.
I've got a lunch meeting. I'm not sure I can get back here by 1 or 1:15, but I'll try to, and we can start back. when we want
I was
to.
going by that.
I'd like to start back, let's say, a few minutes before 1:30, maybe.
Naturally.
Let's try to say 1:20, just for those listening. If we can do that.
What time, sir?
I'm gonna try to get back here by no later than 1:20.
Okay.
Be able to gavel back in at 1:20. All right, that's, this time let's have recess. session.
Recording in progress.
Call court back into session. Just in case the recording didn't get it. Okay, Francis?
Yes, sir. Animal services. Sorry. Okay. I can't do two things. Okay, so back this afternoon, we're going to start with the grouping of the City of Waco pieces that are within our budget. And on that outside entity list that we are continuing to come back to, they are grouped together. We'll pull it up here so we can just see it at a glance. So right there in the center, you'll see Animal Shelter Services, the Public Health District, Emergency Management, Fire Protection, the Library, and then OSSF. I know the Library was already on the agenda. It was deferred on Tuesday, correct? So this item is picking up.
It was deferred for the first, but you can still.
Oh, okay,
talk
okay.
about budget,
I
yes.
follow, just make sure I reference the right item. And so we'll just walk through these and have individuals from the city explain the request for this year and why it's different if it is. And so if we just want to start going down the line, we'll start with Animal Shelter Services. And we have Gary Hyatt with us from Animal Shelter Services. You'll see there that the request is a drop in funding. And did you receive the presentation? Okay. And if you want to come up and then walk through your presentation with the court.
How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Commander Gary Hyatt. I'm with the Waco Police Department. If anyone is unaware at this point, the Police Department for the City of Waco has taken over Animal Services, so it is no longer its own standalone department within the city any longer. And that began in March, so I am the point of contact if y'all ever need anything. Please feel free to contact me.
My name's Melissa Sheldon. I'm the operations manager at the animal shelter.
All right, welcome.
Before we start, I did bring some copies of our most current ILA, as well as the billing letter that was sent down earlier this spring, if anybody would like a copy of that.
Yeah, you have plenty, we'll pay for it.
I also have these too.
And a paper copy of the presentation, if y'all would like that.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, so like I just stated, we're with the City of Waco Animal Services. If you go to the next slide, please. There's a little bit about our mission and partnership initiative. We do partner currently with the Humane Society of Central Texas, which is a 501c3 charitable organization that does assist us in providing outcomes for all the animals that we take into the shelter. Next slide, please. Some unique characteristics of the Waco Animal Shelter. We do serve 13 entities within McLennan County. That is broken down on that back sheet there for y'all. We are open intake municipal shelter, which means we can't turn away animals. There are some shelters across the state, across the country that are managed intake, which means they essentially get to pick what comes in. We do not. We have maintained over 90% live outcome rate since 2016, which gives us a no-kill shelter status. And currently the save rate is 94%. So that means 94% of all animals that come into the shelter leave the shelter.
That's quite an accomplishment for an open intake shelter.
And then we talked about our partner, Humane Society of Central Texas there. Next slide, please. Our unique relationship with McLennan County. So as y'all know, our animal control unit does service McLennan County as well. The other partner cities that use our services do not have that that option. They all have their own animal control. So y'all, we do provide y'all with that service on top of just taking animals in. So they assist investigators directly with any cases, transport animals to shelter, assist with seizures or confiscated animals. And in 2022, we assisted with 44 cases with the sheriff's office. And those are all obviously animal-related cases. Next slide, please. Quickly to the meat and potatoes for the budget. This is what our budget looks like going forward. As you can see, the net cost to be shared there is the bottom number, $2,122,725. If you go to the next slide, that is also included in your handouts behind our ILA, as well as in the PowerPoint presentation. You can see the breakdown of all partner cities and the percentage of costs that are shared.
The way that each partner city is billed is based off of the amount brought in by animal control or their police department, sheriff department. That number is then split between each of the partner cities to break down into a monthly cost or a yearly cost per city or per entity.
Okay.
If you do see in the box to the right there, y'all's part of that has decreased going into this next fiscal year. That is due to less animals coming in from y'all's jurisdiction.
And these numbers are based off of the last 12 months of intake.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Here is what the McLennan County intake looks like, going all the way back to May of 2017.
You can see too here on this slide, while on the previous slide, we only are charging for 93 intakes from animal control or from, city entities. However, over-the-counter or citizen-brought animals do encompass a large portion of the intakes we take from McLennan County. So that is also a benefit to McLennan County as far as animals that are coming into our shelter.
Right, so y'all are only being billed based off your actual animal control intake and not in your citizen intake. And that's citizens physically bringing the animal themselves to the shelter.
Do y'all ask them for pay?
There is a surrender fee, correct?
What is it?
It is $50, and that covers the care of the animal.
Okay.
Next slide, please. This is our intake as a whole. As you can see, our intake has remained somewhat consistent the past 3 years. However, our outcomes, our adoptions, fosters, rescues are on the downhill slide somewhat, so it's harder getting animals out.
You can also see a decrease in this last year, but part of that was we were closed for a distemper outbreak, so our numbers look a lot lower than they would have been had we been open. Even though we do have less animals coming in, we do have more animals staying.
Okay, next slide. This is our daily average kennel population. As you can see, right now we're currently somewhere around 206 to 208 animals on site on any given day. Next slide, please. And this is the average length of stay per animal in the shelter. It's at 25.48 days now. So what that means is once an animal enters the shelter, it takes on average 25 days for them to leave the shelter.
This is an industry trend that animals are staying in shelters longer and less adoptions are happening. So because of this, it does drive up the cost of care for these animals because they are staying in care longer despite trying to find every outcome solution. And that is, again, a nationwide trend.
Is that driven by the economy?
It can be, yes. So we're kind of seeing the post-COVID wave with the economy being what it is and people not being able to afford the price
Discretionary
of
funding.
care. Yes.
Just a little bit about our operations as a whole. We have three Separate sections within animal services. The first is the veterinary care services that employs Dr. Michael Ballin as our clinic veterinarian. Assisting him is 2 vet techs and 2 veterinary assistants. The animal care services, which essentially are the folks that take care of all the kennels, keep the kennels clean, keep the animals fed. There's 6 animal service technicians, 5 full-time, 1 part-time. We have 1 additional opening there that we are currently trying to fill. Along with those 6, there are also 5 senior animal service technicians with 1 opening. And then there is animal control, which is supervised by Christina Thane, and she has 5 animal control officers in her unit.
I do want to also mention, when we had our distemper outbreak, it was noted that as far as staffing trends, we were lower. We had some national experts come in and kind of do an analysis on our shelter, and we were significantly lower than we needed to be, so we have added additional staff members from years previously.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So I kind of already broke this down a little bit, but our intake, this is the first stop for animals entering our facility. Those folks that are assigned to intake are responsible for providing the animal's initial exam, vaccines, and entering the animals into our system, our shelter software Chameleon. All animals are vaccinated on arrival, and that began in response to the distemper outbreak earlier or late last year. Next slide. There's a picture of our folks from the recent city spotlight. Next slide, please. Further breakdown with animal care services in the kennel. Animal service techs are assigned to the kennels, are responsible for the upkeep and cleanliness of the kennels, as well as making sure the animals are fed and watered. There's, like you saw, there's 11 total animal care or animal service techs for, an average 208 animal population. So they are doing a lot of work, a lot of hard work. Next slide, please. Veterinary services, the clinic is responsible for the health and well-being of animals entering the facility. Veterinary service staff perform spay and neuter surgeries, provide for the general welfare of the animals, and oversee disease prevention within the shelter. All animals, in accordance with our ordinance, are spayed and neutered before leaving.
Do y'all spay and neuter animals that aren't in the clinic for the public at a fee or anything like that?
I'm sorry?
We do not service public animals unless they are indigent as far as care. So only when they enter our system. Otherwise, we do partner with animal birth control clinic to do public funded surgeries or public run surgeries that we fund.
Got you. Thank you.
Animal control, this is probably the most visible part of animal services. They are the folks that are responsible for educating the public on different laws, ordinances surrounding responsible animal ownership. They respond to calls for service from the public, and they initially investigate animal-related crimes and forward those to the responsible agency if it needs any further investigation or criminal charges filed. Next slide, please. Shelter projects, as you can see on the left there, this was prior to the pavilion project. You can see how much more shade there is in our play yards there. That was completed this past June. What you can't see well in that picture on the right of the pavilion is there are 4 really big fans. Also, try to keep everybody comfortable when they're there. They were having issues before that pavilion was put up with the AstroTurf burning animals' feet. So this has helped a lot. Next, please. Another shelter project that was completed earlier this year, our HVAC system replacement. As you can imagine, the HVAC unit takes some serious abuse and needed an upgrade in order to provide comfortable environment for the animals. Next slide, please. There's programs of service and partner benefits that most entities get
with the city of Waco. Like we said earlier, the additional benefits that McLennan County receives is that we handle y'all's animal control calls as well. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, we maintain over 90% live exit rate. We are currently around 94%. We collaborate with shelter partners, which is major animal welfare groups across the city and county. Our major concern is capacity management. As you can imagine, we are usually fairly full every day. And we're continuing on planning process improvements and facility improvements as well. Next slide, please.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Any questions anyone have?
Thank you
Thank
for your
y'all.
time.
Thank you.
Next on the list was the Public Health District. That discussion was had earlier in the year. You entered into the cooperative agreement with the city.
Right.
So the number that's in the budget is, it's a per capita contribution. It's $2.55 for this next year per population. And so that is plugged in there per that agreement. But if you have any other questions while the group is here, let us know.
Good.
Okay. We have emergency management. So we have Ryan Durker with us. Do you want to go ahead and do your presentation first? Sure. You have his PowerPoint.
All right, good afternoon, Judge Houghton, Commissioners. It's interesting, on my way in here this morning, or this afternoon rather, I realized that although I've spoken to this court several times, it's always been over Zoom. The last time I was at this desk
Much taller than I thought.
was on my second day here at the City and County back in April of 2020, so it's good to be back. I wanted to take an opportunity to provide the court with an overview of our department, the things we do and the things we are planning to do in the future, and then afterwards we will go over the budget, and I'll be happy to answer those questions. At any time during this presentation, if y'all have any questions, y'all just ask them, and we'll do that one at a time.
Thank you.
All right, so the background. Unlike several departments that are funded by both the city and the county, we are equally funded by both. So we are equal parts city and county, answering both to this court and Judge Felton, along with the city manager and the mayor of the city of Waco. Our department consists of 3 full-time employees, but with those 3 full-time employees, we do a lot. And the work we do is important and impactful, and so I wanted to really highlight 5 major pieces of what the Office of Emergency Management does, and that is emergency preparedness, radio communications, disaster response, severe weather tracking, and structural wildfires and hazmat support. Next slide, please. So into emergency preparedness. Our office writes, maintains, and updates all emergency plans for the city of Waco and in McLennan County. That includes 20 individual cities that are signatories to all of our plans. And we have a very in-depth basic plan, which is more than 100 pages in length, and 22 disaster annexes. And what those are more specific plans that deal with things like firefighting and transportation and sheltering and more specific things that we do. We also, from time to time, we don't certify people's plans, but as asked, we have consulted plans with nursing homes and hospitals and other sorts of healthcare facilities, people that have asked for our assistance to see if there are any holes in their plans. We do that on a somewhat frequent basis. Exercise development, very large part of it. Recently, we assisted the airport in writing their exercise for their triannual full-scale exercise, which went very, very well. We've developed exercises for the county before, specifically and most recently for the engineer's office. That exercise revolved around dam breaks off of the creeks for some of the county dams and was very well attended by road and bridge crews and any sorts of folks that would be involved in that sort of an incident. Hazard mitigation planning, we keep a several 100-page hazard mitigation plan that is countywide and actually due for renewal next year. So that will be an enormous lift for us, but it's important. The things on that list drive what sort of hazard mitigation grants we can apply for when funding is available. So that's a very important thing that will be coming next year. Severe weather forecasting, tracking, and warnings, that's something we've always done. However, within the last couple of years, we have really elevated our capabilities in that section, and that's beginning to bear fruits. Something that was important to this office and something that I think about frequently, this year we marked the 70th anniversary of the 1953 Waco tornado, which to this day remains the most destructive natural disaster in Texas history. And I often think to myself that if the technology had existed at the time to warn those folks, how many more lives would we have saved? So that's an important part of what our office is doing, not only in our early warning technology that we are increasing, but also how we communicate with the public to get that information out in a timely fashion. Our office
That
maintains...
was also the 10-year anniversary of the West explosion also too.
Yes, sir. And
Don't forget.
absolutely. We run a countywide reverse 911 system called Everbridge. That is actually, we don't pay anything for that. That is run out of the Council of Governments, which we've used to great effect, warning the public about all sorts of issues, from severe weather things to gas line breaks and everything in between. It's a very effective tool for community outreach and just-in-time information. And finally, PPE support. With the pandemic coming to a close, our office was a logistics hub for masks and gloves and other sorts of PPE-related things. We were able to secure and provide millions of dollars worth of PPE to all manner of organizations over a several-year period. It made a very large impact, especially with nursing homes that may not have been able to secure that stuff on their own. And finally, volunteer training and management is something that's also very important to us and has really stepped up in the last couple of years. We've added more than 45 people to our volunteer cadre of trained emergency management volunteers over the last 2 years, and that's something we are real proud of. Next slide. Radio communications. My office supervises the radio shop for the city of Waco. The county does not pay for that part of the radio shop. That is a city-funded enterprise. However, we have been heavily involved in the county project, which in 2013, this court is well aware that 800 system went into effect. The more important part is that in 2019, when the county project began, we added those 4 county towers, which have fundamentally transformed the system. That project took what was in existence as far as our radio communications and made it better several times, quantumly. That was an important project for the public safety responders, and it is our goal, and it's largely achieved on a day-to-day basis, that if it's the police or the sheriff's office or anybody, if you turn on your public safety radio anywhere in this county, it will work. And the county project had a lot to do with that. Go ahead, next slide. This is a current, for anyone who is interested, these are where those towers are. This also happens to be a coverage map for the McLennan County. And as you can see, we're just about good anywhere in this county, up to 99% of the time, which is the standard that Motorola uses for coverage. Something I will point out that I'm sure this court is aware of, the Heart of Texas Tower is coming down this year. That has been planned for some time, and we are moving that tower to Woodway. We will not have any loss of ability or coverage. That will all remain absolutely the same. And that project is well on its way and very nearly complete. We anticipate that to be done by the end of August. We don't anticipate any further delays on that project. Next slide. So disaster response. We remain available 24/7 to respond to all manners of disasters, whether they be natural, technological, or man-made. We had spoke about the severe weather stuff before. We are very active in the EOC, pushing updates to those who are interested in them as severe weather affects our county. Managing fire conditions, mostly the time when we're speaking to you guys, it's to recommend burn bans. We keep an eye on that very frequently. We also liaise to the County Volunteer Firefighters Association and try to keep a pulse on what those guys need and how we can support them and the very important job we do. And I can tell this court that other places I've been in other counties that I've seen who don't have the capabilities in their volunteer fire departments that we do. These large grass fires, like the one that we spoke about earlier that is occurring in Hill County, those don't occur here as much because our volunteer firefighters do such a good job. And they keep little fires from becoming big ones. So one of the things we do is to liaise with them. We are points of distribution for food and water during disasters. We have plans to do that should they be needed, and we can do that anywhere countywide, just with a simple request. We mentioned the activations and also emergency logistical support, so it's more than just food and water. We've done PPE, but we can do cots and blankets and gloves and anything that people need to survive natural disasters, we are able to, through our partners, provide to them. And of course, other activities as needed, that encompasses everything under the sun. We try to be as versatile as possible to meet the needs of the residents of this county during disasters. Next slide, please. Our current severe weather and tracking responses, so these are just kind of a cross-section of the various tools that we use. The top picture is a screenshot of a weather station that is placed on the top of our building. It is our intention within the next year to upgrade that to a much more capable, professional-grade weather station that really will improve our ability to forewarn and to track storms as they develop. Next slide, please.
Wait, we don't want to be attracted storms. You said attract?
I said tracking.
Oh.
We certainly don't want to track. Yeah, if you could blow real hard and push them the other way,
Okay.
that would be fantastic.
Thanks for clarification.
If anybody could, it'd be him.
So we do all manners of structural fire, wildfire, and hazmat responses. All of these pictures are pictures of actual county responses to events, only 2 of which were in the city of Waco. That is something our office goes out with just about every time they happen, as we are called. It's important to us that we liaise between the Forest Service, the volunteer fire departments, the fire department of the city of Waco, and anybody else who needs our help, while the first responders are working very hard to do their jobs. We want to be able to create a system that gets them support so they don't have to worry about that and can focus on their jobs. Next slide. So this is not a complete list, and it is a bit disorganized, but I think it is a good illustration of one of the most important things that my office does, is that we are intergovernmental and community liaisons. This is just a small sampling of the people we work with on a day-to-day basis, and it is numerous. And again, our office consists of 3 people. So we try very hard to be the best liaisons we can be between the city and county and also to our community partners, which are numerous, and we're real proud to do that. Next slide. So at this time, I believe you guys have the budget, and I will be happy to answer any questions on that at this time. Thank you.
So we'll get that pulled up, and of course, that's on the workshop drive under that folder, under outside entities. I lumped all the City of Waco together. But Haley will pull it up here, and you'll see there that blue shaded line at the bottom. So moving from column S over to column V, there's a slight decrease there in their budget. I didn't see anything specifically that stood out, but is there anything you want to touch on that's different this year from last year?
The decrease is largely due to the fact that we moved a line for maintenance of the sirens to our radio shop, who are the ones physically doing the work. It seemed like the more responsible place to put that money. But everything else is basically as it was. You will notice that there is an increase in the line for apparel. That's not just us getting T-shirts. What we realized was after the active shooting hoax at Waco High last year, we don't have vests that say OEM on it. We don't have shirts and things that identify volunteers. If we had a large incident like West, where we would be using hundreds of volunteers, we needed a better way to kind of flesh that out and identify them as volunteers. So that's what that line is about. But everything else is very close to what it's been. There's not a lot of major changes.
And that was going to be one of my questions. I know last year there was a piece in it related to the sirens specifically for the City of Waco, and we pulled that out before we calculated what we were going to fund. And so that was going to be my next question, is any of that included in the proposed budget? But it seems like y'all have moved that to a different department. Okay.
Correct.
Ryan, this is the best presentation I've seen from your shop over there, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You put things up that I thought I knew exactly what you did, but I didn't.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sharing that.
Other questions, comments?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I was gonna touch on the fire protection side of things. And so, again, there's a spreadsheet that's saved out there, and I'll just run through that, real quick. So for each department, we fund, this was amended last year, but you fund the base 7,500 and then the $122.98 per square mile. And so those amounts are there, and there's been no request for changes there. And then below that, there's a couple of other items. So those being the amount that you give to the association, to the Fire Protection Association, $19,250. We have an additional budgeted amount there, that $36,000, and that was when entities could bill when they went and assisted other departments. So that is there for that purpose. And then we have that additional amount of $35,000 for the billing for the Bag B calls that are made. And so you'll see that budget there, the $357,246. I know Rod had mentioned one slight change, and I know he can explain it better than I can, but there was a request to move Crawford and Moody to the county paging system.
Yes.
And so that would cost $329, it's like for the year. And so that fits within that budget. We can use part of that additional budgeted funds for that amount.
That didn't pan out.
No?
No? Okay.
Okay. Last I heard from them.
Yeah, they wanted on, and then when the opportunity became real, they didn't.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Very good.
so no changes then at all. So we're good there. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
A quick question, Francis, on the outside entity request summary, the amount you have by emergency management, what is that for?
That's the county's portion of that budget, so we half
Oh, the full budget.
the budget.
Okay.
The state used to kick in some, and it dwindled over the years, and then it just got completely pulled out. I think the year before last or last year.
Hazard mitigation grant, yes. The
and
state
so-
repurposed that grant.
So,
It's
and
not a
we-
50/50?
I'm sorry.
It's not a 50/50?
Yes, I'll revisit these numbers based on the budget, the proposed budget. Y'all haven't adopted your budget as of yet, correct? No, okay. And so we'll
okay.
make sure that that number reflects half of the ending budget. Thank you. And so we had the library listed next. And I know, again, this has been discussed in court before. The increase this year was up to the amount of $1.3 million, $1,271,000. And so I'll turn that over. Oh, no, that's fine. Day. So we have SE Day and then Nick Sarkby also to present this request.
How are y'all?
Doing good. How are you, Judge?
Oh, good. How are you?
Okay.
I thought we were here to answer questions, so did you guys?
And that is fine as well. If you have any other questions, I know.
We did the presentation last.
Yes.
We don't have any additional questions.
Okay.
How long did it take you to get here? I didn't want to waste your
Feel
time.
obligated to ask at least one or two.
It was interesting to hear the other departments because I don't often get to hear what they do and their budgets and everything, so it's fun.
Yeah, I think we currently are we're going to work through this year, how we structured a contract or, isn't that correct? Is that what we're talking
Yes, I
about?
thought we.
Yeah, I thought we,
Getting to the end of the budget and,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like any other outside entity request.
Okay.
Wait and see how much money we have at the end. No, I'm just kidding.
And
But
I
it
think
is. I
Commissioners,
we- Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Perry, I think Commissioner Smith said we would look to do a 1-year renewal under the original library agreement and then work next year to bring back kind of a restructured, more modern looking agreement with the city based on circulation and other factors. And so where we had left it after Essie and Nick made the presentation before was the commissioners had requested the budget detail and the city had provided that info. And so I think it's just really, if there was any other questions on the detailed budget, that was the last piece of info. And then once we get a number for this year, we'll work on that short renewal. And then moving to next year, next summer, we will work on the bigger, more comprehensive agreement for going forward.
Okay, very good.
Just one point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, last year when you brought your alternative scenarios, year one was going to be at 20%.
Yes,
Year
ma'am.
two was going to be at 25%, but instead you're asking for year two to remain at the 20%?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all. Sorry about that.
That's fine. It's always a pleasure to see you all.
Okay.
Nicely said, nicely said.
And then the OSSF program was the last one there on that list.
You do have to say, come and say good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm back. So we just have a few slides here to talk about OSSF. You all are very familiar with the program. It's something that we administer on behalf of the county. Reagan, if you could just roll it to the next slide. So I'll go over the historical overview of our permit applications, the proposed revenues for FY24, and the proposed budget for FY24. So over the last 4 years, you can see we've had pretty much a steady increase in the in the permit applications put out for OSSF. And this slide shows that the actual permits have increased, and it's kind of in line with what we've seen across the county as far as the growth of buildings and new homes being built. So we can go to the next slide. So for FY24, the proposed revenues show $435,268. This is inclusive of a county contribution of about $80,000. And the next slide will kind of show you all what that looks like on the back end of the budget year. So this program essentially costs you no money because all the revenues basically cover the cost of the expenses. So over the course of the year, we try to make sure we pay attention to the expenses and make sure they line up with the number of permits being placed and really looking at getting to a zero budget. And if there is anything left over, as you can see in FY22, we sent back about $40,000. And then this year we're projected to send back about $20,000. And then for FY24, we want to make sure we try to get to zero at the minimum and not cost you all any more money. So that's pretty much the bulk of OSSF. It's a pretty easy program, I think. Low risk. Any questions?
Any questions?
So I do, so as far as the budget goes, usually we place something in the budget, but if you're estimating that.
It's the $81,000.
80, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just the same amount.
The $81,000.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and we didn't have many increases. There is one change, and this is just, I want to make sure I share this with you all. We want to, for safety and professionalism's sake, we're going to have our guys start wearing uniforms when they're out in the field, just to make sure they're identifiable as, health district staff, and there won't be any question about who's doing this inspection or doing the regulation, because sometimes it can get a little bit tricky when you're out in the county and of who's in charge. I think that'll be helpful. So there was a little bit of additional funds added for that, but other than that, there was no major change.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank y'all. Good to see everybody.
Good to see you.
So that covers those lines that appear within our budget for the city. So have any other questions, please let us know, but if not.
We brought them all over here. We ought to be able to put some kind of pressure or something. I don't know. Especially on Ryan. Well, we appreciate the relationship we have in the city of Waco on many fronts. And, we look forward to many years in the future. So thank y'all very much.
Good to see you all as well. glad you were nice. They
Lisa,
outnumbered
good
us
to see
by
you.
a lot.
You what?
I said, I'm glad you were nice to them. They outnumbered us by quite a bit.
Yeah, I know it. Well, we needed room in the parking lot, so we didn't just.
Oversized bureaucracy.
You what?
Oversized bureaucracy.
Okay.
All right.
So moving on, we have, I know the representative from CASA will be here, in about 30 minutes. But we can go back and start, pick up, do we have some personnel items that we wanted to pick back up from before lunch? I was trying to remember.
I think we could talk about that, the shift deal. I guess, do you have something else? No.
And I know, we mentioned earlier, that we were going to have a discussion with the district clerk about jury pay. And
Oh,
then
yeah,
possibly
okay.
another item.
Is that-
He's not gonna be available until tomorrow morning, so
Okay.
we'll have him tomorrow morning now instead.
And do you know what that request was going to be on jury pay?
So it's increasing the daily rate, and I
So
have.
we
I'll
are
send
at,
this out.
I forget now, I mean,
Um,
30?
So it's increasing, the pettit jurors, the grand jurors, and then the grand jury bailiffs. And I'll pass this out before I head out today, that he sent over.
Okay.
You may have already seen this, he may have sent this to you.
Yeah, we got it
before.
to,
But,
there it
of
is.
course, that order will come to you later, this summer. But he just wanted to talk through those and then how they would influence the budget, so, we'll
Oh, yeah.
get there yet tomorrow.
Yeah. Man, grand jury went up a long time since I've been on it. I think we got $22 when I was on it.
that was all legislative action.
Thank you. Okay.
So, just to introduce the program being requested, because this is new information, we have the jail requesting a night shift differential for their jailers. So, jailers have a night shift. They work off 12-hour shifts, so there's day and night shift. And it's broken up into 4 different shift types, A, B, C, and D. Shifts C and D are their night shift personnel. And they are requesting to pay them an additional amount to work night shift because they are experiencing more turnover on their night shift, and it's harder to staff. And so that's the proposed solution is raising the rate
And
of
the
pay.
reason is because they're having trouble keeping staff that want to do that.
Right.
And so if there was some incentive, it would cut back on having to shift people into there to make that coverage. Where if you had individuals that saw that they could get additional money, they would be more apt to say, okay, I want to be permanently in that shift. And so it fits some people, and some people it doesn't fit, and there's more that really don't like to do it than the ones that are, so some incentive is around it.
Right. It's not a popular shift. And typically how it's staffed is, the new folks coming on, because it is the less popular shift, they're the ones assigned to the shift, and as they,
Is David on, or,
That was gonna be my question. I mean, newcomers don't have a choice. They're put there, right? When they're hired, they're told you're gonna work nights?
No.
Right.
No. I mean, not what he said. Generally, they don't put, because they need to be supervised, they put them in the day shift first and then there. But
Well, that's probably
David-
just their training period.
Yeah, it's a
And
training
once they complete
period.
that, they're going to midnight.
Yeah,
So
then,
they know when they're hired, they'll probably,
Right,
it's
they're
gonna
gonna
happen.
end up on,
yeah, but the turnover, on new hires, the turnover's much higher.
Yes, and so that's some of the information and detail that I can provide as far as, what the extent of the difference in turnover is between the shifts. And to kind of give that context of what the problem is, in addition to what, of course, David can provide and present himself.
What kind of shift differential are we talking about?
And so I believe the last that I heard from the jail is they were looking at $1.50 per hour on top of their base rate.
I don't know too many night shifts that don't pay a differential.
Right.
To be honest with you.
Most do.
We did try to pull some information from comparable counties. We only have a handful that provided confirmation that they do a night shift differential, and then those that did provide it, it was in the amount of 50 cents to $1, the amount of their differential. And a third one was $100 a month, which broken down hourly is about $1.
So the highest you had from anybody was $1?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I have that.
Nobody said that at 5 they just lock the doors and go home? Nobody?
No.
Okay, all right, just checking.
Yeah.
I think I got $1.50 when I was at Waco back in the late 90s,
I
early
know
2000s.
Waco has, I know most PDs have a differential for night.
And then I think we have Francis, like a overall amount for what
So it's
that would look
very
like.
basic. So if they worked, I don't know if they rotate or something, or if they take other shifts, would they still get that per hour? But if every hour they worked during the year
On
had those
night.
amounts, with benefits and taxes, it was that right over $1 million.
Okay.
But that was a very basic calculation without knowing all the intricacies of what
Yes.
would be involved.
What do you say about working another shift? Like
Well, if they work a day shift instead of a night shift, do they still get the?
Yeah.
So that's where it's
No,
a very common.
They have to
Well, that's I
say,
don't
this
know.
is this is what I want to do, and sign up for it, and it can't be jumping in and out.
Well, until I know that number, I
That's why I
can't
wish
calculate
David would,
anything.
because there were some intricacies there about that, and the other side is what the offsetting, what they could try to do to offset some other cost. One thing, it cuts down on overtime, which is a big factor, and they're really dedicated, and Dustin, jump in, you were sitting there in the meeting, but the other thing, not only overtime, comp, and they are really focused in on, working with the court in agreement to manage comp time much better. And so this is a tool that they think they'll save money and time over the long run. But also, I think, Dustin, weren't they talking about, agreeing not to fill certain positions, as well?
Right, so the discussion was, I think there's roughly in 34 or 35 vacancies at the jail right now. They had talked about through a program that's going to be on court agenda next Tuesday, which is a kind of a recruitment tool that HR has reviewed as well. Look at it to maybe fill in 25 of those spots, and then having the other 9 or 10 be ones that could go to a placeholder to help be able to fund this night shift proposal. But David is tied up right now. He can be back in about 45 minutes. Chief Deputy is out and won't be back until next week. But I know Katie Taylor is listening in, and David could probably be over about 3 o'clock today, if that's okay.
Okay,
Go ahead, Judge.
Well, I know it was covered very well, but I just felt like it was a significant effort on their part to try to manage comp time and other things, and I thought they want to be part of the discussion, but they don't, if we're okay with it, I don't.
It's about $1 million impact, is what you're
So
thinking?
that's just saying if every hour they worked. I have no information as to how
We
many
need some
hours a
info from
week or,
'Cause
that's just.
Where did we leave certificate pay? Help me remember. Okay.
They'll say, even though they like it and would like to have it and all that, this is more important to them. than
Okay,
certificate.
and from our perspective, I agree with them. This is more important.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess my question would be, if other counties are looking at 50 cents to $1, and we're talking about $1.50, do we want to compromise somewhere in there and start, not at the top end, but know that, hey, we can increase it if we need to? Does that make sense, or do we need?
I'd rather see total impact before we.
You want to see the?
Yeah, I'd rather see a number before we determine, do we do $1.25?
Yeah, I'm thinking if we had some leeway in there, we'd say, all right, let's bump it a little bit more, because it seems like it's working decent, but it would maybe work better.
Well, I see what you're saying is allow some,
Give us some wiggle room.
let it be somewhat fluid, if you,
Yeah.
so to
Well,
speak.
I think the concern there, if it wasn't, they thought it,
If it's not significant.
up 50, what, if that was, they didn't know whether that would move anybody. But they would be willing to try it for a year. And of course, it's our decision, they not realize that. But try it for a year at $1.50. And then look and reevaluate it next year.
I'd go
It's
with
gonna
that
be
too.
$1 and it's gonna be $1.50. But that was just two options.
But the number I was coming up
I'm
with
sorry.
was much less.
That's my bad. I did not
I'm,
understand.
I'm
It
actually
will be a lot less.
good without having to hear
I'm sorry.
David, although,
I guess really, Francis needs to hear the,
yeah,
I'm gonna
she
read
needs
back.
to get the number.
I thought there was 148 positions at like the jail and 148
No, no, no.
at
it was
different
19
rates.
of it.
Okay, I misunderstood.
So.
I'm sorry.
What-
I completely misunderstood.
So what I asked Francis, just for the court's consideration, because another possible item that could be brought to the court as well resulting from this would be a request from our departments who also do night shift outside of the jail, which would be juvenile, which I know that's, that budget's, has a different approval process, but,
Right, but it's the same, they have the same effect.
right.
I mean, they've got the same issue.
They do have the same issue, but it's not necessarily their overnight shift, so they're broken up into 3 shifts. And the shift that they have the most common turnover on is the mid shift, which is 3 p.m. to 11 in the evening, because you can imagine that's basically no family time. You have, you can't pick up kids from school, you can't have dinner with family, you can't. So that's where their higher turnover exist, is in that shift. So while Francis works on that, I could just, some other considerations when thinking about this number that Francis will provide, and why I would be inclined to recommend kind of Commissioner Smith's approach of maybe starting small is there is a higher turnover rate on night shift, so we were able to pull those numbers. And so the turnover rate on day shift for the past year, I just did a July to July measurement of turnover, and it's 25.6% on day shift. Where on night shift, they're experiencing a turnover percentage of 38.5. So it's higher. However, I do need to point out that there will always be a difference in that turnover where night will have more if you're placing all the new hires there. Because in general, regardless of shift, new hire groups will have higher turnover than the rest of your general workforce.
but you still gotta figure out a way to keep them.
Yes, and so it's a balance, I think, but this measured approach with starting maybe at a smaller amount and seeing what the effect is
Now, see,
before
to
investing
me,
more.
you're at 40%. I don't think you have the ability to go, let's see if it works by, I think you gotta throw something at it.
Yeah,
that-
like we
that
did
has-
last year.
Yeah, has some teeth to it that you'll know, because if you go $1 and then go, well, I can go to Waco PD and get $1.50 or $1.75, and I think we have to be competitive, or maybe a little bit more. It's kinda like the nurses. We can't keep nurses because we just wouldn't pay quite enough.
Well, MHMR, those jail folks that we had working, mental health folks were working at the jail. They were leaving and we couldn't get any more applicants and decided to go from 38,000 to 50,000. Filled it, now we can be back in business and doing what we're supposed to be doing. I mean,
I don't disagree with what y'all are saying. I see both sides of it, and I'm good
Yeah.
with either way. I want it to work. Whatever we do, it needs to work.
Yeah.
But
and
we
I
need to
have
see the number.
Yes, I have some numbers for you, and I apologize, I was interpreting it as two rates that were paid anyway, so at $1, you're looking at about 425,000, and then $1.50 would be about 637,000.
And that's the number we were working off of.
And that's a very simple, again, very
Yeah.
simple calculation.
That's
If
pretty
they're-
close to the number David came up with.
If they're rotating shifts, that's something, administratively is gonna take, a lot of effort to try to figure out how we're gonna, work that. You have two rates of pay and.
Yeah, it's
and so,
gonna be a,
We'll get there.
need to be written up and, policy-wise and all.
We would want to attach a policy to it, a policy that can be administered, and so we'd be working closely with Francis on that and what, how mechanically that would work.
Yeah. But I like the fact we're approaching it from the standpoint of identifying the problem and verifying, vetting everything that the assumptions made, making them from assumptions to a fact, and then having a solution that we think should make an impact. Because it'll be a year before we can see it. If it doesn't work, then we're a year behind and probably gonna be 2 years behind, so.
What was that amount?
So, if you looked at $1, with taxes and benefits, about $425,000 for the year. And then $1.50, is about 637,000.
And that's the
And
number.
like Anna said, that does include, some positions in juvenile as well. And so, different budget, but you still fund that budget through a transfer, so that would
Well,
affect the
so-
general fund.
I would say that the sheriff's department's offering something as counter, so we'd see if they have something to offer as well.
And when when the Board of District, or the Board of
Judges.
Juvenile Board, excuse me, that you're on as well, when they adopted the budget, as they usually do, that, it's always with the intent that whatever else is applied to other county employees, that will mirror that for their employees as well, whether it be COLA or incentive pay or
But I see what
something
the
like
judge
this.
is saying, though, the SO offered us up a balancing tool, but we'll see what juvenile has to offer for balancing that. But that would that transfer to, or translate about $240 a month for a person working a night shift? Is that right? Okay, that's not bad.
And Commissioner, to your thoughts here, I'm just looking at something else. There's some agencies that phase it in. So year one, you might be at a buck. Year two, you might be at $1.25, and then year three, they max out the differential pay at $1.50
If they stay.
if they stay. So just another wrinkle to look at.
Been, 160 a month to start with. I mean, I'm good either way. I want us, if it solves the problem, however, whatever it takes to solve it, so.
Right.
Just an additional item to consider is just related to possible pay compression with jailers who are close to reaching their first step and who actually do have their first step earned. So this would amount at I don't know which amount the court's more leaning toward, but at the higher $1.50 amount, that would make their overall annual paid amount higher than what an employee would earn at the second step. So the second pay step for jailers is $1,710 for the year. And I just identify that because those folks typically who reach that milestone get the opportunity to go to day shift. And so that can cause a morale issue there. I feel like there's a way to figure out how to address that, but
Why does it cause, I mean, it'd be their choice, give it up if they want to go to day shift. I'm gonna work days, but I'm gonna give up my differential pay.
yes.
So what's the problem there?
The average tenure, according to David, of folks on night shift is 11 months. So essentially, somebody who's been there almost 2 years, they could be on day shift and they have somebody who just started a month ago earning more than them on night shift with the shift differential.
But they chose to go today.
And they chose to go to nights because they knew they'd make more.
Right. I don't necessarily have a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's their choice.
I mean, it's a heck of an incentive to get you to look at going.
Yeah, keep working nights.
I certainly understand what you're saying there.
It's just something to.
I'm just thinking
identify.
about back when I was there, it was where do I make more money?
Yeah.
And then after you've been there a while, you get tired of that and I go to day shift, but early on, you're trying to make what you can.
Right.
Dustin, did you talk to David, or y'all communicate?
Yes, sir. So Judge, Major Whitlock had messaged me just about those 34, 35 positions, but I did just message David Ives and we can get more detail from David. But the way I understand it, there are 34, 35 vacant positions now. This RCI, the company that we're going to bring the proposal next week, would basically look at filling 25 of those. So 9 of those positions could go to be converted to dollar placeholders. And if RCI was able to fill those 25 vacant spots, then we could come back to the court and request those other 9 jailer spots.
It's a recruiting company.
We're
And like I say that-
We're thinking about contracting with an outside recruiting service to fill jailer positions?
Yes.
What we're saying?
And yes, sir. And that'll be on the agenda next Tuesday. But there's a group that Anna and I set in a meeting with the SO on that seems very promising.
Okay.
So I think I think after reviewing just initial information on the program and identifying kind of the problem and running numbers on that, I think I've shared all the details that we have on angles that the court should consider. And so I think now hearing from David would probably be best.
So the trade-off would be putting a placeholder on 9 spots, is what you're saying? That's
Yeah,
9
which we had already
times-
talked through.
Yeah, we'd already talked about that, 9 times 50.
It was a total with everything was
Almost.
right at 520,000.
Right at $500,000. Makes my eyes light up.
I think it's worth continuing to talk about and look at.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
There's something wrong with my spreadsheet that has my information on the counties we have information from, so I'll be sure to have that.
Okay, that's all right.
ready
If
to.
you said- No, I mean, you said what they have, I'm good with it.
No, I know we briefly talked about incentive pay earlier, and they said they'll just kind of still simmer on that, the vacancies. And then any other requests we had on the spreadsheet, but I think you covered those earlier, so.
Yes, and then I'm still gonna sift through a classification for department heads and county administrators.
Yes, yes,
The last item. And then I can be back tomorrow for the district clerk's item.
Sounds good. Perfect. Okay.
Okay.
So we have individuals with CASA with us today to present their request. And so again, their letter that they submitted is there in your outside entity request folder, and they're requesting $50,000. And I will let them present their information.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you as well.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass around, if I may, just copy and some information that I wanted each of you all to have.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Judge Felton, and to the McLennan County Commissioners Court. I'm Rolanda Burns. I'm the Executive Director of CASA of McLennan County. I am here this afternoon on behalf of the children that we serve here in McLennan County, as well as our volunteers. So what you have before you, I made a packet up of CASA, because I first want to just tell you a little bit about CASA, and you can go through it at your leisure. But our CASA program is it's funded, first of all, by pass-through grants, and those pass-through grants are going to be two major grants that we get from federal. And federal grants are going to be our Crime Victims Grant, as well as our Victims of Crime Act grant. We're also funded through foundations. We have to reach out through foundations to get, ask for grants, donations, and we also do have some fundraisers as well. And those fundraisers could be anywhere from golf tournaments and our major Crawfish for CASA event, as well as our 5K runs. So what you have before you is just, I wanted to let you know what, how sustainable we have actually been just through the different types of funding, first of all, that we have. We have our mission statement, and our mission statement, and I'm on the second page, I'm sorry, our mission statement where we train, recruit, support volunteers who are advocating for children that are in the foster care system. So yes, we work very closely with CPS. We work very closely with the courts. Judge Nikki Mendowski is the CPS court judge, and she is the one that is going to be appointing CASA to the actual cases. Again, our volunteers are local citizens who want to give back of their time. These individuals are not paid at all. The only paid individuals are our actual staff. On the second page, you will on the third page, you'll see where our history is there, starting back in 1976, and we are now in 2023. How sustainable our program has been just through those funding sources that we've received, our foundation grants, our donations, as well as our events. But I'm particularly here because we meaning all of the CASA programs that are around the state of Texas, that funding source, those main funding sources are going to be cut in some way. They have not told us just yet when and how. I was on a call on just yesterday where they're still working through those details as well as formulas. The way we receive our money is going to be the number of children that we serve in our county, just based off of that. I do want to give you a bit of history, just kind of talking about the numbers are low in terms of what they were last year. You know, we're talking going from over 900 children being removed down to just, I reached out to the department, and that number has now gone down to 498, which we say, you know, is a good thing. But CASA then can be affected by those low numbers, just basically meaning we may not be assigned to as many cases, which can be a good thing, which means that we can put all of our time into the cases that we actually do have. On the fourth page, is going to talk about CASA, our current activity. And so this activity is what I pulled together as of July the 25th. Again, we're talking about on that particular date, we had 490 children that were removed by CPS. Of those 498 children, CASA is currently only serving 116 of those children. We have a total of 74 volunteers and 68 cases. Now, going back to the children, we get on the cases through Judge Mendowski. So that basically says we don't get appointed to all of the cases. Right now, it's probably going to be more of your serious types of cases, your sibling groups of cases. We don't get appointed to babies. And so that number remains to be somewhat low. But on the flip side, we as CASA think, but are there children out there that are not being served and served by our program? I went also, we are on a year-to-date schedule. And so what I did was I pulled the volunteer hours year-to-date, and you have September 22nd up to July the 25th. There was a total of 2,873 hours and 33. We're trying to figure out where does that 33 come in, of what our advocates have done thus far. When you look at the rate of nonprofit leadership average, that's $31.80. When you add that up, that comes up to be an amount of over $90,000. So we have volunteers who are out there, frontline individuals doing this work, volunteer. We want to be able to continue the great work that they are actually doing. What I also broke down, because I know this may be the very first time that CASA has come before you, I wanted to break it down so that you could really see, what is this volunteer stuff? What are they doing? How are you advocating for the best interests of children in the foster care system? And so I broke it down into 3 particular areas that are real important areas for us. The well-being of a child. What is that? It's the medical advocacy that we do, the educational advocacy, the safety advocacy, face-to-face visits with these children, face-to-face visits with the contacts of parents. And out beside that, you'll see a number where it says instances. These are the number of times that a volunteer has actually had this particular contact with families. And we're talking about free. But these individuals do give back, and they give back in a great big way, big heart. Permanency, because that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that when these children are appointed to us by the judge, that we are looking for permanency. That should always be the main goal. CASA's goal is to advocate for the best interest. So their best interest could be permanency back to families, permanency with foster parents, permanency with relatives. It can be in a number of areas, but I listed a couple of areas here where permanency conversations are talked about and discussed. Court hearings, mediation, permanency conferences with all the different parties, whether that's CPS or it's going to be your attorneys. CASA is always at the table. Writing court reports. One of the things that when Judge Mendowski does appoint us to the case, as we are going to court, it is a requirement by a CASA advocate, by the CASA program, that we provide her with a CASA report every single time that we go to court. In the life of a case that we may have, we'll go to court anywhere from 4 to 5 times. They're providing a CASA report to the judge. And when you think about children who are aging out of care, who've reached that 18 and up age, and we might be still advocating for them, we're still doing that. We're still providing a CASA report to the judge. So that's another area. Case records, we read all sorts of case records and identify any areas that we see are concerns. And the last thing in this particular area is what we call collaborative family engagement. And this is where we want to bring families to the table. Too many children are reaching that aging out, and we want to make sure that we're making connections, CASA, with CPS, we're making those connections on the front end so that kids have permanency, they have family, they have connections. So we're doing those meetings as well. And the last area you will see are stakeholders, and these are just a few of the individuals that a CASA advocate, when they are assigned a case, they are going to touch every individual that I have listed here. CPS, attorneys, we deal with the ADA's office, therapists, doctors, placement facilities, agencies, and most definitely our schools. We're very, very connected with our schools simply because we want these children to be able to have the best education. Oftentimes when it's trauma and that trauma occurs, it doesn't always mean the children need to have medication. So that's why we're going to be in those schools. If school officials are saying kids can best be served by having medication, that might not be the case. We want to educate them as advocates, basically saying trauma. And trauma can come in any different form, and it does not necessarily mean that children need to be on medication. So that's what you're going to have, is just activity. I wanted to just come before you to really shed some information and some light about what CASA does. CASA is volunteer-based, and we are seeking funding. On the next page, you'll basically just see best interest. Kids are appointed an attorney right off. They get their own attorney. Whenever there's a conflict of interest, that's when Judge Mendowski does appoint CASA. Conflicts of interest, the most common conflict of interest is going to be when children meet with their attorneys, they are going to be saying right off, I want to go home. I just want to go home. And that's considered to be a conflict, because when we bring families in and abuse and neglect has been identified, that may not happen right off. And so the judge is appointing CASA so that we can come in and advocate for best interest. That's our sole mission. That's what we're supposed to do. So I wanted to just kind of share with you all what the best interest advocacy basically meant. And the last and final question, the last and final piece of the little PowerPoint that I have is our board of directors. These are the individuals who I always say they're my bosses. I report to them directly. And I wanted you all to be able to have the names of the folks who are our board of directors at CASA. If you have any additional questions or anything for me, I'm definitely happy to answer them. But we are here again to just ask for funding because we know that a cut is going to occur. We have no idea what that funding, and because that is our main source, I want to be able to get out front and start asking and seeking. I am reaching, to other foundations. We've received foundation money from the Cooper Foundation, Bernard Rappaport Foundation. United Way does to give to us as well. Oftentimes when you are dealing with different foundations, there are restrictions. And so the things that I had listed, coming to you, advocate appreciation, background checks, retention, those things can fall up under restricted or unrestricted. But I wanted to, just kind of lay out, I think it's important that even though CASA is a little building over on 5th and Colcard, we're doing some magnificent work. These cases are not easy cases because of the way that The House bill recently changed in September of the way that the department does their removals. It has made, they now only are able to do removals in immediate danger. So that basically means that these cases that we're getting, they're pretty serious cases. I worked for CPS a little over 16 and a half years. And as I'm reading these cases, they're tough cases for volunteers to take on. So we want to do everything possible to retain them, to keep them, to continue to support and train them as well.
I was gonna ask you that. So your volunteers are trained?
Yes, they are. Our volunteers go through a training of about 2 months, 2.5 months. They're required to have 32 hours of training before they come out hitting the ground running. So that is done on the front end. Yes,
Okay.
they will get training.
Who provides that training?
The training is provided by our CASA staff. I have a part-time CASA trainer, as well as I brought John Mormon here. He is the Director of Advocacy, so he's charged also with making sure that that training flows and goes as well.
Any questions?
Good presentation.
Yeah, great
Excellent.
presentation. Yeah.
That's- You have a passion for it, you can tell.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And your volunteers are appointed, your cases are appointed directly from the district court?
They're appointed directly from the CPS court.
Okay.
And that's Judge Mendowski. Now, we do work with the district attorney's office is the attorney for CPS. So all of us are working together. They have a unit over there that is strictly for the CPS cases.
Okay.
I think Maddie Beach is now in charge with that particular unit.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Well, we
Thank you.
appreciate your presentation, and we will, we're taking all this under advisement right now, consideration, and so we'll be in touch with you fairly soon.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Bye.
I don't know, David Ives is here. David, you don't take a chance on talking us out of what we agreed to, but I guess one thing is, do you feel comfortable with the numbers that came up from the standpoint of the open positions that we're trying to fill, and how that's gonna be affected by the new
Sure.
recruiting,
And if the court has any
contract we're looking at?
questions about that as well, I'm certainly here to answer
I think
any
Tuesday,
questions.
y'all will be making a presentation about that agreement.
Correct.
You might just give an overview of who they are and what they are, but how is that gonna affect these positions and,
Our overall goal is, of course, we never expect 100%, but we'd like to get somewhere in the neighborhood of 75% of filling our current open vacancies. And if the court is going to have taken into consideration the elimination of those slots, that was originally done when the court was presented information that we had 35 vacancies, and we don't. That changes, of course, week to week as we process quiet grounds. People come in, people come out. We have months where we're up and months where we're down. So right now, we have 31 total vacancies. That is 20 at Highway 6 and 9 at JHDC. We would, ask the court for consideration in regards to the 3 slots that we have currently filled. We would fill 25 then, if I'm doing quick math in my mind, with the company, or would be the expectation of what we would fill with the company. And if we could recoup the 3 for a total of 28 available after y'all have cut the positions, that would leave us with a more evenly balanced shift layout. Because when those positions are cut in numerical values, just numbers, it hurts us when, not hurts us, it's y'all's purview to do so, of course. But when you say 9 or 7, an odd number, because then a shift is always going to be left out short some number of personnel. So even numbers are easy for us to typically play with when we're trying to justify those people on the shift so we don't have anybody left out, or one shift that's shorter than the others.
So if we do $1 placeholder, then, and you see the need of that and convince the court of that, then it's a budget amendment. It would cover that, right, Francis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And we take no issue with that.
So then what number are we talking about, a placeholder for?
Are you saying 6?
Well, the court, I think, had originally proposed 9, correct?
Yes. So that's what the,
Because that kind of, that was the savings it worked out to offset what we do for the
so
shift
For the
pay
shift,
increase.
differential pay.
But still, I mean, if you need it,
As long as and the court has always been this way, so I'm not making an indication that y'all have not. If you will give us that $1 placeholder so that we have that opportunity to come back in and make that honest presentation to the court about the needs for those positions, we can certainly live with that, because the differential pay is certainly going to help our 65-35, turnover split between those.
What is your thought about how that differential pay, if it works as we all hope it will offset some overtime pay?
So the main mechanism is by being able to keep tenured people on night shift. Night shift has just always been the snake that eats its own tail. It typically has far less tenured employees on it. They have far less experience, far less training, so therefore night shift is always just going to have a higher propensity for errors, not necessarily errors, but propensity for it. And people always put their time in so that they can go to days. So once they get a certain amount of tenure, those people are wanting to go to days, but trying to incentivize some of that on nights where we have more experienced people will help in regards to just generally like overtime, because we'll have less movement, less people quitting. If we can get that 65 number down to a more tenable number like it is on day shift, whether we offset that with pay, training, time off, whatever the court would allow us to do financially, of course, it will certainly help with overtime, because as it is right now, the majority of the turnover we have is on nights, and that certainly affects the night shift as far as overtime expenditures.
okay? Any other questions? All right. Now, I know you were.
I do
running
have
around.
one. I do
Yeah,
have
go
one
ahead.
real quickly.
Yes, sir.
There was discussion earlier about if you've got a shift open and a day shift guy says, I'll take it. Is it hours that are worked that would get the differential, not the person, right? So if I'm a day shift guy and you got an opening and you call me in and I agree to come in, it's overtime, but it's also the shift differential, or it's not?
So the way that it depends on how it's administered. Like we're looking at it just from like a numerical value, right? For an average individual that's assigned based on slots and yada, yada, yada. But in any case, the city of Waco does it just like that. They record hours on a timesheet. They basically have a slot for, non-night shift and a slot for night shift. And when they record it on the night shift hours, those hours are accrued at a different rate for the city of Waco. But that's a discussion with the auditor that we can have. But typically, you do not have a lot of day shift guys that are going to work nights. Now, that may certainly change, but that is also the hardest place about the overtime for us to get people to work overtime, because it's a very different schedule when you have an individual who works a day shift, like our shifts are set up. Y'all have probably seen our shift calendar. So you're getting opposite parasitic shifts from days to come in, which is going to interfere with their day shift when they come back to work, because it works into the next day at 7 a.m. So it's kind of a weird deal to get day shift to cover a night shift, or it's difficult at least for the employee, and we don't want to place any more undue stress on them than already is with the incredibly hard job.
So most of the time, when you ask it's a nighttime working another nighttime shift or a daytime working another daytime.
Correct. It would be A to B and C to D. Those are our day shifts and correlating night shifts.
So the next step would be that Anna and you get together and work on a policy that would address this, so we can, and then it'd come back and court approve that policy.
Absolutely, sir. We can certainly get on that. We've already been in discussions with Hannah about how that's, best going to work. So we've got a few different ideas we need to vet.
Anna, do you have any questions in all this or statements or anything?
All my questions are gonna be more mechanics-based for policy purposes.
Okay.
And so it's, but we're good. Also excited to build policies, so we're ready.
Yeah, something weird about that.
That's why they're good at what they do. They
I know
like
it.
it.
Okay. Thank you, David.
All right, thank you all.
Captain.
Thank you.
David's fine.
All right, Francis.
Yes, sir. And so now just looking at what we have left, we could come back to the road and bridge low water crossing topic, if I'd like to circle back to that. I just checked with Zane and, oh, I know you, never mind.
No, I'm here.
I was thinking it wasn't quite 3.
But I'm here now.
Oh, okay.
He paid the $25
Okay.
fine to stand.
That's right.
So before we jump to that, going back on the city's request, any thoughts in any of that? Just, any more information you want, or are we good with that? Or, we shorten the term, some of that, we're not going forever. I think we're gonna look at things next year again.
Well, it's a year, the library's a year, isn't it, right now? That's what we're doing in the library.
Yes,
And,
sir.
Year after year.
the animal deal is a year
Right.
also, isn't it? And it's, because it's based on previous year's numbers, so. I'm fine with it.
And then-
As long as we work something out.
So while we're talking about animals, the spay and neuter clinic anymore, they had an increase, and now it's supposed to cover, they had prescription costs and those kind of, I think supply, medical supply and stuff costs, but they would actually do more animals, right?
For ABC?
They could do like.
ABC, yeah.
They could do like 500 more animals, couldn't they, or something like that with that number, or something like that, wasn't it?
I wrote down exactly
Yeah,
what she said.
But I don't, aren't we gonna go back over all of the?
We were, but I'm just trying to keep it fresh on my mind, so y'all.
Grouping apples and dogs.
Yeah,
and
'cause
dogs.
while she's looking that up, the only, I don't know that I'm in favor of increasing the library over last year. I'm in favor of keeping it at what it was last year and then renegotiating the contract. And I would like for it to be based more on our population and not the populations of just anybody outside the city limits of Waco.
So see, that's why I brought it back up, just to see, because
I apologize. I think I have her handout on my desk over there across the street. But I'm pretty confident it was just to increase the number of animals that they were serving.
Right.
And was the cost, the reason for the
So,
increase.
okay, on that one, so what's the consensus on how we look at that increase, or what we want to do?
Well, they're at 75, they wanted us to go to 120? 120, what was their request?
Yeah.
ABC.
Is that up there? I'm sorry. I
No,
can't-
I just
from
put it up.
here, it's all looks.
Okay.
never mind. Okay, there you go. I like that.
And how much less was the city, it's coming down this year by how much?
27.
What if we just took the 27
That's-
and
that's-
moved it?
that's the
Is that what
thought
you're
I had.
thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Say it again, guys.
just take the 27,000
Add it to the
decrease
75.
and add it to the 75.
27,000 decrease in what?
Maybe give her 100.
So we're saving 27,000 in our contract based off of this year's numbers with the city and the animal
Oh,
shelter.
the animal shelter.
Just
Yeah,
take
animal
that
shelter.
Try
and
to
move
stick
it.
with animals, right?
Yeah. But if we just moved it
Castrating
to,
cats.
So if we move that 27 over, that gives her 75, 122, 112. Talk to me.
Almost 103,000.
75 plus 27?
That would make the sum of those the same as last year.
Okay.
So we keep it level on what we invested in animal.
Correct. We're still spaying and neutering.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. I'd had that idea since.
Good. Okay. Do that. We got to, that's why I want to keep working on these things. Get them off Francis' list.
Is there anything else we group up there, like?
So
spiders?
back to the library, I thought we were obligated contractually to that $271,000 amount.
Well, last year we didn't fund 100% of what they asked. I didn't think we did. I could be wrong.
Isn't that right? I don't think we did either.
They wanted us to come up to a higher percentage, and Dustin's on, I know he would know
Yeah,
the
Dustin,
specifics of the
join in,
contract
please.
more.
Yes, and I don't remember the exact, but they were planning, kind of stepping it out over a number of years, similar to the health district, if I remember correctly. And then we had agreed on 20% of the total budget, and that's the ask for this year is keeping the 20% the same, but applying it to the total library budget. So that's why there's an increase.
And again, my only issue with that is we're paying for every resident that lives in any incorporated area when we shouldn't be, because those areas have their own libraries. Hewitt has its own library, West has its own library, McGregor has its own library, but yet we're paying an additional fee for those residents. I want to fund them and I want to be fair about it, but I just don't think we should be
But you want to be fair about it.
to everybody.
Yeah.
That includes us.
Well, doesn't it feel like though that we're double, that
Paying?
we're getting double hit?
Yeah, because we do fund the other library, the smaller libraries, and I wouldn't, you know, I have ideas, I don't want to talk about them yet, but I think I think at some point we need to cap what we do here. And if we're going to do anything, then I would look at doing it at the smaller libraries that don't have the funding.
I'm always for that.
It's kind of dangerous just saying we'll pay a percentage of your budget. Or if you tell me you're gonna pay me 20% of my budget, well, that's easy enough. Next year, my budget's gonna be higher. I think we have to.
You know, and I agree, I think they're being very fair with us. The only thing that I would debate with them is, and I think Commissioner Jones just said it perfectly. We're basically almost paying twice, because if you live in Hewitt, you've got a library you can go to. But we're gonna go ahead and pay for you to go to the Waco Library too if you want to, and I don't think that we should, I don't think that's
Is there anything else we do
wise.
that with, though?
The health district.
Yeah, we pay for everybody in Clinton County with
Right,
that.
and then there's also a charge to the cities. That's a whole different story, though, when you get into people's health. My question is, does everybody have the ability to go to a library? Yes, they do. If we don't pay what the city of Waco wants, do they still have the ability to go to a library? Yes, they do. They have a local library in their community. I'm willing to pay whatever we gotta pay for folks that live outside of the municipalities. But we're paying for everybody that lives in them as well.
And I know they had tried to dig down and get into that circulation number versus the residents in the unincorporated areas, truly unincorporated outside of any other city. And then I know, and Francis can show this, but I think we do 10,000 a year for 5 of the community libraries, if I remember.
Yes.
And then historically, going back to 1978, I think that's when they had the different tiers for the library partners, and we were in the tier that basically paid, I think, well, it was 16%, it was 1/6, I think, of the library budget, 16%. So then that increased from that 16% to 20% last year. And then that's their request is to hold it at that 20%, but of the total budget, and the budget has increased.
And then in 1978, how many of our outside municipalities probably didn't have a library? So it was incumbent upon the city to provide for everybody, but there's a lot of libraries that have come on board since then.
And they do in the presentation they did, and we could go back and find it, but I do remember that they're showing the county circulation has increased over the past few years. And I don't remember if that is county outside of the city of Waco or county as in truly the unincorporated areas. But we can always pull that PowerPoint back up if we need to.
I know this year's budget had some, like, equipment and everything that drove the cost of it. I understand the need to replace some aging computers or whatever. I think they did a pretty across the board, if I remember in their presentation, which, you know, those are used quite often, and I understand that, so.
I do know they have excellent services. Not arguing for or against the increase if we're gonna keep it at the current or take it to where they're asking. But I don't want to give the impression that I think that our smaller rural libraries are doing the same service as those large libraries in the city of Waco. You can't get everything at those smaller libraries that you can get at our large centralized libraries. I don't want to give the impression that they're just small satellites that do the exact same thing.
Well, but
Wasn't there a large, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What, and so this just came to my mind, there was a large increase also too in the ebook.
Yes, I think they updated all of that, you're right.
Subscription.
Yeah.
That they have to pay for.
We want to ask them to come back and talk about these.
I think we just need to figure out what we're gonna do. I think they've done wonderful putting numbers out there and presenting, and I think we just need to figure out what we think is the right thing to do. And I'm for funding them, I'm just not for funding them with the formula that's currently in place.
And this may have already been discussed when Dustin was talking through it, but that amount they're requesting is 20% of their budget. Last year, I was looking last year, they proposed starting with 20, moving to 25, and then moving it to the number based on the circulation percentage that the county was using. I was reminding myself of the history there, but.
So as a percentage, we're doing the same or less?
Same.
We're doing the same percentage as
Same.
last year, but of course, their budget increased,
So the
so.
budget increase.
So the formula hadn't changed, it's the amounts increased because of the
Right.
population growth or whatever.
Well, it's not, it's just their cost increases that they're passing on to us. So, I mean, there's no formula about it other than,
Well, the
formula doesn't kick in until we can come up with an agreement, right?
Like a new formula, you're saying like a new formula or a new way to figure
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's what I take from it.
So I'd say if we counter, we should come back with that new formula.
I've got
That's the
some,
only fair way to do it.
You know, the difference between that amount, if you went halfway, would be 1224. Would be halfway between the 1177 and the 1271.
I might be the only one out that would even consider this, but I would like to look at putting a cap at right at $1 million on that, and then using some of the money, what did we pay, 1.17 last year?
Yes, sir.
Use some of that 177,000 to increase funding at our smaller community libraries. But if we invited them in, they can give pretty compelling presentations as well on programs they would like to do that they're doing, they would like to enhance, but we don't offer them that ability.
The only one I know that's capable, that rivals them, is the Hewitt. And it's a big library, nice.
Brand new.
Sir?
Brand new.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I have this right. It looks like on their spreadsheet, they said that last year, the county circulation was 33.8, and 20% of that was the 1.177898. Then it looks like, and this is this year's handout, now they're saying that has increased, I guess, the circulation has the county at 41%.
What
Is that
page
what they're
is that
doing?
on?
It's on the handout they did.
Yeah, I remember.
That handout that the library brought, let me see what the front page
And
is.
Francis, I think I can share my screen, or
Okay.
Haley, you may have it.
But keep in mind, when they say county, they're including everybody in Woodway, Bellmead, West, Hewitt,
Right.
McGregor. That's what they consider county.
Well, they got City of Waco, okay, I hear what you're saying, the suburban areas.
Right.
41%.
Outside county is only 2.77%, which is who we
Well,
represent.
That's,
that outside county is actually outside McLennan County.
Yeah, that 1%.
They don't
that's
have
like
a
the
figure.
That's other
surrounding
counties.
counties.
Yeah, other counties are that 1%.
So they either have Waco or outside Waco.
Right. The 41 is McLennan County less Waco.
But I have no idea what percentage or what population is outside of incorporated areas. You could probably yardstick it.
It's hard to do. I know we talked about this in the health district, remember way
front
back
page.
when? And because the zip code is the database they use, is like McGregor, there's a lot of, in that zip code, there's a lot more people besides just in the city of McGregor. And so I think that was one problem, and I think maybe this is the way this one's divided, but nevertheless, I don't have a problem with coming to a number that we all agree on. I would like to have it, a basis for it that we can send back and say, this is the basis we want to fund y'all on. If it's like, we'll take this farming up to $1 million and then the rest of it goes to these other.
To these, I think we could do a lot more to help the smaller communities.
I think we
I
can.
wish I knew more about libraries.
I'll just point out that if we're gonna spend 50 and we're gonna spend these amounts, 1.2 million and then 50,000. So let's say we spend 1.3 million, 1.3 million on libraries. We only spend we're only spending $1,070,000 with MHMR.
Okay, back to libraries real quick.
Good
So
point.
you're saying we spend more on libraries than we do
On mental health.
On mental health.
on mental health?
One other point on the library, and this is all the City of Waco budgets. Remember that this is just the way the city budgets. They budget indirect costs in each department. So,
Right.
HR is spread out among, finance is spread out, and so that is a portion of it. So just something just to consider, I think,
Yeah, it's a
if you're looking at,
cost plus, G&A expenses are added in, and if I were,
so you're paying for the
We're not
increases in all
billing-
those departments too.
and if we're not billing them and others on the same calculation, then we're shorting ourselves.
Yes.
Because I do think you ought to add in expenses. You can't have a program that there's not some overlying expenses that indirectly affect how you deliver the service. So I would agree that if we're doing this, if we're charging someone for something, that we're putting in our G&A, our legal, all those other things too. I mean, if you're gonna build a building for somebody, and you're building 10 buildings, you're gonna take that portion of the G&A and you're gonna stick it over here for this building, so much for this building, so you gotta get it back some way.
Yeah, it's proportioned out to different departments. Like I
I
said,
get-
legal, garage fee.
And so that's what you're paying for when you,
I agree that we need to spend more money on mental health. I'm just not going to muddy up this conversation. I think mental health deserves a conversation on its own. Because I can see where we do need to do more.
I'm not talking about
but-
having a mental health conversation. I'm talking
Okay.
about
But what I'm saying
just
on the
a
library,
comparison about what is our
what I'm
priority.
saying on the
Are we gonna
library.
pay for are we gonna pay for their budget?
Okay, let her talk about, she wants to talk about, we were on library, let's stick on that, then let's get back to something else.
I agree that the smaller libraries need funding. Today, they have not sent us anything to say, if you gave us additional funding, we would do this, this, this. I think given the opportunity, they would. But that being the case, that's why I say I could see keeping it at the same if we're not going to do the 20%, because we've been given a presentation on what they're prepared to do going into next year. And I think it stings a little to say, no, we're not going to give you that. We're going to give it to these libraries over here. We don't know what they're going to do with it yet because they hadn't asked for it, but we're just not going to give it to you. So I don't want to give that optic. It could look like that. That's not our intent, but it could look like that. So
Well, I
why
want to
we-
pay for what we use, Commissioner, I truly do.
Right.
I don't think we're using everything we pay for. We're paying for
I'm
outside.
Well-
We're paying, they're paying for their citizens and we're paying for it again on top of that. And I think, I personally would feel better, and I understand what you're saying, but just come up with a flat fee and say, this is where we're at and this is what we're gonna continue to do. But we've got to, until we can come up with a better idea, because it does disturb me. And for us to sit here and think that all goes to the library, it doesn't. It doesn't all go to the library.
But I knew they've done some great things, because I visited the library, the one on Austin Avenue, and I stay in the one on Elm Street, because they're always having some kind of meeting that I have to go to or something. I guess we're given the opportunity to look at that, because we said next year we're gonna modify and modernize what that agreement looks like. And I think we should do that. Maybe that's when we could have a discussion on a flat fee. Looking at their requests, I just don't see that it's a bad request. And I see that they have done exactly what they said they would do for us. So now I'm just one of 5, but I could see either keeping it at what they've asked for, what we gave them last year, and I don't have a problem with the 20% based on the formula, because we knew last year that's what this was gonna look like. In fact, we thought it was gonna be 25%, but they come back and they're asking for less, they're asking for 20%. So I could see what we gave them last year, we could give them at a minimum, or we give them what they asked for this year, and we look at modernizing the agreement next year.
Or we look at the agreement and take out the HR and legal and all these people and say, hey, what we want to give you needs to go to the library. I don't need it to go to your legal department, to your
And we can have
garage, or
those
to your
conversations,
HR.
I agree with that.
We don't need that. We want it going directly to library functions.
So if you pull G&A out of it, what would it be? I mean, I'm not presenting for the city, but they were transparent in those costs. I mean, it's not like
Right.
they're hiding it.
They put them all out there for us to see.
Yeah. So,
There's a lot of numbers. I mean, you're going through a lot of different departments now.
So is that what, independent billing, is that what we're looking at? 874,000? See, we're paying for health insurance, municipal information.
Paying health insurance on those people that work at the library.
We increased the funding to the smaller outlying libraries a couple of years ago.
We did, when we moved it up to 10,000.
So what would it be then? You take the interdepartment billings out. What would the request, what is that, 20%? No, that's our contract.
you take it out of that net library budget.
So that would bring it down to $1,075,000. Yeah, we were just, if we were understanding correctly, but
1075, $1,075,000.
yes, because it would be, taking out 20% of that interdepartmental billing.
Plug it in.
That-
Which column is which?
I mean, I hate to be, but if we're gonna truly pay in, we need to pay into the library and
I like
not,
that
I mean,
idea.
we're responsible for our own HR and our own legal.
So, but, on the outside libraries, the other libraries, I think we would want them to make a presentation. I wouldn't want to send them a check if I didn't know what they were.
No, don't totally agree with you, Judge, yes.
And, those libraries are different sizes too, so do you had a flat amount of money going to each one of them. Hewitt, it might not be that impactful. I mean, can Mara use that?
As it would be to West or McGregor.
Right, so the population of a small one, you would be giving them way too much money for their population. So maybe basing on their
You know,
population.
Moody presented, they have a library.
They do, sure do.
Right, but you wouldn't.
Right, but I see what you're saying,
Yeah,
but we should start with this contract and then work on the rest of them in that same format
Oh,
of,
that's what I was, I didn't want to open a can of worms, but they're all similar because that's how they
Yeah.
budget. So emergency management, OSSF, it's all,
Is
they
Dustin
all
still
have
on the
indirect
call?
cost.
always.
Justin, are we still under an agreement with the city of Waco and the library? Are we like?
So it was a 1-year renewal.
Okay.
And so then whatever we decide, we'll initiate another 1-year renewal. And then we will work towards the more modernized, as they had termed it, agreement moving forward. That would, I guess, start at FY '25.
Okay, so those April and May deadlines, those went away.
They were, I think, we renewed the original 1978, so those deadlines were probably still there, but I think it's an understanding between the city and us that we're working through the budget work session, and we wouldn't have them a number until the court agreed upon it.
Okay.
and I think this is probably, I think they would like this better than my other thing I was looking at is what's the actual percentage of rural users? And that's gonna be even far less yet. In
Yeah.
all likelihood.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I know I got an email from Riesel, the last time the library came. And they were in full support of that program where the city of Waco sends out their bus.
Yeah.
And sends out resources and materials.
That's
And
one.
they wanted
How
to
much
make
of
sure
that are
that
they paying,
continued.
How much of that are they paying?
Oh, I don't know, I'm just saying they were satisfied with it. They just told me that they liked the
I
program.
would be too if somebody else was paying for it.
Well,
But I
but
mean,
in their presentation last year, I know that the library actually supported that. In other words, the
The
city
bookmobile.
of Waco, yeah, and they,
Bookmobile.
the way I understood it was what they were giving the rural libraries. Supporting them and
It's in
giving
their
them
budget.
access into their
They have a
library
certain-
system. So you can be at Mart and you can get some of the,
And I'm not disputing any of that, but what I'm saying is, that's working well for Riesel, but we're paying for it. And Riesel has it just,
Yeah, we paying for it. That's the Riesel Library.
do what now?
through this
The
budget.
Riesel Library.
But again,
We don't fund the resale library.
well, but we fund services
But the
as well.
city of Waco sends a mobile unit out to the city of Riesel, and they supply them with resources through that library.
And that was the letter we got supporting it last year.
But the point is,
Maybe we should hear from, before we do draconian changes and cuts, maybe we need to hear from these different parties before we assume we know what they want.
well, I can't continue to support us paying interdepartmental exchanges.
No,
I cannot
I see
support
your
that.
point. No,
And
yeah.
I'm willing, I'd commit to 100 or to $1 million right now, knowing what we know now. But I just think the 1.2,
1.7,
1.271.
the current is one
So
point
y'all
one
would get the
seven.
exact number of taking 20% back out of
Of the indirect.
the, and what did that number end up being?
Oh, I understand. Hey, Dustin, do you mind forwarding me that detailed budget that you had?
Yes, ma'am. Give me 1 second.
Okay. We want to make sure the headings, what we were seeing was right based on the proposed or,
I think the figure was $1,073,000 is what we came up with if we removed the interdepartment buildings.
But I thought you recalculated, there was something.
we did, we were just making sure we were pulling the right column. We're gonna look,
And so it's the same?
let me see what he sends
That was
us.
a million.
They have several columns and we're,
75,
Mhm.
right at it.
Yeah, it's on its way, Francis.
Thank you. What happened? I think do you have connection? That's weird.
I don't think Riesel has a library.
I don't know what they got, I just know I got an email.
don't
Where,
remember
whatever the
finding
city of Waco Library is doing for them, they're in favor and they asked us to let them continue.
So they can be sending a mobile unit out there, so periodically park it at on city property, probably, something not ever necessarily every library.
And there may be some more rural communities that don't have a library that the city of Waco is serving.
A lot of little incorporated communities don't have libraries.
And they're being served
Robinson
by
doesn't have a
Waco.
city library. Lorena, I don't think has a city library.
Okay.
Or, sorry, back to that off of.
I don't know about back east, I don't know. The tours, and I don't know what Axtell does, or-
That's not.
but Axtell's not incorporated. Is Axtell incorporated?
No.
Little
No, they're not.
township.
No, they're not. That's
Yeah,
their township.
that's a little
But I would
township.
certainly encourage those cities to consider funding the Waco Library. If you're receiving services from them, why should you not participate in the?
Yeah.
Sometimes our small cities just don't have the resources. That's why they look to their county.
They don't-
Yeah,
Well, as long as you'll pay for it, they'll never have the resources.
But
I guess I could have just taken out
those are our county residents.
the revenues.
And, you know, smaller cities, they just have challenges.
So
They don't
if
have the
you,
money.
oh, sorry.
They won't want it.
So if you take out what they call interdepartmental billing, and then take 20% of that, we were coming to the $1,075,000. So that's about $175,000 drop, for county funding by removing that interdepartmental number.
Say that number again?
EMS is in there too. I'm sorry, it would bring our portion down to $1,075,000. It's about $175,000 drop.
So I think
There's not anything.
what we could do, if it's what the court agrees to do, go to that plan, is you send back an agreement that takes it out and pay them exactly what the calculation is, which is $1,075,000.
Which is,
Because that is that way you hadn't changed anything else, you just changed that one formula.
but we're truly then paying 20% of library function and not outside department functions, correct?
Say that again?
That's what she's saying.
So we've removed the interdepartmental billings.
Yes,
And
sir.
we're gonna pay 20% of what's left.
Correct.
That sounds like a great contract.
I don't want y'all to think I made it up. City of Riesel, it was from the city of Riesel. I'm grateful for the funding the Commissioners Court allocated to the city of Riesel and other water systems in our county to help with our efforts to meet compliance with TCEQ arsenic standards. We are working diligently to enact a solution for our community, and the county's assistance is much needed and appreciated. Thank you. I also want to thank you for the mobile library service that is offered through the Waco McLennan Library. Twice this summer, the pop-up library visited Riesel. The community members here greatly appreciate this awesome service. This is particularly expressed from our youngest citizens. Reading provides so much for our children. We would like the mobile library to make regular visits to Riesel. monthly visits would be incredible. The kind librarians informed us to be sure to let the county know the value the mobile library provides our community. Please kindly consider making the funds available to allow the mobile library to visit Riesel on a regular basis. And I think what that one speaks to is that there are pockets out in the county that we are responsible for, and they don't have a library. So even if we increase
Well, we
the
choose to
county
be
libraries, it won't affect like a community like this.
Well, but Commissioner,
Mhm.
you have, that's an incorporated area, right?
But I can't make
They
it in
have,
the
but
library.
it's an incorporated area. And so when you say that, well, that's our responsibility, well, what's their responsibility? They have a tax base. They have a city council. They have, I understand what you're saying.
They choose not to fund it.
They choose not to, because they would say, but you guys keep funding it, and that's great.
But they may not choose. All cities are not equal economically. So I don't wanna say that Riesel has the same economic base that Woodway does. Because they do well out there. There's some, I'm not saying they're a poor community, but I'm saying they have other priorities they have to spend their money on. For one thing, they're fighting arsenic out there. So,
Well,
right
who's-
now, a library might not be
who's
their
coming up with
priority.
a ton of funds for that.
I'm just saying, keep in mind, while we're saying it's, we're funding the Waco Library, but then everyone has a small library, all communities don't. That's all I'm saying. And this is an example of a community that accesses library services through the Waco McLennan County Library, although they're out in unincorporated areas. That's all I'm saying.
Understand. I still think the formula we just talked about is more than fair. It's very fair.
We'll find out.
I mean, they may pitch us the keys.
Oh, we don't want that.
Okay.
What's next, Francis?
Francis, yeah, tell us what's next, but I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
Sounds good. So I think we can look at the countywide road and bridge again. I know we've looked at that with Zane before, but he's available also. And then there's a couple things I know I've talked with y'all about a couple things about budgeting for those for next year. Just to kind of go through that, see what we want to put in the budget for next year. Just so,
Who's available? I missed the first.
Zane, sorry.
Oh,
Didn't
on that
speak up
bridge
very well.
and that, okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, he had a list of things
Yeah,
that
he
he was
said
proposing
something.
for next year. And we will talk through those, but
See what I did with it.
Okay, we on break?
We're gonna go.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Recording in progress.
Call court back in session.
Hey, is it, can you tell from there? Yeah, okay. Are we pretty good?
Very good.
Okay. So the week before last, Zane had, Zane is on, and I know he'll join us here if he's able to. He provided us with a sheet that listed out the projects that he was looking at for next year, and we walked through those and talked about some different funding options. And so I have that saved. There's a folder under fiscal year '24, and it just says July 27th discussions. And so that spreadsheet is under there again. And then I also just kind of pulled the information and put it in a different format, just so we could talk through this a little more. So I took his sheet, and then Zane, of course, can chime in whenever. But on that sheet, we added, there were two projects. They were the Tom Ledbetter and Orchard Lane. And I think the estimate was between $200,000 and $400,000. So I added those on there. But what I did was I just separated them per what I thought was the discussion when we last talked about this. And then we can just move these around as needed. So the very top two, the East Rainier Road and Holy Road. So those are ones that, we're gonna be hopefully using ARPA funding for. Correct, Zane?
Correct, yeah. If
Okay.
it's a low water crossing project, then we will hopefully be able to use the ARPA funding for.
Okay, so that moves those to that funding source. The next section were ones that I thought were mentioned that were likely for 2024. And then this is where we can change this if that information is different. So you'll see there's all listed there. And then, of course, we also had the point of discussion regarding a contingency. So for projects that we just don't have on this list up here. And then the bottom section are ones that, again, just based on my interpretation of the discussion, that we probably would not get to until after the next fiscal year. So pushing those forward. So Zane, are there any thoughts on how I separated those? Do those seem to match up with what we talked through?
So you have the Vernal Road Bridge and Aquaburger Bridge. Is that that's in future years?
Yes, sir. Because I think
Okay.
that day we talked, I had a 2024 with a question mark, so that was,
I'll leave those two for Commissioners Perry and Commissioners Miller. Commissioner Miller about the Vernal Road and Commissioner Perry about Aquaburger Bridge. If they want to put that off for later, that's their call. I just wanted to put it on the list so we wouldn't lose track of it.
And Zane, what I'd be willing to consider, let's see how the year looks, but my contingency has been, I haven't had to get into that to any great degree the last few years. I've got no problem. Let's put it in 2024 or 2025, 2024?
Just
We get towards the end of the year, if I could commit contingency to it, I'd certainly do it.
Fair enough.
out of your department. And then on that ARPA discussion, you know, when you all set your allocation buckets, you know, Destin has that sheet that you all set some amounts. I think there was 2.5 million set aside for low water crossings. Of course, they have to meet very specific eligibility requirements to be in ARPA, but, you know, there may be some that fall in that middle category that we may be able to use ARPA funds for. And again, Zane and Dustin may have something to chime in on those as well.
And just basically under ARPA, it is repair, replacement, removal of culverts or other road stream crossing infrastructure to the extent that the purpose is to manage stormwater. So that's kind of the guidelines under ARPA for culvert replacement.
Manage stormwater.
So if there are any, that fit in that category, other than those first two, just, we can pursue those. Of course, I don't know.
Yeah, so, the 7 Mile Lane Bridge over Brushy Creek, currently it's a bridge, but it's possible that that bridge can be replaced with large concrete box culverts. And that may be eligible for ARPA funding, as it would then not necessarily be a bridge. Could maybe be a low water crossing, considered a low water crossing. But I would need to get, more warm fuzzies confirmation from LAN or others that are working with ARPA language to see if that would pass muster on that. The others, the 7 bridge repair package and Thompson Road Bridge, it's just repair for on the bridge, and then the Thompson Road Bridge, it's a full bridge replacement. That's going to be a true bridge. I don't, unless the federal people can agree that a stormwater runs over land and gets into the creeks, and then the creeks go underneath the bridges. That would be the only way I could see how that would suffice or apply.
So, we'll continue the conversation on 7 Mile Lane and ARPA funding. But other than that, those ones in that middle section, even just leaving that one in, we're at 3.7 million. That last time we talked, it didn't necessarily tie to anything, but it was just thrown out, hey, let's do 3.6 million in that line item. And so, again, if these all are completed in this next year, that's not sufficient. But if we know that maybe, hey, it's not likely we will get them all done.
But early on, we were looking at 6 point.
The whole list that last day was, with the contingency, was 6.6 million.
That's 3, 6. What is that, 6.9, those together right there, all three of those? But where did you get to the 6.6 then?
That
was the
include
original
ARPA the first
number.
time, yeah. She just included ARPA in this. I don't recall ARPA being in the original conversation.
Okay, but if that work, we can remove that from the conversation then, correct? ARPA?
Yeah,
Because
those
that-
first two, yes, that's the plan for those.
And those wouldn't even be included in the budget then, right?
No.
Okay.
So we'll go to 3.7, and then the contingency is,
So that's where, it's what do you want to put in there as contingency? Do you want to put that full 3.7 and then put $1 million in? So is it 4.7? If you only put in the 3.6,
I think that's, Zane, do you think that's pretty aggressive? The middle that she has, the 3.7, that's a pretty aggressive construction timeline there.
That is, because you can just
Well-
do so much work in 12 months.
Yeah, I don't see how you get.
Yeah, so we can reduce the Thompson Bridge, 7 Mile Lane Bridge. We can reduce those if potentially remove those for a future fiscal year. We've already approved the consultant. We've already approved the consultant contract, so Francis, will the soft costs such as the geotech, the land surveying, the right-of-way acquisition for those two projects, Thompson and 7 Mile, will that come out of that amount?
Zane, how do you cut Thompson out when hadn't we started on
We
that?
started working on it.
We started on the design, yes.
But it's completely out. I mean.
Yeah.
Well, so the amount that was put in there, it's, I believe the way Francis is doing it, what was put in previously is paying for the engineering,
Okay.
geotech, and right-of-way acquisition, and any land surveying.
Well, I want to ask you a question, as opposed to Thompson and 7 Mile, because we haven't started anything on Double E or Harrison, 2 of the 7 projects. We haven't done anything on those, have we?
We,
I know
again,
we've given them, we have a contract for BGE, but I mean, we haven't done any work. So I know we're out there actually doing work on Thompson. You want to maybe look at one of those other 2 bridges? Because they're not even, I don't think, as severe, are they, as Thompson? I don't think we can put
So-
Thompson on.
so the 7 bridge repair project, that'll all go in fiscal year 24. It may still be a good part of fiscal year 24 may be eaten up with simple engineering design, geotech exploration, right-of-way acquisition, and land survey. So actual construction may not occur in fiscal year 24 for 7 Mile Lane Bridge and Thompson Bridge. But as always, I try to put them on the list so that we can have the discussion. And I guess if we go quicker than we think, then maybe we'll have to pull from contingencies.
Well, is Thompson Road Bridge totally out?
Yes.
Yeah. That ought to
Yes.
be one that's
And it's
pushed.
been out for
That ought to
2
be
years.
one that's
It's been out for
pushed.
2 years.
Yeah, push, push, push.
So if we go through and see the ones that we're pretty confident in for 2024, maybe we'll just kind of start there. So it sounds like the 7 bridge, is that how you would reference that?
That first
And then
one.
Thompson, we need to have something in the budget for those, correct?
I was saying, out of those 7, 2 of those I know are mine, and they haven't started any work, so perhaps their timeline is a little further down.
Okay,
But I'm thinking
So do we-
Thompson is more immediate.
okay.
So the 7 bridge repair project, all of those repairs will occur in fiscal year 24.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
So those 2, and then the 7 Mile Lane Bridge over Brushy
Brushy Creek.
Is that one that,
You could push that into fiscal year 25.
okay, I know we said that one could be possibly ARPA as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Zane, were you saying a moment ago, I think I know where you were headed, you were saying, is there any way on some of these projects that we could budget the soft costs in this year, get all that work done, and then budget the actual construction project in the next year?
Exactly.
So we have a line item for professional services, like for preparation of these projects, in that department, and we increased it the other day, the week before last, up to 500,000 for next year. And so we had originally budgeted 250,000 this past year, so there is $500,000 sitting for, professional services.
Hey, Zane, is there any way you could get with Francis and Haley and y'all pick some projects out that you think we could do soft costs in this year and then put construction costs in the next budget?
So all of these, yes. I think the 12th Street Bridge replacement over Flat Creek and Hazelwood Avenue Bridge over White Rock Creek. Those 2 have yet to have soft costs assigned to any consultant.
But those are ARPA funds.
No, those were ones.
No.
Where's it at? I can't see.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Down at the very bottom.
Other flags in the way.
Well, then what needs, I guess, the question I would ask, Zane, is in the 2020, in the budget that we're getting ready for right now, of these lists, what needs to go in there of soft cost? And if soft cost, how much? And how much needs to go in there for actual completion of the project? Which one? Can we go through there and pick those and do those, and so we can get an amount into the budget?
Yeah, the Hazelwood and 12th Street, 400,000 for each of those for soft cost for fiscal year 24.
Okay,
And,
so that would be 400. So that would, okay, Hazelwood, then that would pull out 550. of that amount that's listed here, correct?
Correct.
And then 400 for 12th Street. That would leave 350 in there for soft cost, correct? Or for, would leave 350 in for 12th Street and leave 550 in for Hazelwood,
Correct.
all right? And then Eichelberger, we pushing it to 2025, or is that what you're saying?
No,
I think that's what
Eichelberger is
Commissioner
something I'm gonna
Perry-
probably take care of myself, but, so you're wanting to add costs back into this current budget?
I'm trying to figure out what she needs to put in this
Well,
budget.
but she's got these totally pushed out to next year, and so you're adding costs back into this budget that she's already excluded.
Well, 2024 contingency for 2024, I'm just trying to figure out how much total needs to be.
And there's $500,000 already budgeted for soft cost.
Yes.
So I'm in favor of not carrying any expenses on that bottom column forward.
Okay.
Because Zane and I are gonna do some more talking about Burnell Road. And it may go into next year, but I'm gonna try to maybe do a public-private partnership. Maybe my crew can do the labor, but we can get a company to come in and kind of consult us on the actual construction of it. So we're talking all types of different scenarios, and hopefully it's gonna be fall way short of 450,000.
I want to, I know sometimes it's hard to know, but just as close as we can get on estimate and what will be done. Because when one of these comes up, if it's $500,000 or $1 million, we don't just have that sitting around. So, and we do budget $1.5 million regular contingencies, but not, it's not to cover one whole project. And so, just wanted to gauge where y'all
Yeah, you're right.
are on some of these. So, and I know that can be hard to know, but
So, all right, help me just understand, we've got the 2.85, right?
yes, if
And
everybody.
then what is countywide road and bridge budgeted at?
So we had 3.6 in there, from the week before last.
Okay.
And it's committed to nothing at this point.
No, it's just a number, yeah, just
Right.
a number placed in there.
So I think that's sufficient. If we do 2.8, if we run over on any of that, we've got the contingency left.
And then if another one
Right.
pops up to,
Right, and if we get to the end of the year and we're looking good, maybe we can take one of these down here
Right.
and make it a project that can go.
So leave the 2.85 and 3.15 and everything else goes?
The 3.15's gone as well.
It's already gone, okay.
Yeah.
and I keep saying 3.6. Haley pointed out, it was, we just said it, we set it at 3.5. I know that's close,
Okay.
but,
So you've got 2.85 technically plus the 3.5.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
7.
Recording in progress.
Am I right in saying that, Francis? We've got the 2.85, and then we also have the 3.5, that if anything, we get overruns or anything, we have that to draw from.
so yeah, the 3.5 includes that. So the
Oh, it
3.5 is what we stuck in there for everything.
Well, you say includes what? Now you're
You got a little under $1
confusing me.
million for
I
that.
thought the 2.85 was just for those projects, and there was another 3.5 in contingency countywide.
No, so the 3.5 is what we put in there the other day for any and all of these projects
So
for
it's
next year.
2.85 minus 3.
So then you're sitting on 650 for
Contingency.
unplanned at this point.
I think that,
I think that's
it
good.
works.
Okay.
Just my thoughts. Will, what do you think? I mean, that's still a pretty aggressive timeline.
I don't see how it gets done this year.
Zane, what's your thought? That gonna work?
Yeah, that'll work.
Well, I just go back, I mean, I mean, all these projects have been around for how long?
Well, it depends on what you're referring to as how long. We've only started making the list for, I don't know, two years, I suppose. But some of them have been on the shelf, meaning knowing that we need to do them. We just, haven't gotten to them, or There's been long drainage studies. Take, for instance, the 12th Street Bridge replacement over Flat Creek in Precinct 1.
Well, that's been around since I've been on the court.
We're waiting on that new flood zone, floodplain.
So, right, City of Waco was doing a major flood study and trying to do a letter of map revision for the floodplains. And so they've just now recently finished that up over a number of years. And so now the consultant can now resume their drainage study and finish the drainage study for that bridge. We'll need then to hire a bridge consultant to start designing that bridge based on that flood study, drainage study.
Wasn't there some thought that that could, FEMA could, wasn't FEMA, but I don't know, it's been so long.
The way you have it there, 2.85, that should get us for fiscal year 24.
And then that leaves the 650 to
650 contingency.
carry
Okay.
to other
Yes.
projects. Okay.
Done.
So we're gonna,
Signed, sealed, delivered.
okay.
I mean, I wouldn't put anything in contingency, just because we've generally not used everything up in this, in this big line, this infrastructure, low water crossing,
Yeah, historically, that's definitely what, that's what pans out, but again,
that's
if
just my
there's,
opinion. Right.
And the only reason
Y'all
I'm
can
in
only
favor of
tell
the
me.
650 is we never know when we're gonna have a washout somewhere or it's just, it's nice to have it there in case you get a flood and you get a bridge that washes out or low water crossing that's taken out. If you've got, otherwise we're not, well, we could always go to unassigned fund balance, but I'd rather budget for a small catastrophe than, but
I'm all right, like it is right there. I think it whittled it way down.
Or you didn't whittle anything down.
I feel good about Thompson and Orchard Lane. Those are gonna be third-party vendors. So I feel like they're gonna be able to come in and get those projects done in a
Yes.
12-month period.
and we do separate, like, these would all be ones that are
Yeah.
bid out, they're being outsourced, so we pocket them here, makes them easier to track.
Good.
All right, so,
Next.
we need to come back to all of these entities and look at those as a whole. Because you'd have to give us some indication of what we want to do.
The outside entity, is that what you said? Okay.
So we can, do y'all want to do that? Do you want to pick that up tomorrow, or do we want to start doing that today?
Yeah.
The other thing, I know, I said John Gimble was going to be available tomorrow morning to talk to through a couple of matters.
What time?
He was going to be available at 9:30.
Who?
John Gimble, the district clerk.
So he'd be first up,
Yes, sir.
pretty much first up.
And then the other, I think, more lengthy discussion that maybe had was, John Carter will be available tomorrow, anytime tomorrow. And going back through his budget, because he had some larger things, that were new for the year. So just kind of coming back to those and see what the thoughts are. I know one of those was the large software case management discussion, and so, just what do we want to, how do we want to proceed with that, budget-wise?
Okay.
And so there's a couple little loose ends that I won't be able to have the information until tomorrow, just because a couple of people couldn't be here until tomorrow. But that's what we're up against right now.
So Francis, what we might do is let's go back. I'd like to be done in 30 minutes.
Okay.
I've got some documents I've got to sign in my office before I leave. And so let's go back to the outside entities again.
Okay.
And just start from the top.
Yes.
All those, and That way, if you need more information, we can get it by tomorrow or
Perfect.
Monday. But if not, if you're ready to, you know, have a consensus, on what to do with them, we can go ahead. That way it gets you a little closer to what we're trying to achieve here, show some numbers.
Sounds good.
And so as we go through these, tell us where we were last year and what they're asking for this year. And then also, does it, if you know, does it expand services? Or is it just because they have inflation?
Yes, sir.
You know, if we know.
Okay. And then before I start to, like, just looking at the first one, you know, there are the opioid funds as well. And so there's been work being done to see what we may be able to place there. And so some of these may end up being something, but at this point, I can't tell you for sure, but we'll continue to work on
When
that.
can you tell us for sure, I guess would be my question. In other words, we need to either decide today, yes, we are, or no, we're not, but if we, I mean, how do we know if we approve something, we have no guarantee later on that other monies would supplement that, and if so, then we're gonna finance that? Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean, right now, for the opioid funds, we need some legal counsel to weigh in on some of the documents and what it can be spent on and can't be spent on, and so that's where we're at. But not knowing that here, I think it's just, if you don't know, and you would only spend that money if those funds kicked in, then we'll highlight it a different color and then come back to it before we adopt. But
Okay, so that we could have a column that says, we'll only spend that amount if we get opioid funded.
I don't think.
I just don't know what would
we don't
fit
wanna
there
do
at this
that,
point.
Tuesday.
We didn't need
It's
to.
real, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty, you know, I know we want a settlement, so we're gonna get something, we got a little bit. Still trying to determine two things, one, how much will be there, there's still things that aren't settled, I don't know that we could take it much into consideration, just knowing it's out there. So, I don't know what adjustments we can make in this year's budget, anticipating opioid money could be used instead. I think what we have to do is adopt the budget, and then if we get it, and it can be applied in the middle of the year, then we will. But that's the only way I know to do it.
It's just hard to say.
So most of this that we're gonna spend is coming out of general fund.
And I'll
So
talk to you.
if we decide later on that can be used, it would just go back in, that money would go
Yeah.
back into
Yeah, it's just
general fund to
unspent.
We end
replace.
up with a higher balance at the end of the year.
Kinda like the old bait and switch, Commissioner, you remember?
Well, well, but the thing of it is, the court's gonna make a decision on every use of every dollar anyway, so.
Now, we had money already sent to us one time, haven't we? So we already, that's just sitting somewhere, just waiting to know how we can spend it. Okay.
I tell you where I think you wouldn't have any problem sending it to MHMR, you know,
That's probably true, but I mean, I guess we don't know for sure.
send it to Behavioral Network.
That, more than likely, that situation, that social problem in our community will be the priority that funds could be used in, more than likely. But, right now, there's, I say just 165,000 in there, so. And I don't know if that's, until we know what we have, which it could be in a few months or whatever, you know, you can do reimbursement, so that's the other part of it.
So we're wanting to go,
Yeah, I'll just kind of start walking through them and see if we can check any off. So first, they're the Advocacy Center. So there's their normal $10,000 ask, which has been in place for many, many years. And we've been using special revenue funds for those. The only fund that's left that we use is the Child Abuse Prevention Fund. And so there is enough to cover that amount, of course, for this year. They also had the additional request, the $10,400, and that was for the on-call pay.
On-call stipend.
They wanted to offer. And I know there was some discussion about that yesterday.
So, and here's the deal, you know, we haven't, I don't know if we made a decision or if we decided not to do for on-call for our own employees.
And I'm thinking we're leaning to declining that.
And
why would we
that's what I
fund-
remember.
Why would we
and-
fund someone else's?
So, that's
One,
my.
one other thought on this one is that, these funds that we were using, they had some money built up, so we've been fine. But if you did something like this and funded both of those pieces, in 2025, if you wanted to continue it, we'd have to go to general fund. And so, just another piece there to add, so.
Let us know that each time.
I'm with Commissioner Jones, the thought process on this.
My thought is, I wish that the ask had not been, because I think what they're trying to do is incentivize employees. And those are the people, they're calling at night, and they're calling,
Yeah.
they're taking calls on nights and on weekends. And when I was listening to a gentleman this morning from Behavioral Health Network, and he was mentioning the salaries and what he had to do to get people so that they stayed. He took them from 28 to 50. I think that's what she's trying to do, because she's paying people who have graduated from college with a degree in social work under $30,000. I know it does eat into the budget. I wish he had said, you know, I needed to incentivize the salary, because for the same reason that I said about road and bridge and on-call, it's just hard to pay someone for doing what's in the job description, but it's not a hard thing to do if you understand that people need more pay for what you're asking them to do. I don't know how we address that, because that was her ask, but I do see where she has a need, because those are people that are taking really critical trauma calls at night on weekends. We're talking about sexual assaults and people who are fleeing from domestic violence. And so I just hate that we can't do something for them.
Well, just to, you know, we can continue to discuss that. On the base 10,000 that we have been doing, is there a feeling on that we could go ahead and?
Sure.
I'm
Okay.
fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
good.
Yeah,
Just at least have that piece, you know, kind of set aside, and then
right.
we'll come back to that.
Well, are you gonna, let's just go ahead and cover that. I mean,
Sure, if y'all are.
if there's I just can't see funding that when we've already told our maintenance and building director no, and we've told other
Yeah,
people
yeah.
no. I can't see it. So I'm out on the second.
And I think you're gonna have, you know, with this, but that's a different issue, but with this night pay, I think you're gonna have, you know, that's gonna, it's a can of worm we're trying to stay away from. And
So you're saying,
on the advocacy center, on the 10,400.
Yeah.
If we're not gonna give it to our employees, I can't support it to an outside agency.
Before we zero it out, let's just come back to it.
Mr. Smith, do you have an opinion on it?
No,
Okay, I don't support it.
Did you say? Okay. Okay. So next, we have the MPO, that Metropolitan Planning Organization. There's an agreement in place, and so the county's portion is 20,000. This went into effect this current year. We didn't have it in last year's original budget, but
did we
again,
sign something that said,
yes, that went through, I don't know, it's been a
Yeah,
few
it
months
was-
ago, but
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact month. but-
So this allows the local MPO to compete for some grant money that allows, that requires a local cash match. So that'll help, you know, studies and things like that for the,
So, the one thing I didn't know that it was a continuous.
Um,
Do you
I want to
remember
say
that?
when it
Yeah,
was
we
set for a
do.
few years at
Pardon me?
least. I want to say it was set for a few years at least.
It was, okay,
And
well, that's
that-
fine.
yeah, all the community, the other
Right,
cities
yeah.
and all.
It's all, and, yeah, all, the Waco participates.
Hewitt, Woodway,
Hewitt,
West,
Woodway, all the
Morena,
members.
Robinson.
All the members.
Yeah, all the members,
And they all get charged.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a necessary piece to be able to, be prepared to ask for our share of Tex dot money in the plan, so. And things that we're required to do too, it helps us prepare for that.
I don't have a problem with it. I want to ask y'all one more question, and then I'm gonna leave the advocacy center alone. Okay, I understand the 10-4 and the on-call. I want to put that over there.
Okay.
What about a increase to her operations from 10 to 15? I just want to help her in some way stabilize that component of her program. I've been out to the advocacy center. I've seen some of the women and children. It's such a high emotional trauma area. I just know we can help her do what she needs to do. I feel the same way about her program that I do about Behavioral Health Network, because their populations are so sensitive.
I've been out there, it is, I mean, it's critical that they've got a lot of other supporters besides us too. So
Right, that's true.
that, we're just a small part of their budget.
And it sounds like it's a labor of love for a lot of these.
Well, I'm glad somebody's doing it because it's a escape
Critical,
place.
critical.
Yeah, it's.
I would support, I could support that. I could
Thank you,
support that.
Commissioner Smith.
Because we've added money to some of these others, it looks like already, that
Well,
might not have as critical
Commission.
a mission as they do.
Come on.
I'm gonna stick with my original opinion on this.
I sympathize, but I'm where I'm at.
Hey, that's what I get paid for. It's a risk. On any of these things, we can come back, but right now, I don't want to do any increase. And then, we get down and we see extra funds and nothing's final till next week. So, but for now, leave it there, 10.
Okay. Cultural Arts District, so we had Fiona Bond with us. I can't remember what day that was now, but
weeks ago.
she's asked for a $20,000 increase from $55,000 to $75,000.
No.
Just work around the room, or what do we?
Yeah, I think if we know that.
I'm
Always
inclined.
start on the ends and end up in the middle.
I agree with Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I think this is one that should stay the same.
You got consensus.
Sounds like it. Okay. And if you want any other, besides just last year, historical info, just let us know. We can pull that up as well. The Community Investment Fund, so from 50 to 100, I know they've asked that before. And then they also, remember, received ARPA funding as well for this purpose. And so,
So this
I know-
time we start from the inside and work out.
okay.
Yeah,
We already said that, didn't we?
Yeah, the ARPA money just came in kind of in the middle. We actually, it's been an expense, and then
Yes.
we had ARPA money, so we covered that last year. I think it's an investment, any, capital they've got in there, capital, just a little bit like the Economic Development Fund, what we don't spend still in there is ours as a community, and I think it serves a group that could move into traditional banking. They do a lot of education for finance. It gets us to a place where we've got, you know, hopefully some of these projects create jobs, and I support it. I think it's a critical piece to growing a community, I think, from the inside out. Any other opinions
I'm
on
gonna take a game day approach on this, not so fast. I'm not agreeable to 100. I might be agreeable to a lesser amount, but not 100.
So that's sort of where I was going also too, in picking this game. The unbanked is an issue. And so to get those people in, you know, I think that's it's a noble, I mean, it's, they've done a good job. They've demonstrated they've demonstrated a good job of their goal of meeting their targets and their goal, and they got this Federal Reserve
CDIF.
number, whatever that
Certification.
Certification, big deal.
So,
Yeah.
I could see doing 75,000 there.
I have a question, because when they first came and they asked for the 50,000, then they said they were going to work toward getting their CDIF. Did we at that point say that we were gonna fund them to the 100 if they got their certification? And that's a pure question, I don't know the answer to it.
I thought it was the other way. I thought that they would be getting, if they got the CDIF, they'd have more funds.
Access to more federal funding.
Yeah.
Access
But-
to more funds.
But there was a conversation on our change of funding
But you know,
levels
I think
based
that
on them
was-
getting that
I think,
certification.
did we start them at 25,000 at one time?
We started in 2021 with 50.
50?
And we've done 50 every year since. In 2023, they did receive an additional 50 through ARPA, so 100 was given to them in this current fiscal
Okay.
year.
Well, that's seed money they use to, if some of those federal funds require any type of matching, that's money they have available for that also.
Yeah, it lets them access more.
Access,
funding.
it just lets them access more, but I can live with what y'all are talking about.
And I'm not saying I can't, I could go with that, but before we tell a fib, I just want, can we check the record and see if we did that? Because we said something like that back when they first came. I just want to see, did we put that in the record that when they got that certification, we would raise them to
I don't
100?
recall that.
Dustin?
We can check it.
I'm looking, I remember something along those lines that very first or second year where they had requested 50, and then I think the request was for another 50 if they received that certification, but I don't see that in this year's letter request or funding request.
No, I don't.
What
But
they
we'll
look
do
at
some digging.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we'll keep looking and see what we can find.
So what they think they're asking for is the same thing they got last year. What we're looking at is the sources of it, and 50 of it came out of ARPA, but we delivered 100,000 to them. And so they're asking us to hold to that, that amount.
Same amount.
Yeah, that same amount.
I'm good either way, I just want a resolution and clarification on it.
Yeah. Like I say, I support the 100 because I think it's,
I do too.
when I was at the bank, we would get referrals from organizations like this. And, it's great to see, and of course, some of them weren't that good, but some of them were too.
But we've got consensus at 75.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sound like it.
Okay.
But we are gonna check the record.
But check the record, make sure we're not obligated for this.
Yeah.
If we are, then we need to do something.
Maybe.
Every budget
I'm
stands
sitting
alone.
there.
Waco Sports Commission, so they've requested 120,000 up from the 100,000. And we've given them 100,000 for the last 4 years. In 2022, they did receive ARPA funding as well, in addition to the 100,000, but
How much they get in ARPA?
$96,525.
I'm good with 100.
And it was,
I'm good with 100.
yeah, it was good for, they had, some new events, and so that was what that was for. Well, I support the 120 because we get, the more they can do and bring in, the more we get back in our hotel. It's, their data primarily is based off how many rooms. We're not real interested in them creating an event that's just local people coming. We want to put efforts, I mean, they can do that, but they're really reaching out outside.
Would you not
the area.
agree, though, over time, they should become less dependent on us and not more?
Until they
Most
quit
of
growing.
these, most of these, all of these should become less dependent.
And that's what, like in a company, you call that maturity, financial maturity, and they're not there yet because they're still growing. Would be my thoughts, but what's the,
But we got 200s, we got 120, and we got
I
two.
like the 120, from the standpoint they only have 2 full-time workers, and this would allow them to bring on another part-time. I also would support looking at moving this over to economic development at some point, putting it under
It is.
economic development.
It's
I feel
already
like
in that
it's already-
department.
It's in
It's already in
there.
economic
Yeah.
development, but we don't fund it that way, we fund it through.
So the Windeck, the outside piece, the only thing that is charged there is when you enter in one of these agreements with the city and
Yeah.
the chamber. But other than that, nothing else is taken out of those Windeck funds. So anything, like if the funding of that fund, anything like this,
It can't come out of there.
chamber, that comes out of general fund. It's just that we have a department also called
Yeah, it's-
economic development in the general fund.
Economic Development B or something like
Yes,
that.
sir.
Okay. I know there's, what they showed us number-wise, they far exceeded that $100,000, what they were able to bring in this last year. Hotels and restaurants, that had some good numbers to back up their request.
So,
It's up to me.
I don't envy.
I'm fine with the 120.
Okay.
I think that this, it would, this is an area where that could really, the investment could really pay off.
I'm real interested in seeing how, also Mike having somebody on his board that did the same thing he's doing now, that bookbinder, Grant Taft's son-in-law is here now.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the board now?
Yeah, and very much wants to, doesn't want to be the lead guy, but wants to help, and he's already given Mike a lot of
And
information.
he was over the San Antonio
Antonio.
Greater Sports Commission.
Does he have 20 grand he's willing to throw in?
I thought you'd come up with something like that. So I think we have a consensus to do the 120.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Animal birth control, we talked about earlier, and so made those flush that with the animal shelter services from last year. The Cove, so requesting an increase up to 65,000.
And again, I think I saw part of it is new employees.
Let's see, it was, I'm getting it mixed up now. But, like I say, we can't dedicate at this meeting opioid money, but that'd be one for
Yeah,
the
that would
big
be-
education piece on drug and alcohol.
Then could we keep it the same? And then if we find opioid funds that would go, we could go to the 65,000? Do 47.5 out of general fund?
Well, Dustin's warned me not to dedicate opioid funds yet, because we don't know all the roles, and we're all.
Right, but
you
the
know.
base would be 47.5. If we could do anything else, great.
I like that idea.
That one at 47.
So
I was fixing it.
did anybody else have a thought on that?
I like the idea with them, but also with some others up there too.
Okay.
Do we have others that are eligible?
It may be-
We don't know what's,
We don't know yet.
we don't know what the eligibility is gonna be
I mean,
like.
it's kind of like, oh, we're gonna have to sit down.
But but he was saying there's others
probably have
up
to
there.
hire
I
a
just want to know what.
Advocacy might be, we talked about that
Okay.
earlier, they might be.
Okay,
Okay. So next on the list, we haven't talked about this yet. This is the DPS budget request. It's the same as last year. And what that covers is close to 14,000 for equipment. So in the past, they've bought radars, but that is for equipment for them. There's a piece, 1,250, that's to upgrade their crash data retrieval systems. And then 5,500 is the licensing agreement for their patrol radios. So again, similar, almost same budget as last year that's there.
I have no ability to say no to those guys right now, so that's.
And then, of course, we have a position that's, we have out there to help them as well, that
Right.
that we have in the general fund as
Oh,
well.
that's a good one with me.
Okay.
They've been good partners.
The Dispute Resolution Center, the piece in the general fund, we have the same, the 63,000. The other piece that comes from that special revenue fund, we talked through some yesterday. So the revenues in that fund are enough to accommodate that 90,000. This is the only use for the fund. And so to me, it seems reasonable to do that, allows them to do more work. But of course, need to get your opinion on that.
I'm fine with those.
Yeah.
So
We've got dedicated funding for it.
Yes.
the 96, but not the 63.
No, the 63 is just out of the general
Right.
fund, so two different.
And wasn't there a huge, well, that's the same as last year, so. yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'm good.
The Historical Commission, so again, not one that we had talked through yet. They present a budget every year to fund their organization, and so it's similar to last year. Their supplies and their group, the get-together, not get-together, but the group, the groups they get together for their purpose each year.
It's,
Again, it's
I'm good.
Yeah.
Waco Family Medicine. So this one came up a little late and we didn't plan, I didn't have someone scheduled to come in. But they are asking for a 16,000, roughly 16,500 increase, I think, which comes to about 2.1%. There's a letter from Dr. Griggs on the drive under the request. And so he links that to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation rate. And so he aligns that with the cost of medical services, the increase they're seeing there too. And so I've reached out, I haven't heard anything back yet, but we could have him speak to you if you want to. But if you're okay with this increase.
it's close to what it was.
Yeah.
I'm good
Yes,
with it.
I thought so too. Okay. The Mills on Wheels.
That's the same.
Static request there.
Good.
Startup Waco, so this is a new one that we have not funded before. I know they've asked in the past, but we've never funded. And so that 50,000 they presented was specifically for that student entrepreneurship program that they were wanting to start up.
And in all fairness, they came to me before budget and talked about this, and I had no problems with it just because of the thought process behind it, but that's just my opinion.
Okay.
Well, something that Commissioner Miller mentioned is, are we funding public education with this? And, is that in our bailiwick? Do we have that ability? I don't know.
I didn't understand it as part of public education. I do think they work with those, but it's more, people that want to, and it could be in school or in college or wherever. that want to look at opportunities in entrepreneurship, if you have an interest in seeing if there's projects out there, develop their own, a lot of them develop their own projects and wanna take it and get it analyzed to see if it's scalable or, you know, that it could be something.
'Cause I think we put funds in Guama, didn't we, back in the beginning of those?
We did, and,
Put that much?
but that was a little
I don't
different
remember.
than this one is. This is, Guama's more, STEM education, where this is more,
Well, just from the public education
Yeah.
thing is what I'm getting at.
I look at this closer to what we did on the investment fund side, that it expands businesses and opportunities and,
They're only going into 2 schools,
right.
Waco and Midway.
Waco and Midway.
And then, are there any other partners in this?
I don't think they mentioned any, and then the way he listed the budget for this whole program was 50,000, the way I
Right.
took it, and that was their total request, so.
Yeah.
I was assuming it was,
And they've got a request into the city, but they have no clue at this point in time what that's gonna look like.
Yeah.
Can we hold it and see what the city does?
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, I lean toward, I like these kind of things. I think they really make a community separate us from others. You know, I know we got a budget to manage as well, so, but I think these programs bring a lot to a community and kind of really grow it, you know, organically from inside out. And I think I've used that term twice today. But we can,
And I
Look
think,
at-
I think they're requesting 100,000 from
I
Waco.
think that's right. I believe it did say that.
From whom?
The city.
City.
Of course, I think y'all know I'm a big proponent of education, so I don't initially have a problem with it. I'd like to know if Waco is it gonna fall on its face if Waco doesn't support it?
Well, they've been operating and, you know, they brought in the, this John Passavant, who is, you know, that's his lawsuit. And, you know, he seems to be very talented and resourceful. Cody Carlson got involved in it, because he's been real passionate about, you know, growing, entrepreneurships and what they bring. He's been involved in numerous, has some experience in it, and,
You know, the initial thought process was to keep Baylor graduates here. And then if you'll talk to folks in the entrepreneurial world, it's not just college graduates that become entrepreneurs.
yeah.
Opportunities get presented to younger people and they don't have anywhere to go with it or any understanding of it. I know it's a new program and I can understand everybody thinking, well, but I just, I'm fond of it as well. I think it's an opportunity for kids that don't want to go to college, that maybe don't want to get involved in mechanical or nursing, that have another opportunity and another option.
I could support that if we follow it closely and see how much success it generates the first year, or whether or not we want to continue to be a partner with it or not. I think it would depend on how well they perform.
I think that's fair.
I certainly want to give kiddos, every one of them that has the opportunity to be successful, I'm for that.
I'd like to go back to the McClinton County Investment Fund. Dustin's done some research regarding, I think he found out you were exactly right.
Yes.
We should have known that. So Dustin, if you would.
So the FY '22 budget request was $100,000, had two components. Part one was the 50,000 grant for the Community Development Fund. And then 50,000 was if and only if they were certified by, as the CDFI fund. It doesn't look like we committed to anything at that time. They basically said they would come back to us if they were certified. But the FY '24 request is that same. It's 100,000, two parts, 50,000 for the loan program, and then 50,000 for operational expenses as an officially certified CDFI fund. So that was kind of the intent going back to day one, it looks like.
year, in my opinion.
So there's some more expenses that go along with being CDFI.
So this says for operational expenses, if you go back to the original or to the 2022 letter, it states that there was a match required. The terms of financial assistance grants require that the grantee match the federal dollars on a dollar-for-dollar basis. We anticipate that the investment funds application be an amount of not less than 400,000, thereby requiring matching funds in that amount. Funding of the Part 2 request made herein would be sought by the fund only if it has been certified as a CDFI and would increase the fund's ability to match a federal financial assistance grant, is how it's worded.
Do we know
But
if
I
this-
don't see that.
Do we know if the city funds any of this?
I'm not sure. I don't believe they do, but I'm
I
not
think it's a
sure.
county program. And that was one of the questions we had today. You know, where are they reaching out to?
It's those zip code.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
there's
that
specific cities that
76704.
met the criteria.
Yeah.
And here's a little bit more in this year's additional grant monies in the amount of, this is the additional 50,000 for the 2024 grant funding year will allow the fund to grow and develop our marketing program and acquire the professional consulting services of Fund Consulting. That's a consulting firm that assists CDFIs in the annual reapplication process, now required by CDFI in development and maintenance of a strategic plan. And that's a requirement for renewal applications beginning in 2024.
So there's some more hoops they've got to jump through to stay as a CDIF.
Yes, sir.
It looks like, yeah, maybe professional marketing and even grant writers and so forth.
It would probably be, I would like to fully understand exactly what this is before we, I don't want to assume anything.
I know they what, how many, you remember they had
That's pretty
numbers
good
for last
practice.
year.
34, 38 loans,
38 loans. Out of all of them,
$311,000.
Only
They've loaned
only
out.
two of them, they're having to do workouts with them. Everybody else is successfully.
Yeah, they had a lot of information.
$356,000 has been loaned out. There was very few write-offs.
Yeah, so they're
Just two.
they're vetting them properly, which a lot of these didn't do before.
Well,
They-
you know what? I wasn't here, and so I'm truly going to yield to the four of you guys, because
Well, what they do, what I like, they don't just loan the money out and then walk away.
No.
Those people.
They expect it paid
They
back.
hold their hands.
Yeah,
They work with them on.
Make 'em
on
bankable.
projects.
They got educational requirements.
Education exactly,
I changed my mind.
yeah.
Okay.
Put it back in there.
We're not banked, we won't lead you wrong.
Unbanked and underbanked. Both of them, both.
Yeah.
Very, very,
Oh, I'm underbanked.
I think a lot of people can see that.
The bank may say that about me, I don't know. All right, so we're back to startup.
Yes, sir.
I think there's consensus.
Yeah,
Give it a shot.
yeah, one time, I'm a one-timer.
let's go with them.
CASA, so that one's fresh on our memories since it was today. That's a new request.
It's a great program. It's a great program.
I know she mentioned they were losing funding.
Dedicated people. To go through training to be a volunteer requires a special type of person. And then to be able to hold the hand of a child who's been through a lot of trauma, that's,
I'm good with it.
yeah,
How about everybody else?
pretty impressive, pretty impressive. That lady impressed me too.
Yeah, she did well.
Dedicated lady.
Passionate, as you were saying, very passionate.
See, she beat me in passion, didn't she?
Today, just today, Commissioner.
It is an admirable program. I like the way that it's connected into our court system. Our court system. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're back down to the city of Waco. So Animal shelter, we talked about. The public health district is based on that agreement that we've already entered into, pay per population. Emergency management, they had a dip in their budget. I was having some trouble connecting some of the dots on the numbers today. So I'm gonna revisit that and make sure that the numbers I had today were what their proposed budget
Okay.
actually is. But that, you know, there just wasn't any substantial changes there. Fire protection, again, is the same as last year. The library, I know we talked about that earlier today. Did we come to any sort of?
What are we at,
We
107.5?
By taking out the indirect cost. I think I have the exact number.
I think that's what she said.
Then,
And then we'll come back to mine. And then OSS.
You know, another thing too, on that increase from 177 to 271, to me, that's just not, that is, I mean, I'm with, I'm with the one, that seems like a lot. So that, that 1,075,000, I think, is a good,
Okay.
good number.
And then the OSSF program, and so that's the same budget there. And again, that's one, you know, they were saying that they're estimating again that the revenues will cover the cost. And so if they even exceed that, then, you know, usually we're getting a refund back at year end on that program. Okay. So the chamber request, so everything, let's see. There were two changes. So one of those was the, what do they call it? The Regional Workforce Initiative. And so last year, we actually started with 0 in the budget. They came mid-year and requested that startup
Right.
cost of 50.
6 months.
And then, you know, I know she presented it earlier in the year that the 125 would be coming for this next year. So that's where that 125,000 comes in. Any thoughts on that line?
well, I hate to keep sending Dustin back to the records. I think we pretty much said we would.
That's what I would take
Yeah,
from it
you
as
wouldn't
well.
do 6 months and then let it drop
Yes,
after you hire
yes.
these
And I
people,
say-
drop on.
That's-
Cut 'em
You gotta
loose.
stop talking so much.
They had to have confidence that, they had to have confidence that we will do what we
But
said. we would.
I think we boxed ourselves.
Yeah. I'm very hopeful it's gonna be a good program. And I think it's-
And then the other change was the transfer to the Economic Development Fund. And so she requested an increase to 4 million from the 3.75.
And again, the only thing I think as a city committed to the same. That's the only.
They're okay.
4.25.
They're making up, they got behind. It was a misunderstanding or something, and last year approved 250,000 less than us. So they're doing, matching this plus adding in what they left out.
And then maybe
So the
some-
pot's right, I guess you'd call it.
I'm just gonna throw this out there.
Okay.
I looked at her figures, and she has us at just a little under $6 million in the account if everything goes like they're projecting it. And I think our account is going that way because the businesses are just coming in, so they're eating up the incentive money. I don't think that's gonna slow down. I'm not saying today, but at some point, we have to look at the fact that our count is low, because when we do this infusion, we're only gonna be at 13. Just throw that out there.
And the graph showed that we were, but, right now, we're keeping up with it. There could be a time if there's a real opportunity out there that say, we gotta do it, we gotta not only spend everything that's left in the account, we're gonna have to pony up for additional money, but the return on the investment is high, and why, we can't afford to miss this deal. It brings in the right kind of jobs or the right kind of capital investment and those things, so I've always said that this is. an
And that may be
investment, not
something at that
expense.
point, you have this fund balance reserve that you've been building up and keeping
Right.
your policy, and so it's for emergency use, but also things like that that are very beneficial to the county.
You could use unassigned fund balance on,
Well, if you budgeted for it, so, if you wanted to dip below your, you have this fund balance built up, and then build that up again, but.
The question that I have is, when do we sit down and consider
Keep going that way.
an additional line item there to support the Robinsons, McGregors, the folks that are truly out recruiting and trying to bring
So
industry?
we're doing that.
well, don't
because,
they, don't
we're-
y'all do kind of like on a pro rata type of,
No, but right now, there's a big, there's an
I'm sorry?
industrial park in Robinson, so we support that. City of Waco doesn't get into that.
I know, I just was curious if somewhere down the road, because where are we pulling it from now?
from
Gen-
that?
From
The-
general fund.
Yeah.
From the general fund, but not the.
And what I meant pro rata is that we can, if there's a project in Robinson, we can pull from the McLennan County portion of that, of those economic development funds.
Not in the WebMec, not out of the WebMec, no.
We've got an economic development line, don't we, that we.
Yeah, but it's
have
just
pulled from in the
100,000 or
past.
something, it's only about
It's not a
100.
lot of
So
money.
you would have to budget for it in general fund,
But most of
Where did we pull,
the
when
ones
we
we've done
paid
have
for
been
parts
abatement,
of
so
Robinson
it wasn't
Road?
cash.
from general fund. So,
But I'm just saying that,
I think it was
I
done
think we need to
mid-year,
be
so-
conscious, I think we're not too far away from somebody coming and saying, hey, are y'all willing to partner with us on this?
We have talked about somewhere in the future, maybe the future is now, of creating a separate line item, economic development for things such as that.
Right. One project that we looked at, it was, we were able to handle it with just an abatement, no cash. And so, we didn't have to have that, but, I think if we wanna talk about that, we need to get, Chris and Matt come back and talk, give us some guidance on, do we need to create that? Generally, these things don't happen like overnight. And they get into the next budget year and we're able to budget for it.
And I agree with you, but I think for us to go, it hadn't happened yet, so we'll just wait till it does. It might be too late to miss a nice deal.
Yeah, but I think because it's economic development, we can go in, isn't it treated kind of like an emergency? That you can draw economic development money out of the general fund or?
Not that I know of, like, outside of your budget.
Yeah.
Not that I know of, but it's something I can look into.
Well, why wouldn't we look at putting a new line item in this year and just putting a minimal amount of money in it? So it's there, and if something occurred and we had to move money from the general fund, you would have well, you're saying you couldn't now.
Yeah,
And,
you can only budget within line item to line item, so.
but sometimes the city of Waco is okay with using that part of their money, McGregor
So they're-
SpaceX.
Right, so their rate of
SpaceX.
return is less than ours.
Not, well, yes, you're right, you're exactly right about that. So, SpaceX was one that they said, well, we're gonna get enough engineers in here, we're gonna benefit. Having SpaceX in our, in our county is important to the city of Waco. And so they allowed their
Right.
portion, and they got, like, Mr. Jones said, our ROI was much less than ours.
But also, they're looking at a total different way for them to do economic development. And I just would feel better if we had a line item that was there. And if something happened, we had the ability to react and do it. And it doesn't have to have a ton of money in it. I don't care if it's a
You can do a dollar
placeholder.
placeholder.
Sure, so we have, in that economic development department, we have like other services and charges or some other lines like that. And so if something comes up, we can fit it in there, which is what we did with the, McGregor, the last project that,
The road?
yes.
Oh.
My
Knopf,
bad.
Knopf.
I thought we just put a McGregor Road.
Maybe we did.
Yeah, but
Maybe we did.
and we said that we'll do up to
Marked.
$500,000 of in-kind work. And then above and beyond that, you're on your own. But it
And
still
then
wasn't a
pay-
deal where they came and they go, hey, we need somebody to partner up with us. And we gotta come up with $1 million.
But we do have other services and charges here, and I know that's very, very vague, and we want our budget to not be vague, but that is there if some sort of need.
Where did we, so we took the money, when we partnered with Waco Industrial Foundation and the city of Robinson, and we partnered with them to put that industrial grade road in. that money came out of just general?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that was just an interlocal agreement, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, I'm kinda
Yes,
like.
that's right.
Go ahead, Dustin, you wanna say, did he say something?
He was saying yes, it was.
It was an interlocal agreement, that's right.
I kind of, because I've thought about it in the past, the idea of creating another economic development line, whether or not it be a dollar placeholder or whatever, to start
Yeah.
supporting some projects that I could see coming forward in the future.
I think she said we have that with the
Yeah, we could-
other services and charges.
And we can create something a little more specific, just so it does appear like as something like special projects or something like that. If we, and just have a placeholder there, that would fit.
I
a little
support
better.
Commissioner Smith on that as well, and I just think it's important that we start planning for that.
But if you want to budget for something, that's something that,
Right.
we'll need the money.
And you don't have to put a lot of money in it, but somewhere down the road, somebody's gonna come over here and say, hey, we really wanna partner with you, and we can't remember conversations we had 3 years ago right now, as we found out today. So I would hate to, well, we
Yeah.
can't do it because we forgot, we said other services and charges would be fine.
And like that line she has highlighted, that 500,000, that was the Robinson project. One of you mentioned the City of Robinson agreement. So we used that line
Yeah,
because
we-
it came up mid-year.
We used it for that. so
Yes.
We've got it.
Yes.
If you want a specific amount, give us one, we'll put it in there. I don't know what it ought to be, but
I know, I'm just saying, but, I mean, you could put WebMec in that, but it's not, because it's a dedicated fund that has a
Yeah.
line item of its own, and that's what I would,
I wouldn't mind starting it with some seed money, whether it be a 25,000, 50,000.
But it won't roll forward, of course,
It won't?
No.
It goes
So
rolls
general
back into
fund-
general, doesn't it?
Yes, so the budget just is wiped clean and we start over.
plus, I don't
So-
think you could talk about putting anything in there for less than $500,000,
Yeah, probably not.
So that's quite a bit to not know.
We still have abatement negotiations that we can use too.
but it would be handled the same way WebMac's handled.
Yeah.
So we're sitting here like we're reinventing something new, and we're not. It's already there. We just want a different line item with a different title to it.
Yeah, that's what, we can look at something so it's clear. And just to put my 2 cents in, we have this 1.5 million in contingencies every year. And I think if you're very protective of that, and when someone needs something new, if it's not something that can wait till next year, protect that 1.5 million. So when something does happen large, you have that pocket of money there. And we use it here and there, but again, and I know you all are very protective of it, but just remember that's there for things like that as well, so. But yeah, we'll add some kind of special project line or something with the placeholder, just so that's clear that maybe at some point we have some intent to.
Okay.
I'll budget whatever you wanna put in there.
I haven't heard anybody interested but Commissioner Smith and I, so I don't think that's.
No.
With no plan.
You didn't say anything?
I'm totally interested, but I've never had the fear, because I know we were able to come up with a $500,000 for the McGregor deal and this and that, and so it came.
Well, but we didn't really come up with $500,000 on that because it was all mostly in kind.
I know, but I'm saying we
I
could.
started the conversation. And then Commissioner Smith.
I jumped in, sorry about that. But I'm not as keen on it as I was when you found out it just goes back to general fund. We're gonna zero it out every year.
It's unlike, that's the
Well,
difference between WebMac and us.
But WebMac's not zeroed out every year. There's always a
That's-
balance there.
And that's why the laws are set up that way, because they don't want you to pigeonhole money. You can't create funds just to create funds.
That's the law, that's the way it's chapter 380, 381 that allow that.
Well, and so
Funds
what I'm
to go
saying
in.
is, it
Mhm.
doesn't have to go back if it's under
Okay.
that, right?
Right, so,
Oh, under
Well, you would have to set up a corporation and all that.
right. So Dustin, if you and Francis and Mike would get together and look at that, but I guess it's different cities is gonna be
I was
the
gonna
issue.
say, Judge,
Yeah.
we need to see if McGregor and Robinson are interested before we even take a step forward.
Well, and you talking about them matching?
Right.
They-
Well, no, are they interested in starting a fund? And if they would be, what amount would it be?
Yeah.
And if they go, we're not interested, then there's.
Okay,
it's a moot
we'll
point.
ask them. I think they've already got their nest egg built, but,
Hopefully.
we'll ask them. We'll see.
Okay.
And then if you just want to keep moving on, there's that last section, and it's the HOT-BHN. And so again, we heard from them today. They did have an increase, of course, and he spoke on the reasons for that. And so those being the reintegration roundtable, the jail diversion, and the pretrial intervention programs.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Oh, yeah, definitely. These
And in addition to this, we don't have this up here because it's not an expense, but, you know, they do reimburse us for MHMR deputies as well. We have an agreement with them,
Right.
where we bill that out. It's part of our budget, and then we receive revenue back. So just to bring that up as well. Okay,
All right, so
that's great.
We went too hard.
tell us what we didn't do. Know what we did do. Tell us what we
Yes.
didn't do.
So, a couple little things I want to check on the emergency management.
Okay?
And so we'll clarify that and bring that back to you. Oh, and then just to clarify, the chamber request, that didn't increase, you were all good with those, no holdbacks? Okay. We didn't really touch on them, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
And so that's really it. We just, you know, for now, we pulled out that 10-4 for advocacy. We kept cultural arts the same, and then we kept the Cove the same. So those were the three changes that we made up there, different from their request.
But I still have hope that we're gonna come back to the advocacy center.
That's,
We just have to sleep on it a couple of days.
Maybe a little prayer.
I'm gonna do that too.
Okay.
so, I feel like today's been a very productive day. I think I'm very pleased with what all we got done today. And so, like I mentioned earlier, there's a couple things that we need to come back to tomorrow. While y'all were having this discussion, I received an email from our tax office. And they are fantastic, and I know I told you there were some issues with the comptroller's office and the final rate calculations, but they have confirmed already and given us our final rate calculations. So I'll go through those and we'll plug those in, and so tomorrow we can look at what the certified final no new revenue rate looks like with this, as well as all of these things we've been talking about today, and then we can start looking at those large numbers, that COLA number and what some of these larger things, and then y'all can see what the end result looks
So
Oh,
like.
that's in the morning? Is it tomorrow, in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna look at COLA and what else?
Well, today COLA, we kind of put a pin in it that with
We
the
put
3.5.
We put them out.
But we can bring it up as many more times
We
as you
can
need to.
play with it either up and down, okay.
Give me a sec. So we need to still talk with John Gimble. There's a few things in the general fund that we were gonna come back to. Should not take very long at all, but just a few things just to come back to. IT discussion, we need to circle back to that, and I need to
Oh,
get your
some of the big
feelings.
dollar items that he talked
Yes.
about?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
and then,
That's right.
then this back to those personnel topics, if the night pay differential, we'll circle back to that, and then how that also plays into that vacancy, changing those vacancies to placeholders, and then department heads were the other thing that we still had there. So that's where we're in pretty good shapes.
I'll make a general statement, I'll probably eat it later. But I think we've been very generous especially in the personnel end, with granting additional bodies where needed. And I would say, right now, of course, I've got a short memory. Next year, I'd be hard pressed to add any more bodies. I'll just say that up front.
We did, I think we've added few this year than seems like in a while.
I'd have to check, but
I think we did a pretty good job. But, hey, I agree, we always are concerned about it growing staff faster than our economy's growing, and, fortunately, it's growing right now. But, even when the economy goes down, that staff's still here. And so, if you need to grow and it makes sense, do it, but I've always felt we did a pretty good job in asking the questions.
I want our staff numbers to, as closely as possible, reflect the actual number of people that we have, and not placeholders.
Yeah.
I want to see, because all that does is cost us money.
Well, I look at that as part of the process of phasing it out too, because you put a placeholder in, it doesn't get used, and then the next thing is, why would you just not pull
Get
it
rid
out?
of it.
Just
Get rid
take
of
it.
And that's all it is. It's just got that $1 in there. If you did not have those in there, there's no reason you can't come back anytime mid-year and add those positions.
And ask for a
You
position.
don't have to have, you have to have the budget somewhere, of course, to move.
Yeah, as long as they're just placeholders.
Yes, but we don't budget
Not actual dollars.
anything for those placeholder positions. We budget for
Including health
vacancies.
insurance?
We do not budget, we do not put health insurance for those placeholders, only,
Okay.
but all of the ones that are fully funded, even if they're
Fully
vacant.
funded.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
For an area that doesn't work, I don't think there's any electricity here. In these plugs, check it, please.
Stick your finger in there.
Had two computers go dead plugged in.
You got a dime, stick it in one of those.
Maybe that's it. It's a mess.
Is there a connection underneath that came loose, maybe?
There's all kinds of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you ought to see it over here. It's
Oh, there's a bunch of snakes when I first looked at it.
There's that spoon that's been there for,
Hey, leave it there. That's how you check and see.
I mean, it has been there for months.
A dead cricket?
No, a spoon.
What'd he say?
We have gone to pieces here.
It's time to go.
Well, I apologize to the audience. We got distracted through fatigue. All right, anything else? We're gonna recess till tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Anything else come for the group?
I've got a 9 o'clock, but I should be through by 9:20. It's right here downtown.
Okay, all right. We stand recessed.